He said on the panel with Starlight, whenever we were arguing, he said, I am from whatever South Texas, and where I grew up, we say the N word, so it's justified. Okay. So I knew that they had said that they came from Texas. It
So
was in my mind.
you were looking for some type of issue, whether
Okay.
it's racism, whether it's
Wow.
homophobia. You were looking for something. You contacted Sparky to get their information to go months back on their Facebook to find something to make yourself offended. That's why I say you're a Karen.
All right. So, okay. Do you need to stay here then? It's great. I've heard you tell me that so many times.
And
I'm
how
sitting
many
here. I'm sitting here telling you what actually happened, and you're refusing to believe me and just telling me that it's something different. And the fact that you cannot see what that man is, it makes me sad for the fucking world. Super sad.
For what you've done, none of that warrants the threats that you got.
No,
Can
it
you
doesn't.
see that?
And how many people in this community are
No one
survivors
is saying that it warrants that. I'm
that
saying that she started this. That's my point.
I
That's it.
just,
She.
You're
to go
literally
into
victim
place
blaming
where
right
she was
now,
I'm not a
Key.
victim.
terrified. She was
You're
Yes,
literally
you are.
blaming the
Now you
victim.
finna act like a Karen.
Oh my God.
if you were the first
Bitch, you can
person
call
to
me
yell at
whatever you
Skip or
want.
Michelle,
Call
does
me
that mean you
whatever you
started
want.
that?
It's like
But
little
what you won't
kids.
call
She
me is
started it. No, I
misogynistic.
didn't. She
Skip,
started it.
Key, what if they could prove that you were the first one who said, "Oh, Michelle, meet me at the nearest light pole"? That means you
I
started it
did.
then,
I
right?
say
So
I.
you deserved all that? You deserved all that then. By your
It's
logic,
over
you
now.
deserved
But
all of
still,
it. And I was fucking next to you and fought for you that whole fucking time.
yeah, and was on
How
Skip
dare
panel.
you? You are so afraid to admit that you were fucking wrong on this. So you have to, just like Mimi, you guys have to fucking manufacture evidence, rewrite history, just so you don't have to admit you were fucking wrong. What you guys did was fucking wrong.
And what you did was effing wrong too.
Wow.
Then we should have said that to you whenever Skip and then we're planning whatever they were doing, whenever their Discord call was coming out.
Okay.
We should have just
I'm
said
wrong
you
sometimes.
were wrong too. Move on. Right?
That's a good analogy.
Girl, what?
How many
Wow.
people in this community are DV survivors? I am one. I've seen
What
a
does
lot
it
of
prove that someone started something? Does it prove,
and
does it mean Chewy gets to say whatever he wants?
he doesn't
No.
deserve a
No
pass.
one is saying that. And why are y'all condoning the people that sat on that phone call? Like, what about them? I don't care how much they come up here and cry. Go knock their heads between the washer and dryer.
I don't know who did it.
Panel, Bayou Bell and Susie. I don't remember them being held accountable for any of it.
Do you realize
So
how
why are
tired
y'all
Already
holding
did.
everyone else
him say
accountable
that
for someone
stuff?
else's actions when we all said that was gross and inappropriate? Everyone said
Okay,
that.
so
But
what
what you
Skip
did,
and
hold
Michelle did
on.
to
Let
you
me get
was
back
just
to you.
gross and
Let me get back to you.
inappropriate.
Let
Move
me
the
get
fuck
back to you.
on.
Let me get
You
back to
still
you.
talk about it till
What
this
you
day.
did,
God, get over
what
it.
you did was gross and inappropriate as well.
Okay, even if that was true, what is your point?
What is it that she did that was gross and inappropriate in your opinion? I'm
Right?
trying to understand. I think she thinks because she got her address or got their address. Is that right, Keith? She never got their address.
For anything current, I asked what city in Texas they were from. Why did I
Okay.
ask for that, Key? Why would it matter where they were
Because he
from?
said the N word allegedly. I remember. Yeah.
No, why would I ask where they were from? That's what was his explanation of why he used the N word. But why would I need to know where they were from?
You should ask yourself that. Why are you asking me?
Because you're speaking on it, so I want to know if you know the whole
Okay,
context.
we gonna tell the whole story, sister.
So if I'm just being a creep and a Karen, why do I need to know where they're from and not where they live?
Because he said the N word on a live stream, Sal's, and you wanted to clarify whether they were from Texas or not. So you message somebody. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish.
I'm following.
You message Sparky and try to get their information to where they live and not where they from. I don't even think they live in Texas no more.
They don't.
But yeah, you scrolled all the way down. I don't know how many times we got to go over this.
No. You're skipping parts. No. Don't skip. No. Why did I ask where they were from in Texas?
Because you say he said the N-word?
No.
You were just looking for
He
something.
He said that. Why would I need to know where they were from?
You just said that, girl.
No, I didn't. He said on the panel, he said that he was from somewhere in South Texas, and that's why he was justified in saying the N-word. Why would I need to go and ask somebody what part of Texas they were from? Am I Googling? Is it acceptable to say?
You tell us.
I have.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So let's please get back to the storyline so that I can put this together in my head, please.
Thank you. Okay, so we're still at the point where, like I said, so there's already a rift starting. This was well before me and Chewy had the argument on Key's panel first, I think, and then Starlight's. So this is whenever Mimi started the campaign that we all took his page down. Me, Sparky, and Celalane. I don't know why, but there's a plan to. I'm speaking. That there is a plan to take down Chewy and Rose next. I have a recording. I actually let Sheena hear it because I wasn't sure. I still don't know what she was saying, but Prezi was saying that. Sheena, yeah.
Don't worry, that's what Prezi told us. No. Y'all know I got the memory of a motherfucking elephant. Mimi, why would you sit up there and say that we were all coming to take down Chewy and Rose? Why did you say that? That's what Prezi said. She heard him. No. Oh, no, she has lied. I'm sorry. Do you have proof of that? No,
she doesn't have proof of any of it. And let me finish because I was talking to Pony on the panel last night. She had come up on AK's live and said that she didn't know that other people had issues with Mimi. She thought it was just her. And she had reached out to Chewy and Rose and spoke to them about it. And I've actually heard multiple people have said that they don't feel comfortable with going in the live with her there. Pony got blocked. There was no explanation. And I'm relaying what she said last night. There was no explanation or anything else. She was just blocked. I have heard Mimi myself personally. I know of many other people as well saying that we are going after them. You're not okay. We don't need you to understand. That was never said. She actually referenced Keisha's mod chat as proof that that is a plan that is going on, and it is not. I just want everybody to be clear.
Okay. No, I'm not going to respond to that because Chewy and Rose know exactly what has happened.
Well, respond to it, bitches. Come on.
I'm not going to get up on a panel and speak about them.
Well, you're talking bad about them.
You can talk shit about me to them. Speaking bad about them.
Why are you talking shit about me to them? Hold on.
Why are you talking shit to them?
Because I see what you're trying to do. Chewy and Rose, if y'all are listening, no one over here has ever.
No one's trying to do anything.
I love Chewy and Rose.
They literally have messages. I love Chewy and Rose.
Right.
Their friends have messages.
Other people
one of their mods, one of their good friends, has been getting attacked for just associating with me. And they said they're not going to deal with it. So we keep them out of it.
Attacked by us? Or me?
They didn't say who. They just said they were attacked because of me. And that Prezi came in and then said that she heard in Sheena's live that apparently it was the same night that Sheena said she was going after pancakes. She later then said she was going to be going after Chewy and Rose.
You honestly believe Prezi? Wouldn't sound have that recorded, though, honestly, if she heard that?
Yeah, what part? What part?
I don't know. That's what Prezi said. You have to ask Prezi.
Oh, no, Mandy would just ask if I had it recorded. I didn't know what she was asking.
Yeah, what we're talking about. I mean, isn't there a recording?
There's what, Sheena?
What Prezi said.
Yeah, we listened to it.
Live.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she never said that. She never said any of the things that she said. No. It was the live that we all went to.
Literally never happened.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it was the live whenever we were all addressing what happened to She Shed. Everybody on both sides agrees that it was fucking awful. That's the live that Prezi was referencing. We were all there. 300 people were there. Shit didn't happen. Never happened. Okay. So then just to add to that, so if you guys remember, Keisha's mod chat got leaked right around this time. It's like a mod chat from here. I was at the time a part of it. I believe he said that it was Cowboy Bear that leaked it. Mimi posted it as proof that we were going after Chewy and Rose. The conversation that I believe that was in there was them saying like, oh, you know, Chewy and Rose, they just like the money. And then somebody said, yeah, they sent me a message saying thank you for the gifts or something like that. And it was just kind of like talking shit, not terrible. But the one thing that's funny is I didn't participate in that. That wasn't me. I mean, I was in there, but I didn't even participate in that conversation. But yet she was telling everyone that I was, and that was proof that I was trying to go after Chewy. So it kept happening. And then she kept saying, you know, that this is happening, this is happening. I couldn't find the clip of where he was saying like, you know, don't worry, we've taken care of like the bad people. You know, it's bad that like, you know, people on our own side were trying to take us down. And whatever, but we've taken, now remember, I still have Chewy blocked, right? But I never blocked Rose because she never did anything to me. I didn't have a problem with her. Only blocked Chewy. So anyway, so I'm hearing that he blocked the trouble people, right? And I knew that Mimi had been spreading this rumor for so long. So I went and I looked and yeah, Rose had blocked me. And it hurt because I was like, why would they think that I would do that? I even made a post and I said, I have never reported anyone's lives nor been a part of a group to take down any creator's page on any side. I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of expression. I also believe in truth. While I may call out a liar, I have no desire to silence anyone. So I made that post. I actually went on my backup and I messaged Rose. And hopefully I think I put that in here. Okay, is it playing? What the hell is it doing? Okay, sorry, hang on. Bear with me. Okay, yeah. So I messaged her and I said, hey, it's Sal's. I realize you blocked me and I respect that. I just want to be clear. I had nothing to do with any pages being taken down nor anyone I associate with that I know of at least. And it just went on for a bit and I was like, you know, yeah, I think I'm concerned you are being given misinformation from people you currently trust. I get it. I have never asked anyone to block anyone on my behalf. I wouldn't even ask Key to block Mimi. That's not me. I'm honestly saddened you guys would believe this without asking me. I advise you to get proof at least before you go, before you go online and state things as fact. Like I always say, try to get proof before you go online and state things as fact that anti-JIP people are coming after you guys. I have personally not witnessed any of that. No one is forced to like or hate anyone, but bashing the same side publicly just on hearsay is doing exactly what, God, this was good. I didn't even read this whole thing, man. Do you guys see how much I fucking care? Like, damn, I didn't have to do any of this, but I really didn't want them to think this. But bashing the same side publicly just on hearsay is doing exactly what is being accused of us, tearing each other down for no reason. I'm here if you have any questions. If you don't, that's fine too. I truly do wish you all the best. But again, I implore you get the facts first. I understand believing and defending a liar. I've been there, so I won't fault you for that. The truth will always come to light. And then she blocked me on that account as well. She did not respond. So the reason why I'm going through all of this, for anybody who's wondering, is I'm talking about the buildup of what came, because the narrative keeps changing, and it wasn't just the first argument. He obviously had a thing against me for it. And like I said, AK's live had happened. Said it a million times. I did not go to AK. Sarah has admitted she went to AK because Mimi was going around our community telling people that AK was a rackhead, okay? And also other people that were in the community, because we would say like, you know, this person from her former community said this, and she'd be like, oh, you mean all the rug heads? And Sarah thought she should know that she was going panel to panel to know that they were being bashed. And AK was like, let's do a live. Let's do a fucking live. And we did. And at the end, Pony got up and did say, you know, I didn't know that other people had this problem with Mimi, and because she had found about Sparky in that live and, you know, all this. And she's like, but I feel like validated because everybody was making me feel crazy, right? So then Mimi had all of these people noticing and realizing. So she was like coming full force because we brought AK back in, but I did not anyway.
Remember,
let me see what this part is.
Legacy is.
What?
You brought them over to my panel, AK.
Not for Mimi. They were just coming to hang out. They come to hang out like a lot of times where I am. I go to their chat too. I like AK. We're friends.
Can we get back to why you wanted to find where they're from or live?
No, we're gonna do the timeline. If you don't want to be here, you can leave. Okay. Hold on. What is this part? It has something to do with legacy. I don't know why.
They know.
Okay. This is where the fight started. The actual verbal fight between me and Chewy. So, like I said, this has all been building up. Mimi has been telling them forever. Rose blocked me. I've heard them say and insinuate it's our side. I know Mimi is fingering me. I hate that word, but pointing at me, and they are seemingly agreeing. And Pretzi is also part of that live. So somebody asked something about does Chewy and them know who Legacy is? Who Pretzi is. And I said, oh yeah, they know. So, and then this is what happens after. He was in the chat.
Yeah. From my understanding, he said that he was justified in speaking to me.
Oh yeah, he had Legacy on panel previously and told him he was justified.
I don't think that. It was horrifying.
I think so too.
Look, that dude. Chewy, where was your antennas when he was over here cussing us out?
So look, I don't even come into these lives. I don't deal with none of this shit. And please stop answering for me, Sauls. I don't know who Pretzi is.
Or Legacy.
I've seen her. Oh, I know Legacy now.
Okay, so I stopped it there because I know a lot of us have seen that. So then after that fight, oh my God, what was I just going to think of? So there was Katie Cakes. I have to think. Oh, okay, I remember. All right, so there's so much more that I couldn't even fit in this. But so then after, everybody knows after that night, I got a message from a troll account at 2:11 a.m. that says, you are a real shitty person, you are pathetic, and you need some effing D, right? I, as a lesbian, where did everybody go? What the fuck happened?
Crystal dropped everybody because she's being mean. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
She wanted to let you talk.
Thank you,
I dropped
Crystal.
everybody. Listen, I dropped everybody so you can finish your timeline, because if everyone's up here interrupting and asking questions, it's going to take 5 times longer. No offense.
No,
so
that's good.
even I'm going to drop after you finish, then we can let people up that have questions. They can ask their question, and then other people can come up. But all of us just sitting on panel waiting for someone to interrupt isn't going to get this done anytime soon.
And they're not going to even listen because they're just waiting to ask a question or tell me how I'm wrong. So yes.
So if you want to come back up
Very
on
good.
panel, just request, and then we'll take people in order and then rotate people out, and then y'all can all talk to Sal's one at a time.
Okay, so I got the message saying, you're a real shitty person, you need some effing D, with a whole bunch of laughing emojis, right? So again, I felt that was probably homophobic. I have never been, I don't hide who I am, but I also don't talk about it a lot. It's so funny because everybody says that I use my sexuality as like a weapon or, whatever. But then at the same time, everybody's like, we didn't know. So like, pick which one it is. Do I talk about it too much or do I not talk about it enough? Rose and Chewy do try to claim that I'll just fast forward real quick. They try to claim that they did not know I was a lesbian when they sent me this message under a troll account, like a coward. But they absolutely did. They absolutely did. 100% they fucking knew who I was. He actually called me a bull dyke. So, because he said I had a camera slip one day and he saw me. He called me a bull dyke, I believe in February. They absolutely knew. All right, so they sent me the message, and I was trying to figure out who it was, right? So I think I've explained this a while. If you change the name of an account, and like you had a live previously, I was going through my messages because another troll account came up, and I want to it's because I said the D word, Kmac. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so where was I? Okay. So I was trying to find this account, right? Who did it. And then somebody made a backup, Naomi, of me, and people were following it thinking it was me. So I was going through and messaging everybody to tell them it wasn't me. Well, one of the things that I opened up, it said my Lunita. Like they had shared a live with me. And I was like, what? I'm like, so this person clearly had a live. And it had only been a day or two, I think, that I was looking into who this account was that sent me this terrible fucking comment. So I was able to find out because you click on it and it goes to, Oh, it was my First Lady Rose. So yeah, it was First Lady Rose was the previous name of the page. So anyway, so I knew it was them. I did make, knowing that, I did make multiple statements in any live that I was in to let Chewy know that I wanted to speak to them. I wanted to have a conversation. This is whenever I only knew that they had sent me that message after we had the fight on Keys and then continued over to Starlights. And that is posted in full on my page as well. So I kept saying, I was going to just say, they sent me this awful comment. Like, no, let's talk about it. So like everyone I was saying, let's talk about it. I even made a video about something. Oh, this is why I made the video. So then he went on a live one night. We had maybe 3 messages between us. And it was about him unblocking me. And I messaged him and thanked him for unblocking me and saying that like, we need to work together, blah, blah, blah. So he was reading those online. He also was reading at that time, somebody had made a Reddit post about him, a Reddit thread, and he read it was like 60 comments and he went through everything. And they didn't say my name, but they absolutely implied that it was me. So after they did all that, he then read the textbook, definition of a narcissist. And he said, you guys know who I'm referencing here. And, like I said, implied that I made all of the Reddit comments and said our messages, right? So I still have him blocked at this point. Unblocked him because somebody told me he's reading your messages in his thing. Unblocked him, go in there. As soon as I enter, he immediately blocks me. So let me see what this says.
On Reddit, instead of coming out and saying the shit that they want to say.
This is from Chewy's live.
Say what you gotta say.
But
Yeah.
they give themselves away. It's so funny because you know why?
Yeah.
'Cause they're stupid. That's why.
Yeah, it is funny. They usually do give themselves away because some of the stuff you were saying earlier, I was like, that sounds like this person.
Oh my gosh! If you want to, whoever y'all, I know I don't want to say any names, but y'all please DM me who y'all think these people are. I would absolutely love to interview.
See, I say this is a thing for my post. I said, keep playing the game if you want. I have receipts too. My receipt was that I knew that it was them that had sent me that message.
Y'all DM me later about my.
Okay, and now the Scissor Sisters page comes up, right? I'm on Keys Live. They come into the chat. I go to it, and I had a very visceral reaction to it. It was overwhelmingly homophobic. And yeah, so obviously my most recent interaction problem had been with Chewy and Rose. I got what I thought was a homophobic message from Chewy and Rose, and now a homophobic troll page pops up. So for me, when trying to find who it was, my first thought is probably Chewy and Rose, right? Never said that they were it. I mean, until now, I know that they were, but never said that they were, but I was inclined to believe it was them. So whenever we first looked at it, and it is a recycled account, but when we first looked at it, there was 3 followers, and it was Joyful, TikTok Hannah, and this account called Pearls and Peds. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. So, and I said that on live. There's probably a recording of it. I probably have a recording of it because I said it on Keys Live. I was like, I'm going to fucking call these people out who are following it. I know Hannah got very upset. Joyful got very upset. I'm sorry. They said that they didn't follow it for that reason, blah, blah, blah. Fine. But the reason why I'm mentioning that, so it had 3 followers. When you click on that Pearls and Peds, it's a snake and reptile breeder, right? And it's got like 20,000 followers. I'm like, why is that page following Scissor Sisters, right? One of the 3 people. But I'm like, well, if the page was recycled, most likely it followed it whenever it was the previous thing, right? So then I checked. So they were both following each other. They were mutual. And then like the next day I looked and it was no longer following them. And I was like, okay, so, but they were still following it. So I'm like, whoever this is had to actively go into this account and unfollow it to separate themselves from it. That was that Pearl Place on their TikTok say they are from Houston, Texas. I had just had the conversation with Chewy and he said that they were from, not where they live. He was from Texas and that's why he could say the N-word. I knew that Sparky and him were friends, They were on the outs. We had bonded at this point over being accused of going after them. So we had talked and messaged a few times. So I messaged her and thought she would be the one to know. And I said, do you know what city in Texas they are from? And she sent me the header of the Facebook and it said Austin. So that actually was like, okay, that doesn't track, right? It's not, because they're apparently very far from each other. That is all that Sparky sent me. I didn't do anything else with the information that she sent me. But because I was very vocal about what was going on, I got a message from someone, and no, I will never fucking say who it is. I will never, ever, ever put someone out, just like I wouldn't put out fucking Bayou Bell for doxing me. She fucking doxed me, okay? I wouldn't have said her name because I know she did it for Chewy and Rose. I know she fucking did. So yes, I'm sorry, I have integrity and I won't fucking out people. If I give you my fucking word that I won't, I will not. Somebody messaged me that fucking homophobic video and said, you're on the fucking right track. This is on their Facebook. It is not Rose's name on here. If I looked at it, I wouldn't know that was Rose, right? It's not her name. I don't know her last name. It is not Rose. So I'm like, I have to call this out. This is the most fucking disgusting thing that I've ever seen. But how do I do that if I can't even prove it's them? And again, now I've got the Scissor Sisters page that I feel is homophobic, the message from Rose that is fucking homophobic, and now I'm seeing this fucking post is absolutely fucking homophobic. The most fucking homophobic thing I've ever seen in my life. So I went to the Facebook to confirm that it was Rose and Chewy that fucking posted it, because I wasn't about to get up on this internet and accuse anyone of doing that vile fucking shit without knowing 100% it was them. I scrolled back until the post from September 2025, which at that point I think was maybe 6 or 7 months prior. It was the same week that Charlie Kirk had been unalived. They didn't just have that post. I believe they had 4 or 5 other posts in a row, all homophobic in nature. No captions. No indication that it's for debate purposes. The video, the most horrific one, was posted from a reel. Reels are like your TikTok algorithm. You are shown what you are interested in, what you like, what you interact with, okay? There was other photos on that page. Obviously, if it was just Rose, I still wouldn't have been able to say, oh, it's them, because I don't know what Rose looks like, right? Nobody does. Chewy's on there, okay? So I'm like, okay, this is definitely them. I took just the homophobic posts and I got the fuck out of there. I took no other fucking information whatsoever. Got out, and I knew I had the proof. The next day, because people say that I sat on their Facebook for months. No, the very next day, I went on Mandyland's panel. And as I said, I've been asking for over a week to talk to them about the post the message they had sent me saying I needed some D. And they were in the chat. I finally see them both in the chat. I'd never seen them because I don't really, frequent Mandylands. So I was like, oh, good, Rose and Chewy. Oh, and by the way, I messaged Ann too. Trying to reach out to them. So I have proof that I was actively trying to talk to them like adults. I said, oh, Rose and Chewy are here. Why don't you guys come up and talk? And I'm not sure exactly what transpired. It kind of went out of control. And I was like, well, because I want to talk to them about being fucking homophobic. And they all screamed at me, told me you can't say that without proof. And I'm like, no, guys, I fucking have proof. Everybody screamed at me. In the chat, I saw DJ Jeanette and Jessica Ann said, get out of here. They won't let you talk. We'll go live for you. So I got out. Jeanette had messaged me, I think, and said, do you want me to go live? I opened that message. And by the time I did that, I saw Jessica Ann was live. So I went in there. It was not a setup. It was just the person who went live first. So I went on the live. I explained everything that happened. It was a very long live. It was a very emotional live. My story has never changed from that live until now. I don't know what's exactly pertinent throughout this, but I know that Chewy and Rose would not come in there, and I kept asking them to. While I was on that panel and we had talked for a while, I was getting like 20, 30 invites to come to, I believe it was Cook's Live. So I got off the panel there, and I even say, guys, I think Chewy and Rose might be over there. Let me get off and I'll go over there. So again, even knowing what they were doing, I knew that they, like, we still needed to have a talk. It was not that. And it's where they say that I said that I have pictures of their children, which never happened. So, but the thing is it one little thing turns into another. And whenever you have somebody who is actively trying to manipulate and con a mass of people, you have to unfortunately like be on guard and understand what these people are doing. So okay, I'm just gonna stop rambling. So, okay, I don't want to play. Hold on. I don't want you guys. It's a stupid song. You're not going to want to see. Oh, so when he was, I'm showing that, that page Rose was following. And this was just like in the first 2 days the page was up. She followed it and she reposted every single post that was on it. Every single one. Chewy, I don't think followed it. Oh, Chewy, I don't think followed it, but he also reposted a bunch of the posts. And then then they both unfollowed it. Like they almost didn't want to get, like, I don't know, caught being the ones that were following it. I don't know, because they were implicated. I don't know, because maybe they did it. So that happened. And then okay, so now remember, it was like 2 days later that they had the I'm sorry, or not I'm sorry, but explanation live, right? Oh, sorry. And I just want to mention this too. I forgot this part. So the day that I was on Jessica Ann's panel, I mentioned that I was told before I had ever called them homophobic, anything, Psychonic had a private live. And I was told by multiple people that Rose was on that live and said that I called Chewy a P3DO and I doxed him. Now, at this point, all we had was that argument, right? But what they say now is that the reason why their page was taken down was they determined illegal activity outside of the app was him being a P3DO. Therefore, I took his page down. I called him a P3DO and somehow I doxed him. I don't know even how that happened, but that's what she said. I could never get a clip of that live, but it absolutely happened. Well, I mean, I was absolutely told that. So they were already, before I even called them homophobic, were lying on me, all fucking ready. Let me see. This is whenever I was on Jessica Ann's panel. That was on the 15th. So like I said, then they had their explanation live, and I just need to point out these things in case you guys didn't notice. I've said this repeatedly. He would not go on camera. Again, manipulators know about body language and all of that. So he would not go on camera, but he did as soon as he was done with the explanation. You had like papers rustling. You could tell that he was like working from a script, and that has been confirmed by the people who were supporting him at the time, that the night before they were all helping him on what he was going to say. They kept saying it was because of their anniversary, just like right now, how they won't just get on a panel and address it. They wouldn't address it back then either, because they can't, because they know they're wrong. So they have to wait. They see how the community is reacting, whatever explanation or excuse they're giving. And they're like, okay, let's pick that and run with it. Right. So that's I guess the debate purposes fucking shit came after. You can hear the paper rustling, whatever. And also you can go back and look at the chat, and anyone who asked, what did you put with that post that gave anyone any indication that it was for debate purposes, they were muted. Why would he mute them, guys? Like, that is probably all I should have needed to say. This is a clip from Jessica Ann's page, I think.
I've never doxed them. I've never,
Hold on, let me get back.
He said that I called him racist as well. I never did that. I just said he said the N-word and I didn't like it. A lot of people don't like it.
Okay. And then upon their demand, and Conspiracy actually made a fucking video about this, and fucking thank you, Conspiracy. Thank you. I even said it's so fucking sad that somebody I don't know is standing up for me. And my friends are telling me I deserved it. My ex-friends are telling me I deserved it. So they were demanding that I send proof. They said that that I made up the page, that I did this to set them up. Rose, like we know now, told Conspiracy that it was definitely not her page. She hasn't posted on any social media other than TikTok since January, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to, because they're demanding proof. And I'm like, oh my God, you can hear it. You can hear it on the live. And I'm like, how am I going to prove it? It's not her name. And if I give you it, I'm technically doxing her, but it's not going to confirm anything because it's not her name on here. So how do I confirm it? And I'm literally sitting here like, guys, what do I do? And so somehow we determined like, we'll send a picture of them, whatever, or like somehow proving that it's them. So I get off and I go in my phone and I realize I didn't even take any fucking photos of them. And I have this too because I have the fucking screenshot and the metadata that says that I took it the day and the time that this all was happening. It's like May 15th at like 4:17 or some shit. So I go back to their Facebook to get proof that they are demanding, scrolling, just trying to see like what the most appropriate photo is. There's an AI photo of Chewy and Rose, both side profile, looking at each other, AI photo. I take a screenshot of that, clip Rose's AI image out, still knowing that these people, if allowed, would kill me on sight just because I'm a lesbian. I still respected her privacy enough to clip out her AI image, not that I was posting to the world, but that I was sending to Conspiracy. And I blocked out her name. She has made a whole entire fucking video confirming everything that I am saying right now. That is all I sent. As we know, Rose blocked her. And okay. So anyway, then Bayou Bell messaged me and said, because I said, if anybody knows her personally, and they give permission, I'll send it with the name, whatever. But then I started thinking, I'm like, no, they're setting me up. So Bayou Bell had messaged me and said, I am Rose's personal friend. They gave me permission for you to send me the unedited proof. And I said, you know them? Your friend, you know her real name? And she said, yes, I do. And I said, well, then you can go to Facebook, you can type in her name and you can see it for yourself. I am not going to dox her. I am not going to give you anybody's information. Even though you're telling me and Rose is saying it's fine, you go there and look at it. A few minutes later, she texted me and said, oh, wow. And I said, are you going to say it publicly that you saw it and you confirmed it was on their page? She blocked me. Okay. I'm playing the video to see what comes next. I'm sorry, going through this, I'm so disgusted. Okay, and then this is a clip. It's a little back, but this is a just a screenshot from the disgusting ass comments that were in his explanation live. Mimi says, just like when they were trying to take your page down. Then he takes the My Lunita account that he had originally sent me, the fucking homophobic, you need some D. He turned that page into an entire hate page about me. And he took multiple clips of me crying on the live, talking about what he'd done and made fun of them all, calling me a predator. This one in particular was really fucking terrible. It said, it was a part where I was explaining how it is difficult and it's really sad when you love people and you know that if they knew, they wouldn't accept you, or you think that, and how hard that is. And he took that and he clipped it and he put over the entire video, Sal's rejected by her family. Okay? He made this page. Yankee Cajun, all she had to do was stop and the hate campaign against certain people would have stopped. Stacy backup, to each their own, except Sal's, boo, tomato emojis. Slayer Wolf, not an F given. Phoenix Rising, I am bisexual and I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I have never been treated poorly because of my preference. Of course, I don't make my preference a part of my identity either. These are comments on that post from our fucking community, people who used to be my friends. Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm okay. Just one second. I'm just doing a minute. So including obviously, and you guys have all witnessed it, what has, transpired during all of this. The fake cry gets me, saying that I'm fake crying. That's great. How am I fake crying? But then also you're making fun of me crying because my family rejected me for being gay. I don't know. And how anybody thinks that that's not homophobic. Not sure, but I'm glad you all liked it and commented. Good job. Oh, Bayou Bell. Oh, cry me a river. Thanks, sweetheart. Mimi Lou. Laugh my ass off. Bev, when and where was this? Laugh out loud. You guys, awesome. So everybody knows what was going on. I went, to different panels because, these were my people. These were my friends. Like, they'll hear my side, right? Everyone I went to, the Boo Sal's thing would happen. I would get attacked in every chat that I went to. I went on, I believe it was Keisha's panel, and I know Wildbird was up there. Starlight was up there. And I said, yeah, I'll come up and talk, but I don't want to come up and argue. I don't want to be yelled at. Like, I just ask me questions, I'll answer them. As soon as I got up, I think Wildbird may have asked one question, and then everyone started to scream at me. And I remember I was like, you guys, you have to let me talk. And Puffy Anna said, you've talked enough, you fucking bitch. Paraphrasing. I dipped out. I said, no, this is fucking unproductive. You guys don't want to hear me. You just want to yell at me and tell me what happens. So I left. And I don't think, other than just a few times, I don't think I had another time to speak after that. So then, you guys know what's been, back and forth. I know that you guys think a lot of it was me. I can probably show you 100 hours of him going on and being disgusting about me. Shortly after he had the 2.5-hour rant. Disgusting rant, saying that I was doing this because I wanted to know I wanted his pee-pee, and I wanted to know what a real man felt like. Not homophobic at all.
Yeah.
Very nice that the community accepted this. And then Rose says she wants to be in the middle. That's what it is. She wants both of us. That's why she's doing this. Right? Okay. So yeah, community totally excused it. It was totally fine. Everybody, the whole narrative had turned into that I was attacking them and trying to take them down. I was causing the fucking, witch hunt against them, which if you paid attention, everybody was supporting them, not me. But whatever. So, and then they're in between, I'm so sorry, in between one of those things before all the homophobic stuff started, there was also the Katie Cakes live. That was another thing that he did not like about me, and he'll still say it to this day. Somebody stole his content. I recorded the live and I posted it. He took the live for me and he posted it because he got shut down, so he couldn't retrieve the live. I knew that people were going to want to see that Katie Cakes live. I asked Katie Cakes for her permission before I posted it and told her, I know it's personal. If there's anything you want me to take out, I will. I considered the person who it was about, but apparently he was upset because I didn't ask him. So okay, so now we're to Anna. So because this whole rhetoric that is everybody's put forward, I'm the bad guy. I dig into people. I look people up, and that's my MO. I wasn't aware of that, but that's what the community decided. So Anna perks up and she's like, oh, I can take this opportunity to get in there, right? So I see them on a panel one night, and she says to Shuey and Rose, oh, Miss Rose, I've been trying to get in touch with you for like a week now. And yeah, I have messages. I have all this stuff proving that she's the one that digs into people. Like we can prove it. Nobody would listen to me before, but they'll listen to me now. And Rose and Shuey were like, yeah, absolutely. Your platform, our platform, wherever you want to go, like we'll make sure you're safe. It'll be great, right? So I knew that was going to happen. Anna had me blocked, or I don't know. No, yeah, she had me blocked on this one. So I went on my backup, messaged her because I knew what I had sent. And I said, Anna, I do not give a shit. Show all the messages. Do not put out my personal info. I pray to God everybody knows about the fucking dress thing. I'll try to, in a nutshell, somebody in the community needed a dress. I wanted to give her mine. You couldn't send photos on TikTok. She was already talking to her behind, like off the app. So I sent her pictures of my dress to show to OG so I could give her my fucking dress. Okay, that's the only reason why she had my phone number or pictures of me. So I said, please do not give out any personal information. Show whatever messages you want. She blocked me. She goes live. I go in there. And I said, Anna, you're doxing me, because at the time she was showing the phone to the screen and it looked like it was my phone number at the top. And I was freaking out and I was like, Anna, you're fucking doxing me. She had already shown my photos first thing. And I'm like, please stop. You're fucking doxing me. What are you doing? They blocked me. So I'm freaking out. I'm messaging all the people that I can on her fucking panel, telling people, please go in there and fucking tell her to shut this shit down, have some fucking decency. Because I knew they were about to do it to Sarah too. And but then somebody had screen recorded it and sent me it and zoomed in, and they were like, it wasn't my phone number, it was my name. It just said like Sal's TikTok. So I was like, okay, all right, whatever. Let her do whatever she wants. If anybody listened to that live, I'm sorry, because it was so annoying. So it meant nothing. There was nothing. It was a nothing burger, and it was just painful to listen to. So I went ahead and I still have it. I posted me and Anna's messages. Why she was trying to say that she could justify that I dug into people was because I was looking for Ren 70. Everyone knew I was looking for Ren 70 on this app, actively on this app, because that person had planted a comment in Key's fucking live talking about Skip's kids, and everybody was going after Key and Anna, as a matter of fact, because Anna was her mod, because the comment was put in her chat. So I was like, let me fucking find out who Ren 70 is. Everyone knew that. She thought since I had that in the conversation that would be enough proof for them to think that that like it would, help them show that I was the bad one. She also showed Sarah's messages, which had nothing, and but she was nice enough to show Sarah's kids on live, which again, I've told everybody, nobody cares. So I'm saying, Anna, you're doxing me. I come in the live, and listen what she says, because she says that she didn't realize that it was me. I said, please let me up.
People that had part of all this drama. Miss Rose, I've been trying to get a hold of you for almost a week, right? About trying to get a hold of you, what time it would be good for me to give you these messages for several days already. Yeah. So I didn't just look at you the day before.
Rose and Chewy are both on panel with her.
Is that Sal's right there, Gift versus Converse?
Oh, if it is, get her out. Get her out. I don't want to go ahead and block her, please.
Oh, let me go into my little bag.
Yeah, that was Rose making fun of me as she was. Oh, then I showed a screenshot of her doxing her kids. Obviously, I covered it up. Okay, then we get to the apology, right? That everybody keeps saying, why didn't you just accept the apology? Why didn't you just let it go? He was heartfelt. It was great. Okay, so Casey May, she sent me the apology, and she was like, look, this is great. She made a whole fucking post about it. I'm looking at it on her the replay page or whatever. She on here on TikTok, and it says the Jib First Chronicles, let's heal the community. Chewy's heartfelt, sincere apology to Sal's. Casey May posted that, right? My friend Casey May. She sent it to me and she said, this is amazing. Look at this. Like, he's apologizing. She's like, maybe like this can all be over. And I said to her, well, we will see. A few other people asked me, do you think it's genuine? Well, we will see, right? The next morning, after the apology, I want this to end, all that. You guys have heard the apology. You haven't heard my shit, but you've heard his apology. The next morning, Rose is in Anna's chat saying hello and saying, thank you so much for doing that. She is disturbed. Well, I just did a clip, but I'll let you guys hear this.
That's what's good. I know well, she's disturbed because she always thought that I was never going to say the truth of what she would ask me. The thing is that I never gave her my phone number. She's trying to pretend I doxed her, and I didn't.
Okay. Then that evening, the day post-apology, she is in Chanel's chat. She is in the chat telling them to play a recording of me and Zombie Mom, which I think was actually the night before, which is probably why she was like resurrected it, because she was like, oh shit, I got more. Anna was a nothing burger, but this might be something. Me and Zombie Mom were on a live and we were talking, and she had said to me, I remember when I sent you that troll page, and I know you were genuinely shocked. I remember that. It was the troll page on here, the Rebecca Rose is a liar. Zombie Mom had sent me that and said, somebody doxed Rose. And I said, oh my God, oh, for fuck's sake, you got to be fucking kidding me, right? That's what she sent me, was the troll page. Well, Queen Rose was like, I can twist this into saying that she's the one who sent her the Facebook, right? So that's what she's telling them. I'm begging them, begging them to let me fucking up and explain. She is telling them where to play, the timestamp, everything. And Chanel at first was like, sorry, Sal, this isn't about you. This has something to do with Zombie Mom. Rose starts putting Zombie Mom and Sal's are predators in the chat. And I was like, so I started saying something, and I think it was Chanel was like, you're not going to disrespect Rose in my chat. I'm like, she just called me a fucking predator. Like, what the fuck? I have this posted too, actually. You can see me. I don't have it in this one, but you can see me going back and forth. Born was on the panel. I messaged her. Chanel, I messaged her. Zombie Mom came in, and I believe they muted her. We were like, this is wrong. She sent me the fucking troll page. She did not send me the Facebook. This is where shit gets fucking twisted. If you don't like the other side, get up and fucking speak. Let's fucking shut this shit down now. I go back in. I request up. Nanny says, no, sorry, we don't have any room. And then Nellie says, oh yeah, we must all be idiots. We just don't know anything. And then that became Zombie Mom gave me her fucking Facebook. Then that day, remember, we're still one day post apology. Rose puts on her story, Zombie Mom and Sal's are predators. And then the cycle continued. Every time I got on panel and spoke about them, I was trying to fucking defend myself, and no one would listen. I definitely got petty as far as Mimi saying I posted photos from inside of her home. That is untrue. There are many things that this man has done to me, but one of the first things that he did was every time I would change my profile photo, he would take it and make it his, right? Anything that as soon as I did it too, immediately, within 10 minutes, he'd fucking do it. People would send me a screenshot. He'd be on fucking Audrey's panel, fucking 500 people in there with my profile photo. Sometimes he made it him with me sitting behind him on a bike, holding him like I like him, like we're boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Not homophobic at all. With my rainbow suit on. Not homophobic at all. So somebody, because everything is fucking public on TikTok, somebody sent me about a minute-long clip that Rose had accidentally gone live. Her house was fucking disgusting. There was cat shit all over the floor. She was stepping over trash. It was filthy. It was disgusting. So because they have been doing all the fucking shit that they were, I kept trying to fucking tell people, nobody would listen. I was like, you know what? I'm going to be petty. I'm going to play this fucking game too. I took a picture of the cat shit and I made that my profile photo. And I said, all right, let's see if he takes this one. And now it's turned into, I was inside of their house taking photos. And you guys all believe it. I have a clip where it says Zombie Mom and Sal snoop my Facebook. Predators. That was May 4th. The day after the apology. So that's pretty much the timeline until whatever has happened here recently. And he's, threatening to kill me. And Anna did not originally give him my information, I don't think, because the first contact that I had was the 28th.
Please don't make it.
I know there's probably some stuff that I'm missing, but yeah, he was doing the things that he could do whenever he didn't have my information to taunt me and talk shit about me. And we've realized too that apparently very late night is whenever he was giving his rants. If he does post his lives, he cuts the parts out. I have someone who can still get his lives. I'm not recording them. So they do send them to me for evidence purposes, and I will go through and search my name, and I sometimes can't even fucking get through it because it's so disgusting, or just because I can't fucking listen to him talk. And I've tried to make posts, and they say that I won't stop talking about them, but I literally stopped for a week, and I made a compilation of 4 days in a row that he kept talking about me. And one of those days was the grape comment, and I hadn't commented on them in a week. So what am I supposed to do, right? Just fucking keep taking it? Or, oh, okay, I'm sorry. The reason why I started being vocal again was I started getting contacted, and then I saw my dog as his profile photo, which he says he got from my Twitter, which is absolutely false. And I'll explain why he said that. It's absolutely false. So I see my dog's photo. I'm getting messages. I'm like, he has my information. She gave him my fucking phone number. He has it. Not going to call it out because he's baiting me. That's what he wants me to do. So I knew that they were planning on doxing me. I knew that they were just waiting for me to do something where they would be justified. He literally said if he doxed me, he would gain followers. So they just needed a little something. So I preemptively held alive one time and played clips, right? Of the things that he has said, different things, not even, I mean, it's like probably 2% of what has actually happened. Kmac was there. They were streaming us. So as we were playing the clips, Chewy was playing whatever, he was streaming us, and that's whenever he doubled down and said, absolutely, he would have his way with me if I came to his home, even though I never threatened that. So I'm playing this, and I said, I didn't say that I know that they have my information. I said, I can tell that something's about to come. I want to do this preemptively. So when it happens and they get doxxed again or something happens to them, people understand that I'm telling you now, I see that they are building up to do something. So please pay attention to what is going to happen, right? And I was not wrong, because then the day that I started getting the messages, I believe it was, Rose got doxxed again. And okay, I won't even go through that whole thing. That's neither here nor there. I have my suspicions of who did it. But yeah.
Suspicious.
Right, very, very suspicious. Yeah. So for anybody who thinks it was just one dog, and the reason why he knew it was deceased, because that's what I heard Rose say was, well, she said it was her deceased dog. He knew she was deceased because my ex-wife would always post like, goodbye rainbow dogs. I didn't say she was deceased for years, but Chewy did, because he knows. He also made his backup, again, the original My Lunita, that sent me the D comment, that made a hate page about me. He changed that into my Twitter handle. The profile photo was of my other deceased dog. There was a post on it of my profile photo from Twitter with the song One Way or Another, I'm Gonna Get You. Yeah, hilarious, Kai, right? Sorry, I shouldn't make that dig, but you guys all did fucking laugh at me whenever I tried to tell you the story. So, yeah, hilarious. So I'm seeing all this. I know it's coming. Then he starts making comments in his lives, slyly saying my email address. My Twitter handle is Just Let Her Breathe. And he would be talking about me, and he'd be like, God, woman, just stop talking for a second. Just let her breathe. So all sorts of these little innuendos that you guys would never know, you would never notice. And then as he's on live, he's rotating pictures, and he puts up the picture of my mother-in-law's dead dog. And somebody asked him and said, oh, that dog's cute, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, that's my mom's dog. So you guys are all sitting there like the innocent people who didn't know about all this, thinking that you're there and you're doing, something productive that you're interested in, that you think is noble. And there he is being a fucking creep. And it's just continuing. And he's laughing at all you guys because he's so smart and nobody will catch on. And he knows that I know, and he's scaring the shit out of me, right? So then we pretty much get to them reaching out. Wait, am I missing anything? Then we get to them reaching out to me and giving me the Discord call. And there we are. I may have missed some points. If you guys have any questions, I'm sorry. It was very long-winded, but it's very detailed. This isn't just what they have tried to portray that it is. And I have to keep saying, you will not find a clip where I threaten them. I was petty about the fucking house shit. But considering what they were doing, I didn't know what the fuck else to do. Like, yes, I definitely got petty. I definitely said the fucking cat shit comments. But I am not apologizing for anything else that I did in this situation. And I am not going to say I was wrong. They were homophobic. That man is a monster. That man is exactly the man that I tried to tell you guys about 4 months ago. No normal human post that on their page for any reason who's not homophobic. Not a debate. If you wanted to debate, you would go to a private room and pull it up and say, let's watch this. You would never post it publicly on your family's Facebook. It was liked and it was loved. Okay. The other post around it, we're talking about how Jeffree Star agrees. And they love doing that. They love siding with, like Donald Trump. They love siding with the gays that agree with their agenda, right? So Jeffree Star doesn't think that transgender people should use, the bathroom of their choice. So they have that post, which makes them like, we're not homophobic because Jeffree Star says it. And then the other one was the Kansas City Chiefs were outline any rainbow flags, and they have the rainbow flag with an X over top of it. Not homophobic at all, right? No caption with it. Posted it twice. Not homophobic at all. Excuse me, sorry. So anyway, I had a point. I just forgot. But yeah. Like I said, I'm sure there's more that I'm forgetting. If I think about it as I'm going, I will say whatever. But like I said, everything that I've claimed, I can show you guys video, fucking text, everything, every fucking thing. You will never find me threaten them. As the worst that I did was say, clean up the cat shit in your house. Homophobic and misogynistic are not attacks. That is my opinion of them, and I'm not wrong. And I wish you guys would have listened to me 4 months ago, because that is the man who thinks that we should celebrate giving a 13-year-old an automatic pew-pew and to go around and shoot gay and transgender people on site because they're demons. That is the man you guys have been protecting and defending and shitting on me for the last 4 months. And then I play you guys a fucking clip letting you know what kind of a monster he is. And I'm told I pushed him to it.
By Mimi and by Dank and by Judy, apparently. And anybody that can say that, stay the fuck away from me. So when Sal's is ready, we're going to start letting people up one at a time. Crystal's going to control the panel, and we're going to try and do this in an orderly way to where she's not overwhelmed with a bunch of people just yelling at her and trying to get answers or whatever. That way we can ask her questions, show her love and support, and go forward from there. We love you, Sals.
Thank you. Thank you guys all for listening. I'm sorry if it was annoying, but if it was, you could have left. So, and if you didn't want to listen, just don't speak on it anymore. That's all I ask.
I can't stay. Hey, I can't stay. I have information coming to me while you guys were talking, and I'm going to sit in it for a minute because people are afraid right now because they've taken these threats seriously. But I'm telling you, I'm going live later, and I'm not trying to derail your live, Kmac, but I need to figure out how I'm going to handle it, because if you think this is something, this doesn't scratch the surface, people. And I'm sitting here appalled that on an app on social media that people would go to the lengths they would go to destroy someone's life. For what? For what? Wait, didn't we start out with the Gypsy Rose crime case here? You people, I'm telling you. It makes me almost consider leaving, but I'm just too stubborn. It makes me want to say, fuck this noise and get out of here. It's too far. It's too much.
Sheena, is everybody okay?
Yeah, I need a minute, guys.
Okay,
I need a minute on this. I really do. I'm just glad, Sal's, that call came out when it did.
Oh, God.
Glad it did.
Okay.
Me too.
I love y'all. I'm going to go jump in the shower and just chill my brain out.
Love you too, Sheena.
Love y'all.
I really do love Sheena. I'm just saying that.
I think
she's
too,
so
and I don't see her
amazing.
concerned like that very often. That really
Never,
scares me.
yeah.
This is my point, guys. This is why I was saying it's so important. And you guys think, oh, it's just TikTok, it's no big deal. But like literally, I could have been driven to unalive myself. He was emboldened to come and unalive me because you guys all apologized to him. You guys made it okay for what he was doing. No one said anything whenever he said any of the words that he said to me because I pushed him to it. Do you guys see what is wrong with this community, with this world? We are people behind here, and we are really affected by the words and the actions of us, like on this app. And I get like an argument, I get being petty, but when you keep pushing and it's literally 300 or 400 people against one that you won't even fucking listen to for a minute, what are you doing to them? Like, imagine what you enabled a monster. And the next one could be worse. The next one that you guys do this to could be worse. Or it could be him and he could do worse. Because you guys all tell him it's good. He's right. Defend your family. Has anyone ever heard me say anything about his family, his home, his children? Nothing. Never.
And that was my whole point with Mimi, is because she is the one that has been so vocally loud supporting him. And I was just using her own analogy against her, basically. I was saying, so you're saying that if we turn it around and put you in Sal's position, that your DV abuser, that you pushed him. I wasn't trying to say she deserved it or anything. I'm just using her own analogy, right? I mean, can y'all understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely. And she's absolutely lying. I would literally lay down my life right now. That is her sibling. That is the same fucking genetic wrinkle. Sorry. That's the kind of monster that she is. She will get up here, cry to you, tell you that is from DV, just so she can get you to not like the person she doesn't want you to like and care about her more. Oh, and send her gifts.
Well, and I just fell for it, so I'm sorry, Louise. Go ahead.
Sorry, Kmac. Can I just jump up and quickly say, she's also missing out, Sal's, the fact that they were on a live, sort of like dropping hints about the image of Sal's, what they come across, and I actually found a page where they fully doxed Sal's picture from one of our social medias.
What?
Please don't say it. Can you just message it to me?
I'm not going to obviously obviously I'm not going to say anything, but they did dox a photo of Sal's, what they had, so I just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Sal's.
Oh no, it's okay. I told you I'm not ashamed of anything. Like, they were probably jealous when they saw my fucking Facebook page, or my wife's Facebook page. Let me say that. Oh, and let me be clear about that. So, they are trying to say, well, they're going to tell you that it's justified because I went to their Facebook. They can go to my Facebook. They can take my images off of my social media, right? So that's why he said in that call, I took the pictures of her dogs from her Twitter. That is a lie. I never had any photos other than my profile photo on Twitter. Never posted any photos. I may have reposted a Pepsi thing or something, like an image, but never had any of my personal photos on Twitter. He's doing that because if anybody says, well, why did you go to the wife's page? Right? Why did you take images from the wife's page? So he's like, oh, I got the dogs because from the Twitter page. And that's why Rose is so emphasizing, I saw the dress. I saw the wife. I saw the rabbi, because she is just letting you guys know that she only looked at it, right? Mm-hmm. I was married, 11 years ago. We had been together for 15 years. So if she saw my dress, you guys are so freaked out about me going back 8 months, right? 6 months, 8 months. They went back 15 years. Wow. Right? 15 years. And I know that there's people on this app that do have my photo. So he absolutely not only took pictures of my dog off of my ex-wife's fucking Facebook, he also took pictures of me. And I'm sure they have all of them, to be quite frank with you. But I hope they look at them and wish what their life was. So
I just wanted to tell you,
I hope it makes them feel very sad inside. Sorry.
Hi, Marley.
I just wanted to tell you that I always believed you and I love you and I hate when you're sad.
No, it's okay. I'm okay. I'm going through the different stages, and no, I'm okay right now. And I have to say that I keep focusing on all the negative, but there has been so many positives, many people on both sides have stuck by me and believed me and listened and or at least didn't participate in all the fuckery. So please, whenever I say you all, if the shoe fits, right? Like if you guys didn't, I am not saying that about you.
I know.
I seriously, Marley. Oh my god! And did you see that they both flew and then they came back? They both flew back. Oh my god!
And
She's my little sister.
They chased they chased their son away from last year because the son keeps coming back to the nest.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'll send you the video.
Oh, please do. Yeah, I didn't know that. I've been obviously consumed, so I haven't been watching them as much.
Okay,
I was just happy. No, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, I love Kmac and Sal, so.
I love Marley.
I love Marley too.
And I love Sal's too.
Marley's amazing. Yes, and I love Kmac too.
Okay. Well, hang in there, okay?
Thank you, dear. I swear, as much as hate as I'm describing right now, so much more love has come out of this. And I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, so fucking much more. It's like, sometimes it's like hard to like take it all in because there's been so much fucking support. And that makes me thankful. But we still can't stop pointing out how bad the bad was. Because otherwise it's never going to change.
Yeah, because people don't know. People honestly, like, they're shocked to find out. Like, for example, Susan and Cooks. I know they did not know. They really didn't know. They didn't know how bad it was. And people didn't know what to believe. That was another thing. Like, it was like, well, like, because you've got people out there like Mimi saying, well, she pushed them, and Dank, and saying, well, she deserved it because she pushed it. She started it. And then Judy, you know, you've got people like that making the waters muddy. And so people don't know what to think. So we want to clear that today and make sure that you do know what to think. You know exactly what happened from the start to the end. And if you have any questions, then now's the time to ask her. Sorry, I'm eating.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It's starting to thunder here. My dog's freaking out. Between the thunder and the freaking fireworks.
Oh, God, that's a lot.
And then, like, after it happens, like 2 days after, she gets the anxiety shits. So it's going to happen. It's coming. I know, it's coming.
Yeah, where's Key? Does Key want to come up and talk? As she left?
Could you message me, Bayou Bell? Is it, like, should I check, like, right now? Shit. Fucking, like, how fucking far is this going to go, guys? I love you too, Sparky. I love you too. I'm sorry that you got drug into this. But do you guys see, though, like, the pattern? That's why whenever I was originally going through the timeline thing, I was like, I didn't realize until I was, like, putting it together just how much Mimi had a hand in all of this. I didn't say she did everything, but just how much she had a hand in all of this and was motivating and behind the scenes, telling them, encouraging them, and picking all the people that didn't like her and spoke up against her. She was telling Chewy and Rose, these are bad people. Stay away, you know? They're out to get you. Hi, Barry.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me? I have my headphones in. I can take them out if I need to.
No, you can hear you.
Okay. I want to come up and kind of give like a preface because I didn't doubt you, Sals, just because I used to follow them and I used to be in their lives. And I've heard the way he talks. And I've brought this up before because my dad is extremely religious and homophobic. And just the rhetoric and things he said were things my dad has said. So I didn't doubt you at all. And then I also wanted to ask if you guys remember anything that was going on with them and Starlight, because that's when I stopped following them and stopped hanging around them because of how they moved with the Starlight thing and the Google Doc password change or whatever.
That was crazy.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was crazy. In fact, Sal's came to Starlight's defense, and then, I'm sorry, but Starlight kind of acted like an asshole after that to me.
This was all before, well, I guess it was kind of going on around the same time. To my knowledge, this was before the Sal's stuff, because I didn't know anything was going on with Sal's yet at this point that they held this live, because the Google Doc password had changed. Like, This has
Yeah.
happened twice. This was the first time. This was months and months ago.
Yeah,
And
she defended them. She was like, or she defended Starlight and basically said, "Hey, Starlight's an OG. Let's give her more respect than this." Blah blah blah. And then I think literally Starlight turned right around and was just like, unkind. I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was unkind. And I remember talking to Sal's after the fact, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" You know? Yeah.
I don't remember. I know that they were holding alive because the password got changed, and like the Emma Rose pass, like no one knows what the Emma Rose email Facebook stuff is, messages, and now Starlight's going live to talk about it. Wonder how she got it. Like they kept making all these statements that insinuated Starlight was the one that changed the password. And then I'm like, how do you can't just accuse somebody of doing that. And they're like, we're not accusing her. I'm like, well, you clearly are. Like, you're making it sound like it. You're watching her live when you never watch her live to see what she talks about because all of a sudden the password changed and she's the one that pops up. Like, they just had this, like, mentality. They were giving off on the live that they were accusing her. And then when I called them out for that, we got into a fight on my friend's live because she called me out from the chat. She was on my friend Renee's live. And she's like, Barry, I have a bone to pick with you because you said we were calling out Starlight when we weren't. And they like put their tail between their legs and backed out and said that they never said that. I was like, I was there. Like, it's not like this is hearsay. Like, I was in your live. I was one of the people that got the impression you were accusing Starlight. And then when Starlight shows up and asks what's going on, because everybody's sending her this live, I'm not the only person that got that impression. You know, everyone was sending Starlight that live. And then she showed up and was like, what's going on? Like, oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. So that's just how they are. And so then when the Sal stuff came up and they were exposed for their homophobic video, and then people like me are asking, why was there no caption? Like, how is this sparking a debate when there's not like hey, what do you think of this? Or how horrible does this sound? Like, there's nothing to debate it to get people to see who is in your life. Like, for what? To see who in your life is a horrible person so then you can, I don't, that's the only reason I would want to know, like, to post it to see who's a douchebag and like not be friends with them because they like this content. I don't know, like, what would you post that for? And so I got muted for asking that, and so then I blocked them. I blocked
Bailey was
them.
one of the ones, yeah, but she wasn't the only one because I saw other people come in and go, "Why are we getting muted just for asking a straightforward, respectful question?"
Yeah, I saw MLF ask the question. That was before I knew who they were. Like, that was the first time I ever saw them. They asked the question, they got muted, and I was like, wow, so people are getting muted for asking that question? That's crazy. Where's the caption? And then I got muted.
Wow.
If they had nothing to hide. I mean, like, if it was me or anyone, think about it, like, and somebody was like, hey, we found this really, awful, terrible post, and you didn't do it, or why you posted it, I jump on and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Show me this shit. Let's figure this out,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be like, it's our anniversary, we'll talk. And they were in every chat that I was in that day, and it has been confirmed to me that they were listening to everything that day. They weren't having their anniversary. They were listening to everything, and trying to figure out how they were going to respond.
Of course they were.
That's why he didn't show his face. That is 100% why he didn't show his face. He was hiding, because that's why I was there to see, like, because I'm just like a human lie detector. You don't want to lie to me because I just can tell when someone's lying. It's better in person, you know what I mean? Like, so I was, I was gonna see if I could tell, but he had a potato filter on. I'm like, okay, cool. So that automatically tells me you're here to give me some bullshit because you don't care. You don't care. This is a funny joke to you because you put this stupid filter on. Like, this is serious, in my opinion, and here you are making it a laughable joke about it. Like, no, that's not cool.
I have questions for like our community. And like, why did they go so hard and believe Rose and Chewy and not Sal's? Because, okay, Sal's and Rose and Chewy and I all came vocal starting doing panels all at the same time, right? So I look at it as like an even playing field. Why is it that they automatically went and took their side and not Sal's. Why is that? I want to know from people why they did that.
Can I say my opinion?
Yeah.
I think creators, well, people who hold lives were already, or who are on panels, already were pushing this negativity about Sal's, in my opinion. There were comments made here and there before this happened that Sal's just brings the drama. Sal's always has a clip to play. I don't know, like, it was just offhanded comments, but you get this vibe from the people that they're like, I think that, and then that happened, and it was just a reason to just not fuck with Sal's anymore. In my opinion, I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's what I
Well,
saw
and then you
happen.
have to think about the people like Mimi, and well, I think Naomi was around then, and those Pretzi. You know, there's
Oh
constant like
yeah.
people on panels saying she's doing this, she's doing that, like completely making shit straight the fuck up. Remember, there was a point that Pretzi said that I got her house raided, and but she was sleeping in the shower, like the most ridiculous things. And then of course the legacy thing, I know a lot of people didn't agree with there, but my intention was good. My intention was because I saw this man being disgusting, disrespectful, pop up, saying that he was something that he absolutely wasn't. And I didn't know why the fuck he was here, why he was doing. My intention was not to be mean to that man, because he's a man, but to get him, if he is a danger and if he is lying, get him the fuck away from us. And I get like people don't like what I did, but there are other people who did things as well. And none of them, actually, one of them is still damning me for it. And she looked him up further than I did. You know what I'm
Mimi has
saying?
done way worse things than you looking up Chewy and Rose's
She's
Facebook
done way
before
worse
you even
shit
looked
this
up Chewy
week.
and Rose's Facebook.
She's done worse this week. Like, come on. I can't. Oh, where'd you go, Steph Town? I don't know. Where's everybody? What's happening? I don't know what's happening.
I think Crystal's still wanting to do one at a time.
Oh, one
I
at
guess.
a time. Okay, sorry.
But I don't.
Had to say, so I just wanted to add like my little 2 cents about it, I
Oh, thank
guess.
you. Yeah.
But
Thank you,
I
Barry.
also wanted to come up. I tried coming up the other day. I was on my lunch break and I couldn't get a word in. I just wanted to say hi because I just miss you guys. I haven't been around. My shows are on, so
Hi.
I've just been preoccupied. But I'm glad that this is all coming out because
Me
I'm just
too.
happy for you.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'll let somebody else come up. She's running a strict show around here.
We don't fuck with
I
Crystal.
love it.
She's the
Okay, I
best.
know.
I know, I love
I'm
it. Okay,
so glad you're here.
Yeah, me too. Thank you, Barry, and thank you for always being there. She was always there through the entire thing for me.
I feel like for me, like, okay, honestly, this is a little bit vulnerable, but okay, so hold on just a second, Steph. So, like Sal's and I had fallen out, and then all of this kind of started after the fact. And I just wanted to make it very clear, like, if there was any way, shape, or form that I contributed to any of that, like, that's why I've gone so hard against it. That's why I speak out. That's why I want to give Sal's a very loud voice, and I want her to be able to have, her moment and be able to tell the truth and all of these things, because I think that there was a lot of chaos that was going on back then, and Pretzi was a part of the problem. I mean, she was, and I think that it needed to be. I don't think. Okay, I don't think any of that would have happened if whatever hadn't happened prior. Does that make sense? So I was trying to give Sal's the even playing field that she deserved to have from the beginning. And I don't feel like she had that, because I feel like she immediately had people that were attacking her, bigger creators, Quiche, for example. And I felt like that wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It wasn't a fair fight. When you're going up against somebody that's already established like that, it wasn't fair. So.
And they were the people I was closest to, which is really sad.
Same. Hey,
Oh yeah,
Steph.
no.
Hey,
More people can come up as long as I'm not going to get yelled at. I'm fine.
I want to
Okay.
thank you. I want to thank you for going through your whole story, and it answered a lot of my questions. To answer K-Mac's question, I think, like I thought yesterday, when you don't like somebody, it's easier to take that opposite side, regardless of what it is. Um, and I apologize for doing that. I was definitely one of those that automatically believed every word they said without proof. So I do apologize, and I hope you find peace in all this. I hope he gets help because he needs it. Uh, and if he don't, he needs a lot more help than he thinks he does, or I think he does, because that was definitely way too far. Uh, so again, thanks for telling your story, and I'm sorry I didn't listen to you before. Um, Hindsight is 2020 for a lot of people, and um, it's just easier to, when you don't like somebody, go against them for even the truth. So again, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I told you already. All's good. It's just to bring awareness to it. And I remember so many people were saying that in the chat because I was trying to explain this was I don't know, I think it was Keisha's or something. And I was trying to explain like, why people just are believing and they're like, we didn't like you before. And I'm like, that is my point. You didn't like me before, so you just convicted me
Yeah.
without
And,
and then tried to put evidence together later.
and Bourne said to say thank her for her as well. She said you might not see it in the chat, and she hugged and loved you.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to watch. No,
I
thank you,
know.
Lauren. I know she's been very sweet. Um, I really appreciate you guys. I mean, better late than never, right? Like
Absolutely.
we all have to do better. I'm sure I'm guilty of believing things about people too, just because somebody says so. And then that
Well,
person might be saying it because they heard it from somebody, and
and like I tried to say in Moon's chat earlier, that doesn't mean you have to like Sals. It doesn't mean you have to agree with everything she says. It doesn't. But wrong is wrong. And you don't have to like her after this. Or this might bring you to see her side of things. I don't know. But just because you don't like someone doesn't mean that this is acceptable. Period.
Can you see now that it was never like tit for tat, like it was all Schmadici?
I still think at the beginning, it started out like an even playing field, and then they just took it to the next level without Sal's going with them. I mean, the lies that they told on Sal's, that things that she did that she never did, the things that they said she did that they produced no proof of. I see that now as I mean, it was definitely at the beginning. It was banter at the beginning, and then I mean, Sal's kind of stopped. I mean, she still said her thing on the panels she went on, but that was just her. She did that even before this, but they just ran with shit, and I don't. That's wild to me now that
See, I don't think it's banter if you're calling somebody out for being homophobic. I don't know where the banter. What am I missing?
Well, I mean, I have a hard time because I'm not in the LGBT community. I don't ever want to speak for them or speak for someone else. Personally, if someone is homophobic, to me, that's their ignorance, and I put them in that category. But I can't fight that LGBT community because I'm not a part of that community, in my opinion. I know a lot of people do, and they take time to understand it and caress it and support it and die on heels for it, and that's great. I support anybody that does that. I personally can't or don't. I could, but I don't. Because I believe everyone has a entitled to be ignorant, I guess. And I just put them in that ignorant category and don't listen to them. They're just ignorant. So I try not to banish anyone for their personal beliefs as long as they're not spreading hate just but I realize now they were on sales, and everything now that I think about listening to her playback stuff, it was about her sexuality. And was it just based on that, or was it the fact that they just didn't like her and ran with it? If me and you were arguing, and I know, all right, when that whole forehead thing came about, and you know I love you, so you know I don't believe none of this. If I knew that's your Achilles heel and we're arguing, that's where I'm going to go every single time. Did they use that as her Achilles heel? Or, I mean, I know they're ignorant and they're not good people.
I think that is an issue that is like we all have issues that are very important to us. And I
Yeah.
think homophobia is something that is first and foremost something that she's dealt with, and she's sensitive to it. And I think
Absolutely.
that,
But if
you
I'm
know,
fighting with her and I know that's her Achilles heel, I know that's her sensitive side, if I'm arguing with her in the heat of the moment, that might be where I go. If I know someone's sensitive about being fat, I might go, you a fat, da da da. If I know someone's sensitive, if I know these things about people that I'm arguing with, you go to that Achilles heel. That's just in usually arguments in the heat of the moment. But they were almost manipulative about it the more I'm learning. And that's what I'm like, wow. That's what I'm seeing now that I didn't see then. If that makes sense. Sure.
Okay, to people that are saying both sides were wrong, it's that's so frustrating because so you have Sal's who confirmed that a Facebook was somebody's Facebook before she accused them of something, and then you have someone on the other hand who threatened to grape her. Like, Jaspercy, how is that equally wrong? How are they both? You when you say equal, okay, I'm not going to be condescending. Calm down, Brie. Okay, so equal is equal. There's no, that's the definite, the definition of equal. So that means you're putting them on a scale and you're weighing them equally. You're saying both sides are equally wrong. No, that is such BS, Jaspercy. I'm sorry, but it just is. I think that people that are saying that, it's their way of finally validating you while also trying to, how to justify how they've treated you. That's what I think. It's like an excuse. It's like a way to be able to validate you without holding themselves accountable for what they did to you.
Oh. Yeah, it's like somebody coming up and poking you, and then you pull out a gun and shoot them, and you say you were both wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't weigh out.
I don't agree with that. Bree, I didn't notice that was you with the blue hair. I have a question for Bree.
Okay.
What?
Bree, did you dye your hair blue? I haven't been here all weekend.
It's really like indigo. It's like a purple blue, but yeah.
Is it your hair or is it a wig? I'm just asking.
No, it's my hair.
Okay, I was just asking. I haven't been here since Friday, y'all. I have no idea what's happening. I'm trying to catch up. Okay,
Yes.
bye. Love you, bye.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Love you, bye. Sure.
Do you like it?
Sure. I haven't seen it.
Yes,
I just see it as your profile picture.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
It makes
Love you,
your
bye.
eyes look even bluer.
Kmac, do you mind if I just read
I will
something
say
out? What was posted on the Facebook, if that's all right?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Louise, what?
Do you mind if I just read something out, what they posted on the Facebook, if that's okay?
Is Facebook?
With Sal's, if it's okay.
It was on, this was on Rosa's Facebook. Obviously it was it's all posts regarding the LGBTQ communities and things, and she posted, ha ha ha, is this real? This is so comical. But on a real note, it is very sad how these Camilla supporters are behaving. Young and old, meltdown after meltdown. Why are y'all not acting like civil adults? You're acting like a 3-year-old having a tantrum. Grow up. Look at her. She is going to have a severe headache when she is done. Mental health is real and needs to be dealt with. And what rights are the LGBT community losing? And the women? Have a great day.
What?
Guys, that was posted. So that was a further back post on their FB. The Rebecca Rose is a Liar page. They found more than I did. Like I said, I went as far back as that post that I was looking for, and I left. They found more. Whoever that Rebecca Rose is, there was more, and like she just read, that was one of the captions.
But God
Oh, I do.
forbid we
I'm
read
so
something on a
sorry.
public Facebook. God forbid.
Right. I'm so sorry. I do want to say too, because I don't know if I clarified this. All those homophobic posts in that week of September about Charlie Kirk and everything, whatever. That was when, at that time, they had a person in custody who was transgender. That's who they thought unalived Charlie Kirk. So
I'm
that's
just curious
very
as well, Sals.
significant.
Why would she want to lie about the year? Was it what you posted them?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm just wondering, like, why did she also lie to people about the year when them posts were actually shared?
Exactly.
Because they were, I think they were trying to imply that I dug really deep to find it. And
Because
that
they were
was
trying to imply, Sals, as well, like, I think they're just basically liars. I mean, how can you see posts like that and not instantly think that they're homophobic?
correct.
Especially
Can you
given the fact that
imagine being like Slayer and all them that have been like Ride or Die and Princess, whatever, and all of them that have been like, oh my God, they need to hear this.
Well, Slay told me, Kmac, that apparently we all have thoughts about raping people and
Oh no,
the
I don't.
things what he said.
No.
Yep.
No, I
Apparently we
don't.
all think like that out of anger.
Well, I will say this. Like I said, I would, and I don't. I cannot gain respect back for Chewy. I've sat on it and stewed on it and listened to all sides. I think that he's in that category now that I don't think I could ever look at him differently now, other than this. But I would have had more respect for him had he come out and said, "Hey, I don't believe in gay people, and yeah, I would much rather someone come out and say, I just don't agree with it and move on." But to do this now, not thinking he was targeting Sal because of that, it's so hard not to think that now. So,
And Larry made a very good point. I want to point out that I thought they posted that for debates. So why would they care, or for debates? So why are people wrong for even going on their Facebook? Why is it
Exactly.
I mean, if it's for debates, it shouldn't matter, right? And also,
I'm sorry, but they did it to Sal's. So what's the difference? They did it to Sal's, and I mean, you look at obviously the Key situation. Look how close Key and Sal's were, and Sal's has did a hell of a lot less than the things what Mimi's did in this community. Yet she'll still kick it with Mimi.
I know. So Key can STF you, Key. I hope you can hear me.
You've got to think it's at the point where Sal's lost everybody what she was close with. She couldn't come up on panels. She couldn't even come in chats. It was that bad.
I know.
Can I ask Cells a question real quick, and then I'll drop down for somebody else?
Sure.
Cells, before like the whole, or around the time the whole like Facebook situation came up, did you also say that they were sending packages to your house and like you thought they were sending people to your house?
No, not during the Facebook time. This started on the 28th of last month. And I never specified what happened. I'm not going to. I am just saying that their contact was absolutely made. People actually went there because of that. Yes, absolutely. I had to change my phone number. That's absolutely, I can prove it. But that didn't happen until the 28th. So that's how of last month. So that's how I know, or I'm sorry, the month before, May 28th. So that's how I know that they didn't, and I think it was the live with Anna was May 1st. So I know that harassment and stuff would have started way sooner. So I think for whatever reason, she decided to give them my phone number. And the day, like I said, I think that either the day or the day after that they received it, they got doxxed again. And he was on a live. I have this too. And he was on a live saying, nobody is untouchable. Everybody has a digital footprint. Fuck around and find out you're just a drive away, like all this stuff. And because he knew he had my shit. So, and that's the day that I started getting contacted. You see what I'm saying? So all of it lines up. I'm getting contacted, they get doxxed. He starts saying, you know, everybody has a digital footprint. He would have said something before that, right? But it was that day he started speaking that he would be able to find me because he already had.
Is that after the 7-hour phone call?
The 7-hour phone call, no, it was, yeah, that was before. The 7-hour phone call, from my understanding, was July 13th. He also, so another thing about it, which discouraged them so much, is that 7-hour call, they were trying to get him to stop, calm down, apologize, whatever, just stop. And
you mean June 13th, right?
June 13th. Yes, I'm sorry. June 13th.
That's fine. I was like, okay, was that last
we're in
year?
July now. Okay.
Yeah.
June 13th. And I probably have the live. That's right. He doesn't post a live replays. But then, so they thought they had kind of gotten through to him after 7 hours, right? He got off and then went online for 4 more hours on live complaining about me. So 11 hours.
I can remember when obviously the Morbid had come out about everybody, obviously the tragedy pimping, and I remember Chewy obviously on his live saying, well, if that's the case, then I guess that's what we are, because they managed to buy a new laptop and everything through the gifts what they were obviously receiving off people. So when Mimi was live the other day, I was back and forth with Rose obviously in the comments. And I was saying to her, like, listen, obviously, at the least, you could at least come on panel, like, you over it to the people, put money in your pockets to come up and explain yourself. She wrote back to her, she said that they don't know people's shit. So for everyone what supported them, this is exactly what they think of yous.
Quick question, Sals. Would you be willing at all to like post the receipts about that stuff if you can?
Everything posted. I mean, I don't want to say everything. Everything that like, you know, validates everything that I said, but like him talking shit about me, I could probably give you guys 100 hours of it. So not everything is posted, but every point that I've made is posted. Absolutely.
Okay. Because I believe I had heard you say like they had sent a package or something to your house once, and that's why I was wondering like if there was like, you know, like the box with like their address or whatever scribbled out, and just like, you know,
no, they
whatever,
never sent me a
something
package.
like
They no people. They never sent me a package. No.
Okay, that's all I had to ask. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Can we go back to I want to hear why Jaspercy thinks y'all are equally wrong. Equally, because that's an important key word.
Me
How are
as
they
well.
equally wrong?
Equally nasty is what she told me. Both sides have been equally nasty.
I don't think I mean, if I said equally nasty, then I did, but that's not how I mean that. I think both, what I meant, and just let me say what I meant, because I'm not going to deny that I said that. I did say both sides have been, both sides have done stuff. That's what I meant. Well, I don't even think when I did say that, I don't think they're in proportion. I do not think they're in proportion now at all. And I think that's important. I think you've been understandably frustrated. And I do not think it's in proportion to what they've done.
But you did say that Sal's has been rude to people, and I don't think it's rudeness. I think Sal said she was rude, but I think it's frustration. Because imagine being invalidated for months by people, laughed at by people, gaslit by people. I mean, I would be pretty fucking rude too.
Not just that, but how's the rude coming out and being brave enough to openly speak about your community? Like, have you seen how many people in the LGBTQ community get killed daily off people like Chewy because of his beliefs?
So
if anything, I think Sal's is quite brave for speaking out. Look at the backlash what she received for it. I mean, it took this call to come out for everybody to sort of just be a little bit more understanding to the whole situation.
Definitely. That's what I'm trying to create awareness for. And I just saw Mimi come in here. I will not speak to her. If you put her on panel, I will leave.
Mimi ain't coming on my panel ever.
That is my boundary. Okay, well, if I just saw she came in.
Well,
so if any mods are wondering, nope. I will get the fuck
in
out.
fact, if anybody sees Mimi speak, you can mute her. I don't care.
I will say again that, and I was very guilty of this. when you don't like somebody, it's easier to not believe them. Um, and I just encourage people to. I don't encourage. I think going real life on anyone is wrong. We come on this app for different reasons, and but I don't care if you're a hula dancer and you identify as a toaster. If we laugh and cut up on panels and have decent conversations, more power. What?
Not trying to. I just maybe some people can say. I don't know. I just think like. Oh, you talking about like trans people? Is that what you're saying by like a toaster? If you identify as a toaster,
No, I just don't care what
Okay, I
people
just hate when people make
identify.
comparisons like that because no one is trying
No.
to pretend like to be a toaster.
No,
Okay.
exactly. That's why I make that comparison because I don't care what you identify as. Period. This is why I've never heard anybody identify as a toaster. That's why I use that terminology because it makes no difference to me.
I don't want no edits of you inside of a toaster, ma'am. So.
Oh well, this is true, but I'll be a toaster if y'all think I need
I'm just
to be
saying.
a toaster.
Remember when they compared it to being a cat, and that's where the cat heads came from.
Well, that's true. I know, but I'm just saying people are people, and I'm guilty. I forget people are human too, and I've learned a lot about myself on this app, and I hope others do.
And I think we also need to remember that not each of us is everyone's cup of tea, right? Some of us like each other, some of us don't, some of us get along on one level where we don't on another. Like, that's normal. It's okay. But this is separate from that. This is a human issue. This isn't about a case that we disagree about or a subject that we don't like or whatever, or a personality conflict. That's not what this is. That's the difference. And that's what people need to understand. And Mimi, I know you're in the comments, but I muted you. And you are absolutely a part of the problem.
She's a massive part of the problem. Like, I think Mimi sort of like the common denominator.
I think you wanted the drama. I'm sorry, Sal, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, as much as, I'm inclined, right, to blame Chewy and Rose for everything, like I said, I didn't realize until putting it all together just how much. I'm not saying you did everything, but she has a lot to do with a lot. She is in everybody's ears, motivating, manipulating, stirring the pot, pushing, and they're doing it now, guys. I haven't gotten to it yet. I spoke on it a little bit, but she was in Cajun Navy Jen's chat the day before yesterday, her and Jen hanging out. Then right after Jen was on Mimi's panel when Bayou Bell and them were
Lord.
Weird shit's afoot. That's why I asked her about why didn't she confront me in Key's chat, because she had said in Cajun Navy Jen's chat, why does Sal's know about my son's wife? I'm sorry. And then then Cajun Navy Jen is saying that I doxed her son. I'm not sure when. And she is coming up and saying that someone in my family or close friends contacted her. First she said around the billboard time. Now she's saying months and months ago. They contacted her to warn her about me. And she's had all of my information ever since. And I'm like, why? Oh, and remember I doxed her son. So I'm like, why? I don't get this. What is happening? What are they doing here? And then somebody said, is there any proof whatsoever that she went after their kids? And Cajun Navy Jen goes, well, she did to mine. And it clicked. And I'm like, they're setting it up. They're creating a history of me, like rewriting history to be like, this is her pattern. And then as long as everybody's screaming it, right? And like Jen and Mimi are coming together, right? And they hate each other and they're going to come together and tell you how terrible I am. That means that this got to be true, right? In this community, we would have remembered if somebody doxed Cajun Navy Jen's son, right? Like that never happened. And definitely didn't do it. So like, yeah. And also with Skip. Yep. I'm telling you you guys I know I sound crazy, but you have no idea how calculated all of this is. And it's to control the community. It's to keep the people that they want up, so they can keep getting the money and keep pushing the same creators and supporting the same creators. So it creates like that pyramid. And always remember, on a pyramid, who is at the top. I'm not going to go full on into my conspiracy theories because nobody wants to hear it. But do your due diligence. And
I
look
do
who is
later.
benefiting.
Just saying.
Yeah, who is benefiting and who is not benefiting, right? And like who's being pushed down. Like for instance, we'll just throw it out there. Becca Scoops sending those emails to
Oh
Tina
yeah.
under Sugarwoo and trying to manipulate and control the community, trying to get her to, publicly bash into the weeds and Audrey because that's her competition, right? And I've always said if she is doing that to people that are on the opposite side, what is she doing to people on this side that actually are inclined to help her? We've now seen what people will do to help Chewy and Rose. Imagine what Chewy and Rose would do to help Becca Scoops. I'm just throwing that out there. And let me also say on that point, there's a lot more, but on that point, her Sugarwoo account that was Becca Scoops was following 56 people. One of them was the Scissor Sisters page, my troll account. And somebody said the other day, they were like, well, maybe that page was recycled and she was following it before. And I thought I'm like, oh yeah, maybe. But then I remembered, no, it had 3 followers the first time I looked at it. And that was Hannah, Joyful, Pearls and Peds. So she followed it after it was created as Scissor Sisters. So think about that.
Well, I
And can we
started off
stop being
joking
so
the other day.
wishy-washy? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, sorry,
No, I'm
Brie,
gonna
you
shut
go
up.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
I started off obviously like having a joke with like a friend the other day about Mimi, cause she was messaging us and obviously she's been doing a hell of a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and I was like, well, like fuck it, let's just hold a surviving Mimi live and see how many people want to come forward and speak on their experiences and what she's done to them. And I think up to now there's about 16 or 17 people in the community what's in my inbox wanting to come forward and speak. So it just shows exactly what she's up to.
Wow.
And I think that
Wow.
anybody who panels, okay, so supposedly MTV is sponsoring a live from Pretzi, and Pretzi's going to be interviewing Chewy in a safe space. I think that Chewy can address this shit on his own live. I don't think that anyone needs to be like, I don't understand. I don't know why Pretzi thinks she's a interviewer or something, like a reporter, but she's not. And I think that, yeah, I think that Chewy, if he wants to address this, he should do it on his own live. Is how I believe, is what I believe. But that's my opinion. I don't think. I think we all know how he would address this anyway. Excuses. And another thing I was gonna say, is that I think that people also need to stop being wishy-washy about this. Like, Moonlight's tone when it comes to this changes every 5 minutes. I think that I don't know what it is about Chewy. I don't know what he does for you people that support him that make y'all like ride his fucking dick. But like, like what the fuck? Like it's wrong or it's right. Like there's no like, oh, both sides were wrong. No, Sal's did not threaten him. Sal's did not threaten to grape him. First of all, Sal's never talked about his family and went after his family the way they said it. And then that thing that they keep bringing up about showing pictures of her house. Not Sal's. Rose showed her own house on a live. So that's what that was. We didn't go to Zillow or some crazy ass shit like some people do and get pictures of the inside of her house. That was on her own live.
Yeah, I have a
Where the
point on that
cat
too. Sorry, go ahead. I was
where the
just going to
cat
say,
shit
I
was
meant to say that
shown,
earlier.
but
Yeah, the cat shit and how dirty the house was, right? Like I said, it was over a minute clip, right? And I posted a, still from it as my profile photo. If I was that vindictive, if I was inside of their house and wanted to expose them, have you guys ever seen that? Y'all ever seen that clip? The whole minute that she went
Never.
live?
no, we haven't showed
Nope.
it.
Nope. Because I never fucking put it out. I never posted it. If I was everything they said I was, it would have been everywhere.
That
I'm not
upsets
the
me
person
though
that they're
because like
saying.
when people are, like, and I'm obviously I'm not going to speak on people's children's, but like there's kids in that house and like it's just and animals, like it's cruel, like for your family to be living like that. Like get offline, clean your property up. Like it's disgusting because the picture what I seen, Sal's, it was absolutely horrific. Like how can you let your cat shit all over like that?
We're not talking about children.
Can I just say
No,
something
no,
and then
not
I'm
the
gonna hop
children.
down?
No. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that I don't think I understood like how deep the harassment kind of went. I didn't know that there was like posts being made. I didn't know there was like innuendos being said. And I don't think that's okay. I think that's really passive harassment. I shouldn't have made some sort of insinuation that there was a comparison between the two of you guys, and I'm sorry that I did. And I'm glad that you're okay, and I'm sorry that all of this has happened.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Conspiracy. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you.
I don't know when
Very kind of
Sheena's going live.
Yeah, I'm concerned about her. I didn't even realize it was almost 5 o'clock already. My goodness.
Do you know if it's like about Chewy or not, Brie, or is it
I
something
have no idea.
different?
Oh, I don't know. Bree, do you know?
No, what? Who's going
You
live?
know what? Sheena's going live. I don't know when though. I just want to say that I like Ashley and nobody better attack her for it, okay? I didn't want to like you, Ashley, but I do. God.
Ashley's cool.
I did not want to fucking like you.
Oh, I know. It's so annoying, isn't it?
You
Yeah,
left
it
last
is.
night before I got to your part where you were like, actually,
I fell
'cause-
asleep and then I woke up a little after, but I caught the replay. It's okay. Well, I didn't
okay,
catch the
good,
replay, but I saw it. I don't know if there
Yeah.
is a replay yet.
Ashley got
kinda
up.
miss-
Milky, I love you more. Don't worry.
I kind of missed last night because I got tired. So you played.
You left us too. I was like, where'd Kmac go?
I know. I mean, I crashed. So I'm wondering what I missed. Like, were you able to play the part where Mimi and Dank were saying that you deserved it and all that crap?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All of it where, yeah, they were saying, yeah, all of it, that I pushed him to the point, and it's the hypocrisy. It's always the hypocrisy. I can't do her voice, thank God. But yeah, no, it was, and then I just wanted people to see, not necessarily that they were supporting it, but I wanted them to see how they were supporting it immediately. And then once the community was like, or parts of the community that, you know, they follow were like, they were like, oh no, you're absolutely right. I like Rose and Chewy, but this isn't okay.
And what I want is
that's
if
what we
you
need to point
see,
out.
like, if you see Dank or Mimi today, like, I want every person to go up to them and say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How could you possibly ever say that to begin with? Because I really want to know. I want to know, like, did they only change their mind because they saw that the community was outraged? Because that's what it seems like to me. So it feels like a not genuine
And it's for
feeling.
different reasons, in my opinion. Like Dank and those, I don't want to say, well, yeah, those type of people, they're going to do it because they want to be accepted and, you know, they're going to go with the masses. Mimi, however, she is calculated and manipulative. So if she sees that that's what the, you know, the majority is going towards, she's going to lean into that, but then also somehow twist it so it can come back to the way that she wants it to be. Which I assume I heard that there's like our phone call was recorded, like mine and the girls' Discord call that we had. I don't know if you think that that's going to be some bombshell. All you're going to hear me say is, I want the. They asked Bayou Bell, what did she say? I want the truth out. That's what I want. I want everybody to know the truth. Was I saying I want you guys to get up there and tell them that Chewy and Rose are a piece of shit? No, I want the truth. All I said.
And I really think that there's something more evil about, like, I'm not giving Dank a pass, but I just think there's something very evil about Mimi. And I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's been a lot of speculation and things that I've heard, of course, over the months that I've been on here. And this just being, when I heard this most recent thing, I thought, you have got to be kidding. Like, people need to know this because she's all bragging and everything every day about having, you know, a gifting party and, you know, and people in the chat who have modded for her. I hope you don't. Like, I hope you don't. I hope we don't mod for people that are shit humans, I guess. And it goes beyond just not liking somebody or a personality thing, because I originally did like Mimi. I defended Mimi, and I was not right. Let's just say that. I wasn't right.
I think all of us started out that way because she is so like energetic, and there's something that draws you in.
Yeah, like a magnetic type of personality. Yeah. I naturally, you know, thought she was great and stuff, but there's something going on that I can't put my finger on. And I will tell you this.
The panels are alluring.
there's a
I
lot
think
of
it's one of the
speculation.
dramas. I wouldn't say she's necessarily like magnetic. I would say it's just because that's where all the action happens over on Mimi's.
Yeah. Well, and people, this is what I tried to convey to Key, but she can't hear me. But when I tried to convey to Key, when you put people like Mimi up on your platform, you're lowering your platform, right? You're lowering your platform. You're not raising it up, like expecting good people up there. And she's like, oh, well, I let anybody up there. That's not true. That's not true. And Key said something, and I hope she can hear this. I hope somebody can clip what I'm about to say and send it to her. She said something to me months ago whenever I was being drug and kind of bullied by Keish. And I held a live, and there were several people that came over that I didn't know that popped up on my panel that night. And then they all started kind of hanging out together, but I wasn't one of them. Like, I only held that one panel, and I did not go on anybody else's after that. But she called them the rejects, the group of rejects, over there with Mimi and all Pretzi and blah, 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 saying they were a bunch of rejects. And I've called her out on it since, but I saw her doing the same thing 2 nights ago. So now is she the reject? Like, I mean, that's my honest question. Like, if you thought Mimi and them were rejects back then, well, then what are you now? I mean, what are you now?
She was right around the time that all this happened, because remember, she was being like trying to get in with the FBI. Like, she was hanging out over on the panels with us. I'm not saying that I'm the FBI, but I was like already over there, and she was on panel, and she was like talking to Sheena, which we need to get back into that, Bree. We need to talk about that, but we were talking about Sheena and her health issues and stuff about Sheena.
Oh yes, I swear to God, I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah. I was talking to
I've
somebody about it.
been so emotional about that lately. So yes.
Yeah, I want us to focus on good things and making good changes.
We're gonna find Sheena a fucking liver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just while I'm talking about it, let me go ahead and just say it real quick. So, yeah, we're gonna try to see if we can start like a campaign on here. Not a GoFundMe.
Not a GoFundMe. Everybody, calm down.
Yeah,
I'm not part of this. I just want to ask who you guys were talking about. I got lost and completely missed who you guys were talking about just a second ago.
Key.
Oh, Mimi.
And Key.
Yeah. Mimi and Key. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't
Kai, do you
listening.
support
Bye.
Mimi? Do you support Mimi, Kai?
Have I ever been a Mimi friend? No, we bicker. What the fuck? I'm not
I
friends
was
with none of.
joking. You need to calm down.
Never. Looking like a blueberry and shit.
Bitch, it's purple.
Bitch. That looks pretty fucking blue to me. Are you colorblind?
It's indigo. It's indigo.
Indigo is blue.
It's bright blue, Bree.
Indigo has
Well,
nothing
the
to do with
color is
purple.
called African purple.
Hey, well then your profile picture, you're catfishing everybody because that's bright blue.
No,
Bye,
what
love
color
you.
is it?
Bree's
Scott
a
says it's.
catfisher.
Look,
Bye,
no,
love
Scott
you.
said it's blue too, but I'm just saying what the bottle says.
Well, I see Scott listens to me. I don't have pink hair. I have black and blue hair, you fucking weirdos.
I love
did
my
have
fucking
pink
hair. I
hair
don't give a
once.
fuck.
I think your
Hey.
hair looks very nice.
I think she looks like a blueberry. Bye.
Thank you.
Lovely.
I mean, my
Irish.
body might look like a blueberry, but not my head. Okay.
Y'all say hi to Lovely Irish. Did you mean to come up? Lovely Irish? Okay, I'll drop you. Come back if you want. Okay, moving on.
Okay, if I could just do a brief thing, and we are gonna make flyers and stuff, and maybe hold a live. So yeah, does Sheena need a piece or a whole liver? I think it's a piece, right? Because it regenerates. So she's at the point where her liver it cannot regenerate. So from her donor, she would just need a piece. Theirs would regrow, and then the part that they take from her or put in her would start to grow as well, because it's a healthy piece. So we were talking about it, and while we were talking about it one night, we were like, well, maybe we should do it, do a GoFundMe, which would be scary. Would we do that? But to just cover the cost for the person who's going to donate, right? Because that would be more enticing, because especially if people live all in a different state, then they want to donate, but they can't afford to get to her, right? So I found there's actually a government program that will pay up to $6,000 to the donor for travel, food, reimbursement for being off of work, up to $6,000. And it's got, like I said, it's a government program, and all you have to do is just be the one. I think they even cover like you to get tested. So what we have to find out, I believe, is her blood type. And there's a few other, like, there's like a checklist of what you have like to be qualified. But I think it would be really amazing, guys, if we could do that. Like, could you
Scott
imagine?
Scott said he wants to go get tested. I know that.
I
See?
would do it.
Yeah, the
Scott
liver
said he
will
would do it.
regenerate. So
I
all
just
it
would
would
have to
basically
know
take
what
is
the
your time, and you'd have a surgery, but like you'd get paid for it. So,
Yeah, she's A
like,
positive, I think.
she's A positive. Okay. Yeah, we're
I
gonna
would have
do
to
it.
know the
I know we've been talking
checklist to
about
make
it.
sure.
Wait, you do it then? What do you mean you do it then?
Wait,
I don't
me?
know. No, somebody said you do it then. I think you have to get tested.
Cherish.
No, I mean,
I
I
don't
think
know
it's a
how
great
why.
idea, you guys. I think that's an awesome idea, actually.
Is she being as rude as I think she's being?
I don't know.
I
was in and
okay,
out
all
of.
right. I'm sorry, I took it the wrong way. I thought she was saying like encouraging us. Okay, she's encouraging us, right? I'm gonna go with that.
There you go.
See, and Adrian, we never know. Like I said, I know that there's some criteria. I think you have to be like, your BMI has to be something. I think you have to be a non-smoker. So there is, qualifications that you have to have. But if you meet those, then the next step is, and you have the, a blood type that would work, compatible. Then the next step would just to be to go and get checked and
We have
whatever.
such a
to make
large
sure.
community that I really think that and because it doesn't have to be from this community, but like we want to do like kind of like a campaign type style thing, and like maybe somebody from outside this community will reach out. There's a lot of people that but we definitely
We can
want to do it.
also, like, if somebody would be willing to make a flyer or something, and that way we can all post it as well as do all of this to get the word out for the people that missed the lives and whatever. I'm sorry, Cherish, go ahead.
No, that's exactly what we wanted to do, Kmac. Thank you for saying that.
Cherish, you can talk. I'm sorry.
Maybe a billboard.
Oh yeah, my no, my microphone turned off. It was on and then it turned off. Shit. Okay, sorry. No, I was encouraging. I wasn't trying to be flippant or rude in any way. I was trying to be encouraging, but with context and stuff.
Of course.
It can't be read. Sorry.
Encouraging, but then it was like, oh, what do you mean you do it then? Like you were saying, like,
No,
if you want to have a liver,
you do it
it.
like everyone, like we all do it. Like Frig, like everyone get tested. I know how hard it is. Listen, I'm black, right? So, and as you know, we don't get as many donors when it comes to like illnesses. Like when you've got to donate for the children or even adults for liver or any other organs, it is way harder because not as many of us donate, and they say there's less of us. I think it's just less of us donate. Yeah, a lot of us want to keep our organs. We don't trust the medical system,
Yeah, that's understandable.
But for me, I've lost a grandchild and stuff. She was too young to donate. To be honest, though, thinking about it, I'm not sure if I would have wanted her to. But it wasn't my choice, not my child. But at the same time, it's a big decision. But at the same time, if you're going to save like 2-3 other people, and they're not just babies, these are like children of different ages and stuff. It's a lot.
We can do this though, you guys. We can. I believe women can move mountains.
Absolutely.
I really do.
Y'all, I mean, I know we all love Sheena here, but when I tell y'all, this is something that I cry about, so often. I cannot imagine Sheena not in my life. Oh, and so Sal's, I've been wanting to reach back out to you.
Fucking Sheena? Oh
Can
my
I
God.
butt in one more time? So what is this for? So Sheena needs an organ? What's going on?
Sheena needs a piece of liver.
She's a piece of liver.
Yeah, she is in stage 4 liver failure.
She's not going to eat it. She doesn't want to eat it. Everybody calm down. She's not trying to eat it. She wants to put it in her body so it can regenerate. And
I'm so glad you're clear on that, Bree.
yeah, no, she
Thank
doesn't
you,
want.
Bree,
She
for
doesn't
that.
want to eat human organs. She wants to eat human
Y'all.
flesh.
Well, obviously, if she's gonna eat it, she ain't gonna get no positive from it. So she needs a piece to be what transplanted, or does she need stem cells? What's going on?
She has stage 4 liver disease though, so she's waiting for a transplant. But so she needs in order. All you need to donate is a piece of your liver because it regenerates. So all she needs is a piece.
Selena Gomez style type deal, or
a little
Kind
bit, yeah.
of, but
Except
it
she
hurt
needed a
to,
kidney.
yeah, kidney, yeah.
yeah, kind of, yeah. I know, different organ, but similar deal. Sorry
And
if the
is there
screaming.
going to
That's
be
my
a
neighbour's
place?
Freg.
Is there going to
Sorry?
be like a place that we can go to in each of our states that we're in instead? Because like she's in one state, right? So we all need to be able to go to find out if we even qualify, right?
No, you don't. No, you don't. You just go to your
Cherish,
thing and
please.
you put in your.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute.
No,
I'm
that's
so
okay,
sorry,
that's
but no,
okay.
you don't have to
So
do that.
yes.
What I do know, and it's
Cherish.
international. Sorry.
That's okay. Yes, you do. And so what happens as long as you've already met the criteria that you're a match and everything. There is somebody just said that there's a testing center. I believe that that's what it is. Her insurance covers that for you, I believe, to go and get tested to make sure that you actually are, a full match. And they cover your procedure as well. So, and like I said, and then that grant would cover any travel expenses, anything other extra. So it shouldn't be any out of pocket at all. It would just be out of pocket or out of organ.
Yes, and also
I thought it was funny.
Sorry, what I was trying to probably say was that it's international. So if anybody matches internationally, the match will come up on the database. So she should get if she's on that. Maybe times have changed.
Right. No, Cherish. So we're not talking. Okay, she is on the list for an organ donation. What we are talking about is to try to find her one ourselves outside of the donor list because it is so long.
So you want to find her a private match?
Volunteer to do that. Correct. So Kmac was asking if that person would be able to go to a center close to them to get tested. I think you have to do like a
Forgive me if I found this. I must have sounded stupid to everyone. Oh my lord!
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure it's explained because this is something very important that I think would be amazing. Like how like you have to do like a stress test and stuff. So I'm sure it's like different things like that just to make sure that you're able and healthy enough for surgery and compatible. That's the word I've been looking for. Yeah.
Hold on, Michelle, I want to let you up. If you can tell us what you want in the chat and that you're not coming up here to start drama about Sheena, then I will let you up.
Michelle, no, it's probably me. Well, it could be Sheena too. Michelle Bolden is never on
you can't.
Wait, is Michael Bolton wanting to donate her liver?
Wait, is it Michelle? Is it Michelle Bolden? Let Michelle Bolden up. If it's Michelle Bolden, let her up.
Well, I think
it's Michael Bolton.
She's on
Let her up.
Probation.
She's blessed, man. Please let her up. Come on, man.
But
I'm realizing I don't even know my blood type.
It'll be fun. Let her up. We need
Let
to
her up.
laugh.
Come on,
Let her
man.
up.
Come on, let her up.
You
know she's
the
gonna be
chat
calm.
has spoken.
Come on.
We're doing it.
It's Sunday. Come on, man.
Can you imagine
You let me
if
up,
Michelle
Like, you let me up. Like, let her up.
Can you imagine if she was the one that ended up giving a piece of her liver to Sheena?
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
right. You know, right, Brie?
Oh my gosh.
Only in the
How
jippers.
ironic.
Only in the jippers.
You stole my wording right there, Cells. I was going to say that only in there.
Well, there's another spot.
Okay, Michelle, I sent you an invitation.
I like the way you said invitation.
There you go, girl. How are you, Michelle?
Yeah.
She's loading for me.
I was going to say
She's awesome. She's a G.
Y'all want to know a fun fact? This is a true
What?
story. If I hadn't have ended up being named my first name already, it was going to be Michelle. There you go.
I was going to be a
Fun fact
Brittany.
about me.
I was going to be a Brittany.
Pretty name.
Oh, you'd make a good Brittany.
No, I'm a
I was
Brianna.
going to have a long name.
I like Brianna, but yeah, I could see you as a Brittany. I don't see myself as Michelle.
Really?
But maybe Shelly. I don't know, like a Michelle. I don't
There we
know.
go.
Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Michelle, you're up.
Can you hear us?
Oh, there he is. I don't know what happened.
Hey.
Hey, girl, how are you?
Hey, Michelle.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Good
I
Sunday. Good
I
Sunday.
just want a question answered. I want Sauls to answer this question. Did she go to the authorities? Yes or no? She don't have to say it. What it's entail of. I just want to know. Did she go to the authorities?
I'm not going to speak on that. I've said that several times. I'm safe and I'm on top. I've got me, but that's not anybody's business, nor is it anything that I'm going to speak on. But thank you for your concern.
Okay, that's all I want to know. That means that it's not important because
I don't
she.
see it. No. It is important enough to where she's not going to speak on it, right?
Right. That doesn't mean it's not important. Like, people don't realize, like, when it comes to that stuff, like, it's good to just keep it more private because people will retaliate when you tell them details to that. Like, it's nobody's business whether she may.
Can I ask? Do you mean like so you tell them like, okay, I'm going to make a police report, and then they do a counter police report, which could be equally as damaging, and even then it ends up going nowhere? So is that what you mean?
That or the community gets outraged because, you know, people are weird and
Okay.
You know, I'd probably get in trouble for calling the police on them. Do you guys know that they already called the police on me?
Really?
Rose said it on a live.
Are you
She said it on a live.
serious?
Yeah, the same
To
one
be
that she
honest,
was
I'm not
saying that
surprised with all the stuff that's gone
Okay.
on. I'm not surprised. Sal, sorry.
That's okay. The same one that she was saying that she wanted to get me 5150'd and my account banned. Yeah, she said that she called the police and they told her that there was nothing that they could do, that it was freedom of speech.
Exactly.
And who the fuck is she to get? I mean, to like say you get 5150, like what?
She's been trying. She said it multiple times, Kmac. That's why I think whenever I go live, it says 5150 because I forget how to change it. But yeah,
Someone tried to
she's
get me
been telling
5150.
people.
See, that's when you know people are crazy.
They were
Seriously.
Seriously, no, she's
People were
seriously
gonna call
saying
my
it,
husband
and
and say the same thing.
they were.
Could you imagine me calling up the police department going, there is a Salzarti that I would really like to get 5150 and I would like to know how we need to go about doing this. Her name is Salzarti.
You've got too much time on your hands, love. You've got too much time on your hands.
Or Steph Tone. There's a Steph Tone.
This time I have a question for
That would be like
Sal.
me going after Hannah or something.
Or
Like
if they
that's
sit there and
silly.
they're like Ashley Suit. How do I pronounce that?
Someone tried, remember? I mean, what's her name? What's the person's name that sent the cops to my mom's house? I mean, when you do a wellness check, I
Social
mean,
justice, Brat.
yeah, social justice brat. She kind of tried doing that to me. The cop kind of laughed about it though when he talked to me. He was like, "I don't care what you're doing, like at home, at your own house, like at your grown age."
I have a
like,
question. And I would be humiliated to go up there and talk to anybody in our police department and be like, okay, so I've got some TikTok drama going on at home, you know? I mean, unless it was like I was being threatened,
that it was that
like
the TikTok
Sal's.
community wanted to check on me. That's exact words he used too.
I
just have a question for Sal's.
I did think it was ridiculous with the thing with Brie because it's like she's a single, like not a single, but you've got your husband and that, but
Yeah.
you've got no children there at the house and stuff. So you know what would they really need to be checking on? It was ridiculous with that, and I thought that was pathetic.
But whatever.
Dramatization at its finest.
I haven't been here. Sal's, where do you have? I know that you have proof of other stuff. Do you have proof that they called the cops to your house and stuff? I'm just asking. Don't come to
They said it themselves.
No.
I
Hang on,
never
no,
heard
they
them
did-
say it. I've never heard them say it. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, I have the
Is this
clip.
in the call? Is this a clip?
Oh
or
my
in the call?
God, I can't answer if everybody's talking. Yes, I don't know if I necessarily have the clip. I know it was on Keisha's live. I'm sure I could narrow it down. But yes, she said, because it was her and Hannah, and she was telling her that they needed to record all of my lives and all of the things that I put in comments and send it to TikTok because they needed to get me off of it and get my account banned because I'm unwell or I shouldn't belong here. I don't know. And then Hannah was agreeing, and then she said, well, why don't you call the police? And she said, I have. They told me there's nothing that they can do. It's freedom of speech.
TikTok coach Hannah?
Yeah. Most likely. Sorry, can I get that confirmation, please? Because I am
Yeah,
buzzing right now.
she's been calling me. That's why. Okay, I need to address
Okay,
the
so
L
she did the
comment
same
as
thing to
well.
me.
I don't want to make this
Okay,
about
so
you, Chair.
everybody.
Sorry. Anyway, Sal,
I'm
can you
sorry.
send
Everybody
me?
thinks I'm
Oh
freaking
my
crazy.
fucking
I'm
God.
sorry, but it's TikTok Hannah again. She does this.
Sal's, can you send me that, please?
Yeah, I'll find it. It was
Because I didn't see that.
yeah. No,
Okay,
I'll find
I'm
it. There
going
was
back to watch. I'll come back if I got another question. Have fun.
You're
okay.
welcome. Anytime. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, she like I said, she was talking to Hannah, and they were talking about how crazy I was. You guys don't understand. Hannah, I got to address the L word because I know people have been asking about that. But yeah, she was saying Hannah called me a demon, a
What's the L
narcissist.
word?
The comment that I made that where they say that I'm racist.
Okay.
Yeah, I know people have been. No.
Lemon?
I don't even want to say it. It's not a bad word, but I just don't even want to say it because it's not in my vocabulary.
It's when a group of people went after someone else because of their race. And
So the night that
Why am I not getting this? I'm really not.
Read what Ritual says.
Okay,
But don't read it out loud.
Rhymes with Finch. Rhymes with Finch. Okay.
Yeah.
Cherish.
I'm
if
sorry,
you're gonna
I'm
cherish,
sorry.
hold on. Cherish, if you're gonna be up here, please do
I'm
not
gonna
interrupt
mute-
us, okay?
I'm
This
gonna
is
mute
not about
my-
you and TikTok Hannah currently. Please.
I know. I'm gonna mute. Much respect. I am, and I'll wait until
I
it's my
don't want to
turn.
be rude to you.
Apologies. You know what? It's an English thing. You know, you'll
No,
find that it's not even me
Can you
interrupting
guys
about
drop
the
her?
whole
Can
Hannah
somebody
thing.
drop her,
Sorry.
please? I'm sorry, I can't.
Sorry, what?
This is finally the time that I'm clearing things up, and I cannot have you talking over me constantly. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to clear things up so people understand what actually. Thank you. So people understand. I'm so sorry. Not trying to be rude at all. This is just not the time. Okay,
You can come back up another time, Cherish.
I'm so sorry. So
It's
sorry.
okay.
I'm not trying to be
You'll
rude.
be fine. We love you.
Yeah, I love you, Cherish. I'm so sorry. So that night, after that whole live with Jessica Ann, it had been hours, right? And like I was not going panel to panel. I went to Cook's because I thought Chewy and Rose were gonna be there. I was sent the live for Pam Cakes because I was told Key was there. And I love Key and at that time, and I wanted to make sure I could talk to her about everything that had happened because I hadn't talked to her that day about anything.
Yeah.
So I went into Pam Cakes. And I'm up on the panel. I'm explaining to them what happened. Hannah, of course, as she always is in the comments telling me I'm wrong. It doesn't matter what I say. She tells me I'm wrong. Okay. Calling me the names that she always does, narcissist, whatever. So I'm explaining what happened and how that post would be so offensive that, people just, whatever. And Hannah said, I don't care. I love nephew. And I was so triggered by that because people keep saying that it's not. I mean, I understand racism and homophobia are not the same thing, but you're still hating somebody just on something that they cannot fucking control. And I did this to Jessica Ann the other day, and this would have been a much better comparison. But I said, if you saw somebody on this app post a video that said all English people are demons, and when you see them, they should be unalived on site. Give your children assault pew-pews and make sure they take them out. They are the devil, right? Would you feel targeted, Jessica Ann? She goes, woo. And I said, I can't. And I fucking left. So in that moment, and it was a terrible comparison, the L word is not in my fucking vocabulary, and I've apologized and I will apologize again. I'm sorry that I fucking said that word. But I was trying to get her and anyone else, because like Ashley, you helped me, thank God. If you don't know what homophobia is, you haven't experienced it, like Steph Tone, a lot of people said, we didn't really know it existed anymore, right? You don't think, is that really a big deal? Why does it bother you if somebody says that? If you're secure in yourself, it's fine. So I was just trying to get her to relate. So I said, what if it was a song about the L word? What would you feel then, Hannah? And it has been taken that I said I was going to do that to her. I don't fucking know, but I turned into being a racist. Pam Cakes freaked out and was like, how dare you say that? And I started fucking offended because you should be. Your response right now is my response to that fucking video.
Yeah, I never
Cakes
took
can
what
shut the
you
fuck
said.
up.
I never took what you said as a racial slur at all. It was a comparison, and I was on the same page with you that night.
It was a bad comparison. I agree. It was a bad comparison. I should have never said that word. I was, like I said, I just wanted to explain, not that it's excusable, but I was exhausted and I was so fucking angry of being told over and over again that I was wrong and that I shouldn't be offended by that. I was just sick of it, and I definitely said something I should not have said. And no, in no way
Don't
is
you
that.
think it's funny though? And I'm just going to point this out. Don't you think it's funny that the people that got the loudest at you that night are somebody that actually said something that was very offensive to the majority of people? I'm just going to throw that out there because I have it on my page.
Yes.
I have privated
Yes.
it just because I was asked to because of there's somebody in the video and that is allegedly a minor, and I want to take all precautions if that's the case.
Right.
However, there is something that I mean, Pancakes has no room, in my opinion, to come at anybody about saying anything. If
Period.
Sal's wanted to make a correlation, trying to get her outrage out by saying this is a comparison. I think Pancakes is probably the last person that should be saying anything to Sal's. Just my opinion.
She got
Again,
a big old shit. She got a big old pass, in my opinion, for whatever fucking reason. But
has no problem going around and fucking terrorizing me for what I did and twisting what I did. Yeah, no fucking problem. And everybody constantly was asking, have you apologized to Hannah? No, I'm not going to apologize to her. I'll apologize to her whenever she apologizes for calling me a demon. Okay? Like, sorry. I apologize for saying the word. I owe Hannah fucking nothing. Sorry.
we're making it a comparison. You know what?
Yeah.
Hannah called Crystal a racist for no fucking reason. She didn't even say anything. So I hate when people use that card. I think race baiting is a huge problem, and I think it dilutes racism, and I think that's what
Absolutely.
Hannah's doing. And everyone can race bait. It doesn't matter what race you are. People do it of all races, and I think it's terrible, and I hate it.
I agree. And I think when something comes along that's actually the real deal, like somebody saying the hard R and then denying it and saying they never said it and we didn't hear it and blah, blah, blah. I think we're so almost tone deaf because of situations like telling Sal's that she was wrong when she was just trying to show a comparison. And that's the problem. That's where we're at, in my opinion.
Yeah. But awareness is everything, right? I mean, both sides could agree in this community. Awareness is everything. And if there's an issue, you have to talk about it. So all the people who are like, why is she online still talking about it? Because this is an important ass fucking issue. Not just the homophobia, but also what happened after after the fact, and how it was discounted, how people joined in on it. With the eggplant emojis and everybody telling me to get some D.
You guys, do y'all remember that? Like me and
that was
Quincy
awful.
holding up Sal's photo and wanting people to throw eggplants day after day after day. And I would go in there and say, please don't do this. Can't you see that you're part of the problem? This is homophobic. And I would get muted and blocked.
Yeah,
Every
Sheena
time
would too.
I stood up.
Sheena was like, what is this fucking eggplant shit? Like, come on, we're better than this. How do you not see that this is homophobic?
It is.
And she would just get knocked off the panel. Told that she was wrong. It's just this is why it still exists. And this is why racism still exists. This is why so many of these things still exist, because all too often they are excused. They are brushed under the rug, and nobody corrects the behavior. How are we going to be any different unless we try to correct the behavior? And if somebody refuses to, you say, then you can't be in my space. If you cannot keep an open mind, I get it. And I even said that whenever I came up the first day, be a bigot, be a fucking asshole, be a homophobic. We are entitled to be what we want to be in this country. But don't get up here, pretend that you're not, underhandedly go after me because of what I am, but still get up on your panel and take money from people who are in my community and act like you care about them. When in reality, if you could, you would take them out on site.
And I think that the majority of us, like when we see homophobia in front of our faces, when Mimi did and Pretzi did the whole eggplant thing, I think we all need to go over there. It shouldn't just be me and Sheena. It should be 176 of us, because they may not listen to one or two of us, but if we're all going over there and telling them, we can educate them to do better.
Sadly, I used to be one of those people, but I'm not gonna lie, Kmac. I had to take a step back, and that's why I feel bad when I'm not able to be up on the panel, especially with Sheena, like fighting for her life. But like, when you become a target for so long, it's like I know that no one's gonna listen to me anyway. So
I will.
no, Sparky. Can I like say this? I don't know. Okay, I don't think LD was agreeing with racism. She was saying that she doesn't believe that she doesn't believe that that comparison was racist. That's what she said. She wasn't agreeing with racism, but maybe I read it wrong. LD, she was trying to say that she doesn't think, like, maybe it was a bit, I don't know. She thought it was a good comparison. I haven't spoken about this. I think that that word is triggering for people. Maybe that's the right thing to say, but I think that hate is hate, and I think that people in both communities receive hate. So I don't think their hate should be held higher than another. That's my opinion on it. So I think LD wasn't trying to say that she agrees with racism, but I could have also read her comments wrong. But anyways, but
I will say too, somebody actually sent me an article after that happened, and everybody was going after me for, the L comment, which I apologize for and I know was wrong. But they sent me an article about how it has been an issue with that happening to LGBTQ people as well. I think it got heightened in the 70s or something. I don't know. I'd have to go back and reference it.
Exactly, Bubbles.
Yeah.
I honestly couldn't believe I saw Mimi and Pretzi doing that. It actually shocked me that nobody else was as outraged. And I'm not even well versed in everything like you are, Sal's, in it. But I knew, and I'm like, okay, if I can call this out and I can see it clear, like black and white, why can't everybody else? Why is this even allowed? Why isn't TikTok shutting it down? I don't know.
That's really sad. It's really sad whenever I play his clips and get violations, but he can do it on live and not get shut down. It's wild.
That is wild because
I know. Crazy town. I will say though, Ashley is wonderful. If you guys ever have any questions, she definitely is more articulate with it than I am. I get angry, but she will just tell you, and there's really no arguing with it. So it's fantastic. She made the comparison. What is her name? Moon kept saying that if I'm proud of my sexuality and proud of who I am and whatever, that I wouldn't be bothered by all these homophobic comments and pages and blah blah blah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so Ashley got up there and she's
say how you should feel.
I know.
That's like saying
I realize she's an idiot. Okay, let's be real.
That's like saying every community that's a target, if they're proud of themselves, they shouldn't care. That is such
That's
a terrible way to look at things.
Yeah.
It really is. It's like saying put up with it all. Well, we should just allow it. Who cares? If you love yourself and who you are, then why does it matter? There's people that haven't got to that place in life that we should care about them. For one, like Fez always says, even though I hate that Fez feels used to it, it's not, that whole situation wasn't just about Fez. It's about a community, and not all people in that community can just deal with it and take it.
Yeah. Well, Ashley made a great point. She's like, well, I'm out and I'm very secure in myself and who I am. But, my job doesn't know, because there are just certain things that just especially in a male dominated society, we're already looked at as less than. And then you factor that in, it does affect you. And anybody saying that it doesn't, you're being ignorant to it. And she just said it so confidently, and they were all just but it was hilarious. Yeah. So thank you. I wanted to say,
that part.
Forever in your debt, Ashley. But she's definitely more well versed, I think, than I am on it.
Hey, Pulse of the Dead, did you mean to come up?
Yes. Hi, Pulse. I love you. I saw you sent me a message. I got it. I'm so far behind on my messages. How are you doing? How are
I
you?
figured. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah,
But
you feeling okay?
yeah, I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You
All
have
right.
to
I'll
say
message
though
you.
that this is really important and it is triggering, and I'm going to say why. And Steph Tone had kind of touched on this. My child recently came out and is going through the transitioning phase. So I don't know how to deal with it. This has been very scary for me. And Sal's has actually been a very safe person for me to go to. And she has been with me the whole time, literally the whole time. So seeing how people are reacting and how, like, those recordings we heard is what I fear for my child every day, every single day. So, and this is actually the first time I've been on panel talking about it. So this is really scary for me, but Sal's has been there through all of it. And she checks in on me to see how I'm doing, how my child's doing. So this is stuff that needs to be talked about.
Sal's is amazing. And I
Yes.
am so glad that you know her and she can talk to you through this. But the first thing I wanted to say, and this is probably wrong, but I want to change things. I want to say congratulations. I'm so happy, your child feels comfortable enough to talk to you and come to you. And, this doesn't have to be a negative experience at all. It could be wonderful for
We
both
have
of
to make the
you.
world a better place for
Right.
those kids. So
I agree.
we're not losing them, that they can be who they want to be, that they feel safe. And thank you so much, Pulse, for coming up, because I've said like, I'm getting so many messages from people who are like, thank you, like my child or my sister, or, it could be like your mom or your dad. Like, look at, Kendall, no, what is the Jenner?
Caitlin?
Caitlin, yeah.
Caitlin?
It could be very late in life that you realize and you finally get the courage to like be who you are, right? So
Yeah.
like people need to see that representation, and they need to understand like how all of this can affect that. And just, could you imagine? I can't, I'm fine like with being a girl, so I can't relate to that. But I know if I felt like a fucking like prisoner in my own body, and that if I had a surgery, I could feel right, I would do that. Like if I could, fix all the fucked up shit with me, like, with a surgery, fuck yeah, I'm gonna do that. But then knowing that like there is such a large population of people that are against that, against people just wanting to be who they are, it just blows my mind. But if
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't
very
affect
sad
you,
that it's sad, Sals, that people can't just be who they are without being judged by someone because they don't believe
You're
the
just
same
a baby.
way as someone else,
It's really scary.
Well, I want to
Yeah, I'm the
say.
person that. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna tell Pulse. You're very brave, and I think it's. Thank you for coming up here and saying that,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
because it
I mean, this
does
has
need to be
been up
aware.
behind the
And you're
scenes. Like,
also
this has
very
been
blessed, because this is going to be a wonderful, joyful journey, right? Life is all about a journey, and
yes,
that's the thing you want. You want the exciting
growing and
journey.
learning, exactly, keeping your mind open. And that's what I was saying, like if it doesn't affect your life directly now, odds are it will eventually. It's going to be somebody close to you that you love that is going to face this fucking struggle. And I don't mean the struggle of like becoming who they are, I mean the struggle of like existing in a world that doesn't want them to be.
Right.
And we need to make this world safer. And that's why, like I said, Pulse, I told you guys, constantly I'm getting messages that say like, thank you for trying to make this world safer for my child. And if, again, people who say, why do I keep going? Because of that. I would never stop because of that. You will never shut me the fuck up. I don't care what you find on me. I don't care what you post on me. You will never shut me up.
And I
you,
love
Pulse.
that
I
about
think
you.
I think it's great that you're helping others. Like, I mean, like I said, hindsight is not 2020 all the ways, but going into an area of complete ignorance, and having someone like that to reach out to, that's your child is blessed, Pulse, because you're willing to be open-minded about it and ask people like Sal's and others and Ashley, How to navigate through this without making them feel isolated or unwanted.
Yeah, you don't want a black and white person living in a colorful world, you know? You want
I
some
agree with that,
color in
Steph.
your life.
And what if I didn't? What if I never spoke on it? What if I never said anything? Because that's what everybody says, right? Why do you have to talk about your sexuality? Well, if I didn't speak about it, then how would she know that I was a person that she could confide in? You know what I mean? Like I shouldn't be ashamed of that. Like, and I never said like, hey, everybody, I'm out and I'm proud. No, like I would just, whenever I spoke, I'd say my ex-wife or, my girlfriend.
Yes, that was the
It
first
wasn't.
night that you came on my panel. You spoke about how you your sexuality and stuff. So, and that was the first
And
night
just
I met you.
just
That
as
was
much
like
as like
in March,
you
February.
guys say my husband or what, it's the same thing. And
Very subtle. Yeah, just like us. It is. It's just like us.
but you have to remember too, I know that and I appreciate the statement of, who cares what you do in the bedroom, that's your business. But you also understand, think of your spouse, right? Like we're not just doing stuff in the bedroom. That's my partner. That's who I'm with. So if you're just saying like, I don't care what you do in your bedroom, so does that mean whenever we're at lunch, you're not going to acknowledge my girlfriend? You know what I mean?
And with all due
It
respect,
is.
Sal's has never said what she has done in her bedroom. Never.
No.
But we definitely
Never.
want to hear about it. No, I'm just kidding.
It is part of your identity. It's my point. It is part of your life. It is part of your identity. And if you say, well, I don't care what you do, well, you're saying that you're not acknowledging like part of me. So it's okay to be like, like I said, I understand the sentiment. I appreciate saying like, I don't care but it's not just, being gay is not just what you do in the bedroom, just like how they say like sex and orientation are two different things. So, and it's just, and I'm not it's hard. I'm still learning too. Like I'm still, every time I'm like, I'm like, what is this one called? Like, like demisexual, I think is what I am. I don't know. But anyway, but we're all learning, but you just have to keep your mind open and not just shut it out and condemn it, right? Like we need to have these talks for the betterment of everyone.
Yes.
And about any topic, like any discussion, we should be able to come up and voice our opinion or our stance, and then hear the other person without it becoming insulting. That's one of the things I wanted whenever I came to this app. I wanted to have healthy debates and tell me your stance and I'll tell you mine, and we'll see where we can meet in the middle, and we might learn something from each other. So I definitely agree with that.
Okay, so speaking of that, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pulse, and then I'll go.
Hold on. No, I'm sorry. Cherish. Are you kidding me?
What?
Oh, no.
She said, good for you. Laugh out loud. Let's move on. Laugh out loud.
What?
Okay, so on the whole, so we should not move on because I'm the person who had I play gymnastics every single day. I have to say partner. I have to choose whether or not to make that statement. And I do that because ultimately I see where there will be long, down the pipeline moments where I'll get to have those meaningful conversations with them because eventually maybe they might ask. But what you'll find though is when you use that whatever, the neutral terminology, when you don't talk about your partner and you don't talk about anything, they like to just be ignorant to it. They don't want to know what's going on in your personal life. So you are actually going through extra work to keep people comfortable. And that is exhausting. And that's why you don't just shut up about it. And I do it because ultimately we do end up having conversations. We're just kind of moving a culture along because I work with a large group of very Republican men. And if I were to come in and be like me, I'm proud, let's hang a pride flag, that would have been the wrong angle to go. I take a more neutral approach, but it is more exhausting and it's more work. And that kind of mentality, okay, I was going to say that kind of mentality is not okay. But a lot of people hold that mentality.
They do, and it's very, it happened. Oh my God. So, well, okay, let me shut the fuck up. But anyway, I identify with you because there was a point where I was not out in, my workplace, and it was very difficult because then I was getting married, right? And everybody knows I'm getting married, and I had to say it was to a man because everybody thought I was straight. So here I am lying about my life.
Like, it's because you're not going to say, like, I have to take off work to, like, get married, right? You know? I'm so, I mean, it was a long time ago, but I'm so shamed, like, shameful for doing that. But, like, that's the environment that we in, that every day I'll be like, I have to save my husband. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine that? If you had to force yourself to not say,
And these are
Did you
micro
grow up
decisions
South?
we have to make.
Did you grow
And
up
just
in like a very strict type of environment when you were younger? Like when I was younger, I grew up, Southern, and they used to tell me when I was a kid, if you ever go out your race, I'll disown you. And I was maybe like 10, 11 years old, and my uncles and my aunts, and just seeing that, it kind of put that fear in me to be afraid to speak up. So whenever I finally did decide, to go my own way, and that my husband is African American, I was afraid. I had to hide him at first because I was worried about the approval of my family. Like, what kind of environment did you grow up in as a child?
I was actually very, very fortunate. I was more like, I had more of a problem like with saying it to my family than I think they did. I didn't have, despite what you think, Chewy, it wasn't my family that rejected me. It was a lot of the world, but that's fine. So anyway, no, my mom, I was really hard. I told my mom before I told my sister. I don't know why, because we're so close. Like, I don't know. I don't know why I thought that she would be like weird about it. And whenever I told her, she was like, I'll tell you what, if because she was with my brother-in-law at the time, and she's like, if I break up with him, I'm gonna go to women, and that was it. It was fine. And the only reason why I came out was because it was like my first real girlfriend, and I had fallen in love. And I struggled with that too. Like, I'm not even like that progressive to where I didn't have those thoughts of like, I'm not even really religious, but like, am I going to go to hell? Am I going to be damned for this? And you search that in your soul, and it's hard, but the only conclusion that I came to was God wouldn't let me feel this way if this was wrong. Like, there's nothing that pure can be wrong. And I went with that, and that is the only reason kind of why I came out, because she was my girlfriend. We were about to live together, and I have to tell my family. But I didn't tell I think I've said this story before, but if you guys just bear with me. So I didn't tell my grandmother. And I was really scared because she was very like, I don't know, I guess like high society, like, hung out with like, very like prim and proper people. And I just assumed, right? She's older, like she's not going to be for this. So I always kept that part of myself from her. I never told her. And whenever she passed away and everything, I told that story to my mom, and I was like, yeah, and I just never felt like open enough to tell grandma. And then she mentioned, I can't remember their names, but she mentioned like my grandma's best friends, like we'll say Sue and Mary, right? And she's like, well, Sue and Mary, like they would like lived by each other. They would take vacations together. They were always together. And I was like, yeah. And she's like, they're a couple. They were my grandma's best friends, lesbians. And I didn't tell her that I was a lesbian because I was so afraid.
It gives me
You see what I'm
goosebumps
saying?
every time I've heard it. I love that story.
That's why you have to talk about it. That's why you have to say it's okay.
Well, my brother was the same way. He didn't come out until after my parents passed away, and he had been married for 25 years and had a daughter. And after my mom passed, he got a divorce and came out. But he was scared of what they would say or think.
Yeah. What my sorry.
We always knew. I mean, my other two brothers were out playing football, and he was in the house playing Barbies with me. I mean, we always knew. And when he got married, we were all kind of shocked. But he didn't feel safe until after the world had changed, and that saddens me that he lived the majority of his life in the closet, not being himself.
Right.
Yeah, that makes me sad too.
For me, I did not come out till I was after 30 as well. And a lot of it, I think, was safety. I never came out to my family. My dad found out through another family member, and then he outed me to the rest of the family, who has not invited me over since. And I've been zero contact with my mom since I was 14. I have lovely extended family. I'm not like alone in this world by any means. But I think like that probably was part of my decision, whether I knew it or not. So I led a completely different life up until I was 30. And then when I almost died, I was like, well, life seems pretty short to be like living your life for other people. And so I started living for myself.
Yeah,
Absolutely, yeah. It
I
sucks,
have
but again, it sucks that you had to go through that to get to that point. I'm sorry.
I have a
I'm
friend
very
now to
sorry.
this day. He lives his life alone because I've spoken to him about it. I'm like, why don't you just tell your parents? I mean, they love you. That he's like, they wouldn't understand, and you know that. So like, he's over 40 and he's never really had a partner or anything because he's worried about how his family would judge him. And I just feel like I want to say this too. Crystal said in the comments, and I want to bring it out. It's that she said, if you know someone who doesn't have a safe person, please be a safe person for them if you can. And I think that's a very good message
Yes,
because everyone
absolutely. I saw
needs
that.
to have a safe person
That
for
is a
whatever
And
they're
you guys
great
got to
going
message.
through.
remember, sometimes your safe person is some random person you met on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like this
Yeah.
isn't just TikTok to everyone. To a lot of people, it is their source, like it is their support system.
That's true.
Yeah, like
When
you may
people
live in a
say
very
it's
small
just
town.
TikTok, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Blah,
you
blah, blah.
have,
It isn't just TikTok. It's
no.
not to a lot of us.
Let's
It
see, I'm
isn't.
48, so like when I'm just getting hit with this with my child, I'm from a different like it wasn't like that when we were kids. So I'm trying to be the best I can be for my child. And I've sat in the appointments with my child, and I was then told that, the name that I had given my child, which was I thought was the most beautiful name in the world, was now a unalived name. So there's a lot of stuff they don't tell you as a parent going through this, and it's very scary. And then especially with this, like stuff like this is what makes me terrified for my child. So
Yeah.
it's really scary. And thank you, Sal's, very much, because you have been there for me, and
I will message you.
it's
I'm
all
so
been
sorry.
behind the scenes. So like
Yeah.
she hasn't made a big thing about like it's behind the scenes. She's just a good person. So
I cannot tell you how many DMs that I get that have said, like, I love Sal so much. Like, she has been such a good friend to me. Like, people that like, it's my very first time talking to them. And they're like, listen, I know that you know Sal's, and I just want you to know how much I love her. Like, that's always the consensus. Always.
I can agree with that because, me and Sal's aren't close, but, from even whenever I was going through my time and stuff, she still messaged me and, gave me words of encouragement and everything. And you can tell, like, there was no intent behind it. She just actually cared, and I really do appreciate that. And that's why I stand with her with what she's going through because she was there for me,
Yeah.
She didn't have to be, but she just was,
I
and
can't
I
tell
really
you how many
appreciate that.
stories people have told me just about how wonderful Sal's has been to them and what a good friend. And I'm just like, I know she's so wonderful. It's so I get it. And it's like I just want to share it to the world. Like I want people to know, that there's more to Sal's than this whole thing that Chewy has done to her. There's more to her. There's a lot more. This
I
is
gotta
just
jump down, but
one
thank you guys for
thing.
having me up. I was really scared getting up here because that's the first time I've actually said it out loud, other than to Sal. So
You're welcome
You're in a safe
anytime.
thank you
place.
guys. I'm gonna go cry
Look,
now.
every day
We
there is
feel
more and
honored
more
that
Oh, dude, I'm
people.
trying not to cry myself,
we
but
feel
you're not
honored that
so.
you took this time to say that. So I appreciate it. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me up. And love you, Sals. I don't know how to get
Beautiful.
down. I've only been on a
I'll
panel
get
like
you
twice.
down. There
Thank
you go,
you.
girl.
Thanks.
I did want to
I
just say
think
for
her.
like words of
So I do have a
encouragement, the
question.
world, hang on just real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
The world is changing every single day. Okay. It is there. More and more people are learning, or the younger generation is getting into the place where they're in the workplace and in the places of power. It's slowly happening, but it is changing. So we just have to keep going, right? All of us have to keep going and keep talking about it. So I'm shut up.
Deeply Republican workplace, and I'm not unsafe. Well, yes, I can't be like out and like in the open and loud, and not everyone is going to be in the same situation I am. I have very meaningful conversations with people, and I have been so surprised by individuals. It just takes time for them to get to know me as a person first. I can't just lead with the sexuality, which is fine. I don't need to.
Sure. Okay, did you see Kai Sue's question, Sal?
Yeah, I know a lot of people say that. I never said I was married to a man. The only thing that I can gather is maybe like whenever I said, like, and people do this a lot, like whenever you say, oh, I got married, or, you know, here in 2015, a lot of times, again, whenever you're not part of the community or close with that, if somebody says married, your mind automatically goes to man. So in your mind, you associate this person was married to a man. I'm guessing that's what happened, but I have never said that I was
Well,
married
could
to a
you
man.
have
Ever, ever,
maybe
ever.
told the story that you said about how you told people at your job? Maybe.
Yeah, but that, no, this is the first time I've ever said that on here, though.
Oh, okay. My
So I
bad.
don't
My
I
know where
thought
the
you had been
misunderstanding came
engaged
from.
to a dude at one time. Am I right? Or am I wrong with that?
No,
Like,
Kai, I've never said that. I promise. I dated men. I dated men before I started dating women, but I dated women and then I married my wife.
yeah, I thought
But
you were
no.
engaged though to a guy, and then that did not work out, and then you got married. Is that
That
right?
could be that. Maybe that could be. Oh, I wasn't engaged. We were to. Yeah, I probably did discuss this. So, it was after I started dating women, and then I dated this one guy, and I wanted so badly to just. It was so much easier, which is so fucking sad, right? It was so much easier. Like where we went, we didn't have to worry like about. I didn't have to worry about like, are they gonna say some comment, and everybody just accepted it, and like you're at events and functions and you're a couple and you're just nobody looks at you funny or asks you a question. I don't know, it just was so much easier, and it was easier to be like my boyfriend, right? Instead of having to try to cover it up or anything. And so I tried and we moved in together, and I was trying to have a baby, and thank God it didn't happen. Yeah, like we weren't married, but I was trying to force myself to be this normal person, and thank God I didn't. Oh my God, I would
That
have been miserable.
happens. I'm not trying. Oh God, if I'm saying anything ignorant and rude or dumb, just let me know and I'll correct my wordage or I will shut up. Um, that happened a lot though. I know back in like the 50s, the 60s, and part of the 70s, and apparently still kind of in the 80s, as I'm
Yeah.
assuming
Did
what
you not
Steph
see
Tone is
Brokeback
saying.
Mountain?
Yeah,
Movie
yeah, like
absolutely tore me up, man.
because it wasn't so wow.
So the
I'm sorry you.
first
Oh, I'm sorry.
girlfriend I had actually ended up not being my girlfriend because she went through a through hike on the Appalachian Trail and then found Jesus and is now celibate because the only way she can be with Jesus is if she is no longer with women. That really messed with me. Like, well, yes, it still
Oh,
happens. Even today, there is entire like church groups dedicated to it,
oh
camps
yeah.
dedicated to it. It
They
is
have the whole
crazy.
turn your kids camp. I've
Yeah,
seen
and then
documentaries. It makes me sick.
every
You
time I
can't.
see her posts, I'm just like so confused inside. Just a
I'm
little. I'm
so
just like,
sorry.
oh, it's okay. But I'm like, I'm sad for her. Like, I don't feel like that's a full life to be alone because
No.
that's what your religion tells you to do.
That.
Hi, you might be right. There was a lady, Tammy, that was on here, and she got
Oh.
put through a lot of shit. I just want to reference her because I said this before.
Oh,
You guys all
Yeah,
just
Tammy.
discredit me whenever I said this. So Tammy talks to people off of the app. She's off the app, but she talks to people that are here but off the app. And they had told her what I was going through. This is right after this all first came about. And she came back on. She reactivated to come back on and talk to me and check on me. And she was saying that because she was part of the whole billboard thing, that's kind of Chewy was on the panel and stuff. So they had interacted. And she said that she also always felt like he kind of treated her differently. And she did get the vibe that it was that, he had a problem with her sexuality because she was, clearly gay. And Anne said to her, I'm just going to say it. Why is the lesbian all of a sudden showing up when all this is happening? And, she's like, he never made you feel that way. You're just coming in and saying that to back up your other lesbian. She's like, I'm just going to say it, I think she said lesbian reinforcements. And Tammy was like, she said, I'm not even a practicing lesbian. And then they've all made fun of her since then because they wouldn't let her speak. But what she was saying is that she's been reading the Bible and really gotten into religion, and she's regretting who she was, and she is celibate. She will not date or anything because she is afraid she's going to go to hell.
Oh God. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So just like what Ashley said, so this is what this world is doing to people. She will not have any sort of relationship because the world has made her fear that she will go to hell.
I understand, people's religion, I will never down anybody for what they believe or, don't believe in everything. But nobody should be scared and should be not find their person. And for him, oh God, the more I hear, Sal's, the more I hear, the more angrier I get, and more songs are probably going to come out.
Well, that to me sounds like an issue with her faith and not her who she is.
I get what you're saying, Steph. And
I think it's both.
I hope you're not mad that I mentioned your brother, because I was just
No, not at all.
I don't want to upset
like
people.
I said, no. I mean, I know he's gay. I love his partner. I mean, I love him. I just think it's sad that he waited his whole life, or his formative years, I guess, being someone he felt like he couldn't be. And I don't wish that on anybody.
I understand. Yeah, unfortunately, it's taken a long time to even get where we are now, and we're nowhere near where we should be.
Okay, so can I ask you guys a question before I'll end things so we can go support Sheena when she goes live? Okay, so I'm in a situation where I have a very angry group of friends who feel like I don't want to speak for them, but they feel like they haven't been heard correctly, right? They have, so Sal's has a situation that has happened to her and that we needed to focus on. But what they were angry about has nothing to do with that. It has to do with somebody that may or may not have been involved and we don't know how much and blah, 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 blah. It's really not to do with Sal's stuff at all. So I tabled it and I said, I'm not going to let them up on panel. We're not going to deal with this right now, blah, blah, blah. What I did offer was that I would go live and I would let them come up and then we could discuss what happened to them in one person in particular.
I agree with that because they should be able to have a platform to speak if they want to, but like at that time it wasn't about that. It was for Sal's.
Yeah, and I don't want Sal's being ambushed. So if Sal's wanted to join, she could. If she doesn't have to. She could be in the chat. Because it's not even about Sal's. It doesn't have.
I agree with that. That sounds fair.
Yeah, somebody has a voice that needs a voice.
I wanted y'all to tell me how y'all are feeling about all of it because I really, I don't know what I don't know. And I know there's a lot of history there. And I'm just getting bits and pieces because I'm just finding out about what has happened in the past before I was ever around. But I don't, because I have stated over and over again, like I want to be a neutral place for people to be able to come and talk, even if they don't like each other, even if they disagree. Like I feel like that's okay. But communication, I think, is important to keep it open, right?
I agree. And someone that also doesn't know about the history and stuff that happened before, I wouldn't be open minded to listen also,
However, is that going
That's
to
how we're
take
going to
away
change
or
things,
diminish
right?
anything? Like, because I don't want to do that either. Like for what this person may have done for Sal's, I'm sure she's going to get drugged.
Well, I feel like that person has the right to defend themselves. If a person feels like they were wronged in any way, they have a right to be able to come and speak about how they were wronged. And the other person should be able to have the right to speak about their part in it, because it's always two sides.
Yeah, and if they end up coming up, I had said I'm not going to let her up on the panel because of yesterday, etc. But if we're speaking about her, I absolutely will invite her to come up and be able to have a
She left the damn
conversation
app.
about it.
Kmac, she left the damn app.
Oh, this person?
She did?
She did. Because of
Oh.
all that fucking bullshit. That is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying who's right and who is wrong. But that type of bullying mentality, when you're in a chat and people are adding you and then telling the host that they're platforming a predator, and if you want me if you want me to even consider, and not, I don't even know if you want me to listen, but if you want me to listen, you show me where you went into Chewy's chat and spam the chat with "Why are you platforming a predator?" Show me the screenshot where you went into Mimi's and everybody was screaming, "Why are you platforming a predator?" And then I'll listen. But until then, for me, it felt very insensitive, and there are not many things that I can say like that I can't say like, oh, if I can hear this part or if there's something else, maybe I can understand the other side. I am hard and firm on this. That shit was fucked up. It was fucked up what she did, saying her name. She won't answer me why, because she knows the reason why is wrong. Her coming in and hating and starting shit in the chat, that was wrong. Attacking Myra when it wasn't about that at all was wrong. That could have been done any other time, any other day. That's not what that was about. And it's not fair for 5 or 10 people to be in a chat and all going at one person. You're telling the one person that they're not allowed on panel to defend themselves because the 5 or 10 people you made a promise to, but the 5 or the 10 people are bullying the shit out of the one person in the chat. And I'm not saying this specifically for Myra, and I'm not saying that Myra didn't do terrible things to Jessica. I don't know. And even if she, okay, we'll say 100%, yes, she did all these awful things. She's an awful, terrible person. That doesn't give anyone the right to attack them in somebody else's fucking chat. Like, you can't, and just like, learn from the last 4 months. Everywhere I went, and these same people will probably still continue to do it to me. Everywhere I went, it was just overwhelming. So what do you do? Like, if that was, I know I can tell you if that was my panel, and like, okay, Aurora the Goddess, she's apparently did some shit to you, and she did some shit to Crystal. Like, she's, whatever, we still talk, whatever. And she comes in the chat and she's like, why did they keep blocking me? And I told her, I want everybody to feel safe here. And apparently you did things to my friends and they don't feel safe with you here. So I'm sorry, like, we can talk away from here, but I want everybody to feel safe. I get having an open panel and doing all that, but it's not fair to let 10 people go after one and then say you can't come on panel and defend yourself. I just think that's fucked up.
Yeah, I can see why you would say that. And it was I don't think anybody asked me. I actually, when I heard when I saw what had happened, I actually said, I won't bring her back up on panel, because I had her up and they were like, do you know who you had on your panel? And I said no. And then when I was told about what she had done, then I said I won't do it again out of respect to Jess, who is my friend and I do care about. So it wasn't like they were pressuring me or anything like that. I take full responsibility for that. Like I said it, but I wanted to circle back and I wanted to have a conversation. And I certainly didn't want to run anybody off an app or anything like that. I would never participate in that because I believe in communication. I believe we should all talk to each other. And I honestly, if there was a way that I could bring peace to Jess from what she had gone through, like, I would be the first person signing up to do that. Like, I want to bring peace to situations that have been painful. And yeah, so I'm sad to hear that because there's no resolution if she's gone, you know.
It's right. It's difficult. All I'm saying is I am not pleased. Two things can be true at the same time. Myra could have done, we'll just say Myra did awful things to Jess, right? That's what Kaisu just put in the chat, that like what Chewy did to me, Myra did to Jess. I understand. I didn't ask it to be Myra, to be her Discord that this happened in, but you know why it was? Because Chewy and Rose platformed her. And again, why didn't you guys go there and say the things that you say to me? Why didn't you guys go to Mimi's panel, who also paneled Myra? So I just don't understand the motivation. Yeah, Myra's been on Mimi's panel. Why do you think that the phone call? Why do you think the phone call was in Myra's Discord?
I didn't know that. I don't think. I thought it was. No, I did. I think I did hear that it was Myra's Discord. Now that I think about it, sorry, I'm getting my information jumbled.
Do you see what I'm saying? I didn't choose for it to be Myra and Elena and those girls to come forward. I didn't choose for that. So I don't know the situation. I don't know the history. I've heard a little bit, but I've heard a little bit about everything. And like I said, right now, that's why I said I didn't say I don't care. I said I don't have the space for it. But that was after I said multiple times, do not speculate on who gave me this recording. You guys have heard the threats that Chewy has made about me. If you understand the seriousness of that, do not put somebody else in the line of fire. Do not speculate. The only thing, and I guaranteed them I would never give their names, and the only reason why they agreed to even do this and to help me was their anonymity. I think I said it right, Crystal.
You
and
did.
We assured them because there were so many people on the call that they would not be able to figure out, and it would just be like, we either have to hate them all or, whatever. And she got on a panel the next morning on Keisha's panel and said, without a doubt, 100%, it was Myra that leaked it. And it wasn't her, but what if it was?
Yeah, it doesn't take away from the fact that it was a good thing that Myra did for you.
Right.
Also, Jess is asking up, so.
No, absolutely not. But it does not take. I can't. If you want to let her up, I'll leave.
No.
Let me just finish my point.
You. This was just
her,
a question that I was.
She didn't.
Posing
She did not just say that it was Myra, which she still can't answer me why she would say it, because nobody ever questioned who gave the recording about Skip's Discord for Key, right? And if they did, they were like, "Thank God for the mall," right? That's still sane. Praise the mall. Thank God for the mall, right? But with this part, she said it as though the person who gave it to me had done something wrong. So that I can't rectify in my head. I can't rectify why you would get up and say someone's name whenever I repeatedly said don't. You said the wrong name. You put somebody in the line of fucking fire who didn't need to be. And I just can't, justify why. I cannot in any way justify why she would do that. And then she not only said that, she said, yeah, and I also don't understand why so many people were mad about Bree's Discord calls coming out, but we're not supposed to care about this one. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Because Bree's Discord calls were intrusive. It was private phone calls that had nothing to do with anybody else. Okay? They're in HIPAA.
You did say that you didn't care about Jess and you didn't have space. On
I said I
Casey's
didn't have
panel.
space. I didn't say I didn't care. If I'd said that, I'm sorry. I was very fucking triggered. But no, I said I don't have space for that right now. And everything that everyone is accusing me of doing to her, I feel like she did to me.
It's not fair.
How is
Validated
it
me.
fair for Jess to come on panel that day and tell Sal's that she doesn't have the energy or the mental space to be fighting for her? Like, she has her own shit she's worrying
She did
about.
that. She did that. Whatever.
And I know. Time out.
Can I speak?
Hold
If
on,
I
you
can't speak, I'm
guys.
leaving.
Time
If I
out.
can't speak, I'm leaving.
I can't.
She.
Oh, here we fucking go.
Sal's
And also, what the fuck?
Jess
Have y'all
to
been
give
just
her some
window licking, waiting
time,
for the
and
opportunity
she
to
just
make
has
this
not
her
stopped.
again?
Obviously, I've
Jesus
been here asking
Christ.
questions. I come and leave.
Okay. I was asked, okay, let me rewind real quick. Coco was constantly coming after me and telling me that I set Jess up. Fucking broke my heart because she told me that I was in a fucking safe space. She backed me up. She encouraged me. She told me I was right the entire time. Then fucking Coco was coming at me saying, you set my friend up. So I message her and I say, Jess, why are they saying I set you up? She sent me a message telling me how she thought everything that I fucking did was wrong in a very nice long way. Fine. But you didn't tell me why your friend is fucking saying that. Do you think I set you up? And then I'm hearing Rose saying that Rose said this. I don't know if Jess did. Rose said Jessica Ann reached out to us. She apologized. She didn't know the context. Sal's totally set her up, and she gave us the recording. She gave us the recording so we can prove what she, how she did all these lies, right? So I can't remember which came first, but I messaged Jess and I was like, Jess, they are saying that I lied and said that it was on a story and I was tagged in it and all of this crazy stuff that I never said. And it was what the replay thing wasn't going on at the time, and I was like, can you please send me the live so I can see what it is that they're misinterpreting.
Will you let Jess up, please?
And she didn't respond back to me for 3 days. That was long enough for me that I blocked her. I understand that other things have happened in between that. That is fine. That is no problem. But whenever I asked her, when we discussed this later on a panel on Breeze, I think, I said, I said, your friend, your best friend is saying that I set you up. And she's like, well, that's her. That's not me. I'm like, but it's your best friend. And she's like, right, those aren't my words. I told you those aren't my words. And I was like, but they've said it repeatedly and you've never corrected it. And that's when she said what Bree said, that she is dealing with her own things and she can't go out and correct everything that anybody says is wrong. And I was like, I think that's a pretty big fucking deal that you should correct that. And she didn't think so. So there's many reasons. Yeah, there's many reasons why I'm not okay. I'm not happy with that girl. I feel like she is so insensitive to this situation. As one girl said, and I didn't even look at it that way, but fucking spot on. I have been silenced for 4 months. 4 months. And I had the first day to finally speak up. People were listening. And she took that opportunity to throw Myra under the bus, to flood the chat.
let me clear this up because now we're not, because you spoke on this Thursday. I heard it Friday. Friday is when I heard Jess talking about Myra. You did have a whole 24 hours to speak on it. Jess wanted to tell you about one fucking person and you all invalidated her. And you want us to come up here like me. I'm over here holding Chewy's fucking head to a fire, but you can't validate Jess's feelings when you had her stalk her up? Whoa, bro.
Hi. Listen.
The way that y'all have been trying to make this about somebody else is so fucking wild to me.
Hold on.
Bree, because I have been right.
Okay.
I've been standing
Hold
here
on,
for Sal's
hold on. Just
for
1 second.
days.
Just 1 second. 1 second. Listen, I want to give Sal's the opportunity to leave if she doesn't want to be a part of this conversation. She's been through a lot. She doesn't have to participate. I was just kind of getting the feel for everybody. I do want to, we will continue. It'll be fine. If she wants to come back,
Right.
she can.
Let me just say, I know. Let me just say, though, this is what I'm saying. Everything that she's saying that I'm doing, she's doing to me. I had a moment to finally speak. Kmac held the panel so I could speak. Do you know about Karen? Do you know what Karen did, Kai? I said the one person I don't want to speak to is Jessica Ann. And I didn't wait a whole 24 hours. I literally messaged her as I was watching it. And I said, oh my God.
You're mad at Jessica? Time out. I don't understand. You're mad at Jessica because she went on a panel and said it was Myra. Do you know how many of us were already going around panel to panel and saying it was Myra? Where's the same energy for me? Where's the same energy for all these? Why ain't I
Understanding what she's saying.
I explained all of it. Was multiple things. It was her getting up there and saying it was Myra. It was her getting up there and saying that this was comparable to the Discord calls of Bree, and why I guess apparently this was a wrong thing to do. I felt very insulted. I messaged her, I unblocked her, and I messaged her as I was watching it. So I didn't wait on anything. Nothing. I wrote to her immediately, and I did apologize for coming at her so fucking hard, but I was shaking. I was so mad because it was the one thing that I told those girls, but it would be okay. I did not know the history of it, right? I did not know what was going
You're
on.
acting like just because you tell somebody, guys, don't speculate. There's a Discord mole. Do you realize remember what happened with Skip's Discord? We were all wondering who El Jefe was.
No,
everybody
no one was.
Yes, we all was. Yes, we all was, Sals. You're wrong.
We were praising them, Kai. Don't you remember? Thank
I
God
will
for
agree
the
with
mole.
that.
Praise
Time
the
out.
mole.
We were praising them.
You
Yes,
were
we
praising
was. We
him.
were time out. We were praising them, but we all still wanted to know who the fuck it was. Just like I was praising whoever gave you this call, but I still wanted to know who the fuck it was.
Kai, did you see the clip of what I'm referencing about
You can't get
Taylor?
mad at people for speculating and people having conversations and us
Kai,
knowing certain people
okay, let's not repeat history.
who are in who are in a Discord call. You can't get mad at somebody because they sit on a panel and say, "Oh, it was Myra," and you don't understand the history of that girl, what Myra has done to Jess.
Can I give an example of why I think it's just a little ridiculous? Okay, so Morbid really recently, was exposing.
Oh my God, I'm not
Becca.
doing the back history shit.
Okay, well, anyways, he was exposing Becca, right? And Kate, and the thing with Case and stuff, and he had panty crossed or whatever on panel. That girl was definitely my stalker, but I'm not gonna be like that. Myra wasn't coming up to talk about Jessica. She was coming up to do the right thing, and then it's not like they were becoming friends and she was going to be on panel with us every day. I didn't make a big deal out of Peachy being up there. I wasn't like Morbid.
But that's
if you let
the difference,
Peachy up there, I am
Look
done.
who you're friends with now. You go and whenever you have a common hate
Look who
with
I'm friends
somebody,
with now. Who am I friends with now?
Time out. Whenever you have
Who
a
am I
common
friends with
hate
now?
with, let me finish.
I want to know who I'm friends with. I want to know who I'm friends with.
Morbid.
I don't think she's friends with
As soon as
Morbid.
you
It's
have a
me,
common,
Bree. I'm the problem.
no, I'm not. You are one of the problems. But anyway,
Me.
as soon as let me finish before everyone starts. Let me fucking finish, and
Yeah,
I
he's
will
my best
leave,
friend.
and you can fucking talk shit. You have, soon as you see you and whoever you don't like start hating somebody equally, and you not
That's not
like
true.
them. Listen, yes, it is. I've
No,
been
it's not.
seeing it happen. Yes, it is, Bree.
Name somebody other than Morbid.
Rez.
Do you even know the history of Rez? Are you serious? You think that's why I became friends with Rez?
Wait, what? Why are you bringing Rez into this? You leave her
Other
alone.
people, but soon you can't do this.
You don't know
other
anything
people
about
like
my
me.
friendship with
I don't
Rez.
like Sal's, and I still over here taking a stand. But I'm not gonna have you guys invalidate somebody I do call a friend.
Who's invalidating
invalidating
anybody? I
her?
sat up here yesterday and said that I'm not going to invalidate Jessica, but I feel like Myra wasn't coming up here to. It's not like Myra was going to start hanging out with us on panels and stuff. She was coming up here to do the right thing.
Different. Listen,
That's it.
you guys.
Kai,
You guys.
Kai, do you understand how I could feel invalidated by Jess?
Wasn't we all time out? Wasn't
Fair.
we all say not me because I wasn't on that panel? I had a problem with it too. But wasn't Key and on her panel fucking Satan? They had Ivory Root, Woo, whatever her fucking name is, abuser on panel. They were Satan. They were Satan. Oh my God, you guys are panel. And then Chewy, you know what Myra did? Myra did the same fucking thing Chewy has done to Sal's, and y'all are platforming her.
Okay.
Do you see any of us
Y'all have
platforming
platformed
Chewy?
so many
If I
people that
find
have
out
done
somebody
shit to
platforming
people.
Chewy, I've already cut everybody off who fucks
Let's
with
see,
Chewy, so.
Mimi. Let's see, Audrey. Let's see. I can go on and on.
Have they platformed him since this has happened? I haven't seen it.
Audrey's
not
on so many
platforming
panels.
her.
Mimi's on so many panels. Are you
Let
kidding
me see
me?
if they're platforming him now. After that call came out, has anybody platformed? Put a one in the chat if you still support
I'm not
Chewy
talking about
after that.
Chewy. I'm talking about you saying platforming Maya. She came up here to do the right thing. Like, I don't know anything about Myra. Like, I'm not going to invalidate Jessica. But what I'm saying is, like, that would be like me getting upset if somebody brought up anybody on panel that has done shit to me and stalked me and like that girl Peachy. I never was like, I cannot believe people are going to let her on panel after she has literally doxed every address me and my husband has ever lived in our entire lives. Like, I didn't make it about me. because she was just doing the right thing. And I just ignored it and then now, like, she doesn't go on panels with Morbid every single day. Like,
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, this is the safe time to leave the conversation. If it's not a conversation you want to have with Jess
are you kidding me? I can't even respond to everything that's just been said.
No, you can respond to everything and then we'll do it. I just wanted to go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I feel.
Let her have a say,
Bye. Bye, everybody. I cannot fucking talk here. Hold on, Karen, shut the fuck up. This is the problem.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
I don't mean
shut the
I
fuck
mean
up.
everybody. Listen, I'm sorry.
Oh my God,
I'm sorry. I don't mean that.
Okay,
this is what the problem is. No, this is it right here. This is what we've been talking about all damn day. It's coming out in real fucking time. I'm very sorry, Karen. I was telling basically everybody to shut the fuck up. This is the fucking problem. Do you guys fucking get it? Nobody can be heard because it's everybody's fucking ego and it's got to be about me and it's got to be about that and you have to treat this person this way and you have to treat that person that way. It's not okay. It's not fucking okay to do this. Everybody's voices get silent except for the masses. And Kai, I've been standing up for you, but if you're treating Jess like that, so you're not going to stand up for what's fucking right anymore because you think I'm doing something bad to Jess, but you won't let me fucking explain why? This one next to me thinks it's funny to bring up a girl that I said do not bring her up? No. Sorry. This is what's fucking wrong. I'm sorry, Kmac. I'm sorry, Karen. I'm really sorry that I told you to shut the fuck up. I'm just really fucking triggered. I'm very sorry. I'm leaving now. Sorry.
I love you, Sal's, and you're welcome to come back anytime you want to.
Everyone go.
Okay, so anybody that wants to come up and continue the conversation? Kai?
On their own.
I didn't drop them. I don't know who did. I have a feeling somebody did, but it wasn't me.
Crystal in here.
Yeah. I think so. But I want other people to be able to talk about this conversation because it has affected somebody I care about. And
Your mods is cutting up. They cutting up. They dropping people and I don't know what they.
No, we never dropped nobody. We didn't drop nobody. I never dropped
Jess,
nobody.
are you
Kmac.
I only thought it was you, Crystal, because I remained. Everyone left and yet I remained.
Well, you are her favorite.
Kmac, I'm glad you bring in Jess up because I feel like she does have a right to speak on something that is her name being brought up. So,
I've had
respect
so many
and I love
DMs,
Sal's,
and
but,
I didn't know, and I want people to feel like I want this to be fair. I want it to be neutral. I want people I know this is a very difficult subject that people disagree about this particular issue, but I think if we can talk through it, we can get to a place of where we understand each other and maybe do it.
All right, can I just say something before Jessica starts? I apologized to Sal's, right? I apologized to her and I said to her I was wrong. Right, Kmac?
Karen, I can agree with that. You did. I was there.
Right? Then she said to me, I'm condescending. So I bit back at her. I said, yes, condescending am I? Well, I'll tell you what's condescending. Letting someone on your panel and giving her a platform that's doing exactly to Jessica what she was doing to you. She's not going to talk to me. I apologized. I went in there with my manners. I didn't raise my voice at first. I said I was sorry. I said I was wrong. I apologized. And she attacked me.
And you actually defended Sal's. That was the other thing, too, I don't think.
Thank you. When we was in Jessica's live, when we was in Jessica's live and there was other people in there attacking her in that live, I stuck up for her. I stood up for her.
Does anybody want to drop for Gypsy Toe, please?
And whoever took that screenshot, hang on a minute, Steph Tom. Hang on a minute. And whoever took that screenshot saying I thought it was funny. Yeah, I did say that, but it wasn't against Sal's. I thought it was funny because they kept dropping Gypsy Toe and I kept letting her back up. That's what I said. But when she was on a live review yesterday, I seen it on Boston's replay. She said, I said, and I laughed so fucking hard. No, I never. And I've gone and screenshotted that post and I've reposted it on my page. I didn't say that. And she's just lying, and dragging it on. It's not fair.
I just want to say one quick thing. You know, I've had people ask me before why I don't like sales. That's why. If you can't hold an adult conversation in an uncomfortable situation, I'm sorry. But what was done to her was done to Jess. And just because Myra was part of her hero doesn't mean that she's got a halo on. So I'm going to drop down because there's a lot more women that know more about this than I do. But for Sal's to rage quit because she didn't get her way or it wasn't about her anymore, that's how I took it. Whether that's what happened or not, that's how I took it.
I don't
So I
think
love
that's
you.
it at all. And I just want to say I love Sal's. I think maybe she is overwhelmed. She wanted a moment to be able for it to be about this one thing, and she didn't want it to turn into something else. However, I do understand the other side of it now that I know about what had happened. I do see the correlation that you are trying to make, and I think that you have a valid point and you deserve a platform to do it on. So there you go.
I agree, Jessica, and I'm here to listen also.
But it doesn't take away the fact that I love Sal's or Jess the same. So
Same.
go ahead.
Thank you. I just personally, I'm like a little bit stuck on what to say right now because for the last 2 nights, and afternoons, I'm getting sent the lives, I'm being spoken about, I'm coming in, I'm physically hearing myself be spoken about. I'm requested up, and then it's no, she's not allowed to come up. And by the same point, it's this live is about Sal's, but Mimi's being spoken of, and I don't know what's happened with Mimi today, so I'm just going to start with that. Mimi's being spoken about, various other people are being spoken about. Is this live about Sal's or is it about everybody else? And the people who are being spoken about aren't allowed to come up. But then apparently Myra should be allowed to come up because she's being spoken about. And Myra wasn't going to be platformed to talk about me, but she was in the chat saying, let me up to tell my side of the story. And Kmac, I respect you so much for sticking to your side of this, like, for sticking to your word to me, but...
Oh, yeah. I wasn't going to let her up.
I know that was difficult. I know that's not an easy position to be in, and I appreciate it. And I hear what people were saying. I was listening, like I was reading people's comments, and I can see some people's point of view. I can see some people are just coming at me sideways because they don't fucking like me. Tiffany, Erica. I don't know what Coco did to start getting bashed in the comments then, but that was very weird. But anyway, some people are coming at me because they don't like me. Some people are genuinely saying, like, I see where Jess is coming from. She's got a point, but it could have waited. And I hear that. I'm still struggling with how I'm supposed to just turn my feelings off and turn my emotions off and not respond through emotion in that moment. Like, I'm led by emotion. That's just who I am. It's part of my diagnosis. It's something I can't help. So when I see something, I feel something and I respond. I don't know how I was supposed to not in that moment, but I get what people are saying, that I should have found a way, that it was about Sal's. And guess what? That's why I've stayed away from this live tonight. I've not come in here in person. I've sat and I've watched it be streamed somewhere else. I've given Sal's her time to talk. The live was getting wrapped up. The live, as far as I'm aware, Sal's had finished telling a story, or am I wrong?
Yeah, she had finished, and then I was asking the consensus on how she felt about me hosting a panel so you could speak about the issues that you wanted to talk about, and that she was welcome to join if she wanted to, or she didn't have to. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to add, Rose messaged me today.
Rose?
Rose messaged me today. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Rose was asking if she could add the Justice for Jessica to her profile, or whether I'd be upset by this. And I didn't respond because unlike Casey May and unlike Sal's, I'm not going to do that. I stand on my morals. What's wrong is wrong. And what happened to Sal's is wrong. To say that I don't feel sympathy for her is wild. Coco's cried over this. I've cried in private over this. I sat up here, there's that first live you did, Kmac, and I tried my best to support Sal's. I took it on the chin every time she spoke to me like a piece of shit on the bottom of her shoe because I understood she was upset. But the next day, after me sitting here all night and supporting her, what I didn't expect is a message coming at me sideways for something that had happened before the live that I spent all night sitting on her with. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
I hadn't spoken to Sal's when I was on Keisha's panel. I'd not heard anything about this from Sal's. All I'd heard was other people saying, this is what's happened. I went on Keisha's panel, I listened to the call. I'm speculating just like everybody else is. But Sal's is okay to come at me sideways and say, this is me being vindictive. How about I feel like she's been slightly vindictive? And I'm sorry, but I do. It's all right for certain people. It's not all right for other people. And funnily enough, the people it's not all right for are all the people Sal's has got problems with or feels like wronged her by not wanting to be her friends anymore. I agree. Key's delivery is not perfect. Sometimes she gets things wrong. But does anybody here think that Key gets things wrong deliberately? That woman's so passionate on her stance and her belief in things. You're not telling me that she doesn't genuinely believe that way. I don't see somebody being so passionate when do you know what I mean? I think the stuff with Ray, that was all sad. It was so sad to watch. I felt for them both. Like, I think he got the situation wrong. And when them two spoke on panel, you could kind of hear it, like she was hurt. I think it kind of dawned on her, like, this shit. I'm not saying Key does things perfectly.
I think yes, and I feel like the thing with you and Sal's is like kind of like that because y'all had a friendship at one time, and then she felt you weren't being supportive of her. And, now that all of this stuff is coming out, all of the thing with you is coming out also because Mara was a part of that story. And I don't want you to think that anybody was wanting to platform her. It's just that she was a part of the thing that happened with Sal's.
I didn't even know why she came up, to be honest with you. I was thinking about that in retrospect last night when I was going to bed, and I thought, her part in it seemed so minimal. She's not even the one that gave Sal's the call, so why was she up there anyway?
All right, I've got a question to ask. Why were they already recording? Because this ties in with the question you're asking. If it was all out of concern, if it was the turning point of hearing everything that got said, then why was that call already being recorded before he said what he said?
Well,
I'm telling you, I have seen this pattern with Myra, and after speaking to Crime Junkie last night, I've learnt this pattern happened before me and Myra's friendship group. She was already doing this shit in this community.
What are you implying, though, by saying that because it was already being recorded before he said that? What are you implying by saying that, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, at the point of him saying, like, I'm going to choke this bee out, the call was already being recorded at that point.
Do you think that he was being baited into saying things? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that, and I've got strong feelings about that being said.
No, I'm not sure on that. I'm not right. Baiting's the wrong word for me because I don't think it matters what anybody says to you. I don't
exactly.
think,
yeah.
I don't. What I think is what was being said to make him feel comfortable enough to let his true self be known. Put it that way. Not that he was being baited, but why did he feel so comfortable? And in Rose's message to me today, I've asked Bayou Bell, she says she can't remember, but in Rose's message to me today, she says the reason that full clip won't be put out is because Myra's talking about me in it. So would you look at that? It turns out I do have something to do with it after all, Sal's.
Wah, wah, wah.
Whoa.
I definitely think people need to be careful with that word because it is not the right word unless that's truly what you believe, that he was baited, because you shouldn't be able to be baited into speaking about any woman like that ever. But I do kind of wonder if the reason those calls were being recorded is because they knew how comfortable he was. He was fixated on Sal's. He took every opportunity that he could to speak on her. So maybe they just rolled the dice and thought, yeah, well, look, the chances are this guy's going to talk about her tonight, so let's start recording.
I'm pretty sure it's not the first time that he has spoken that way.
Weren't they like his people? Like,
Why would they
People
want to
knew
hurt
how
you?
he
I've had
spoke to
people in my
people.
own, not to this extreme, obviously, but I've been around people who did the wrong thing, and you just have to go, well, this is wrong. I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want to let this slide. So you do have to stand up and say something. And I do not like that woman, Myra. I just don't. There's a whole lot of shit. She's a bad person. But, maybe that was her breaking limit. Maybe she said, I'm not going to sit around and listen to this shit. I'm going to record this motherfucker and put it all out there. Sorry for swearing.
Myra records every phone call. She records every message. She screenshots everything. So, and she's been doing that for years. So it wasn't even, you know what I mean? Like, she recorded phone calls that had nothing to do with anything, just to collect information on people. That's what she does.
Ew.
I'm interested in hearing what you've got to say, because you're saying that you asked Myra to record that call, and I'll believe you if that's what you tell me, that's your truth. But Myra did record all mine and her calls and Amy's calls. We didn't know at the time. We didn't find out till after. This is something apparently she just does. When we were friends, when we were talking with our children on the FaceTime, like, God, I sound old, the FaceTime. When we were talking with our kids on FaceTime, all that was being recorded.
And I think it's important just for like a short rundown, because not even though we've gone live about this for I don't know how many days now, because we're not allowed to go on anybody else's panel, even though everyone's talking mad ish about us, but we can't ever rebuttal. And people are just straight up lying. Anyways, we already went over this, and Sal's and everyone wants to act like, oh, well, we didn't know. And like, they did know, and the receipts were shown.
Okay, can we
Myra-
rephrase that though, just real quick? I'm sorry, can we just say the receipts were shown? Because I don't want to put it on like they knew, etc.
I'm gonna put it on them. Absolutely, I will. So anyways, Myra,
Righty.
when she was no longer friends with Jess, she did a handful of things going real life behind the scenes to try and destroy her life. She went after her kid's benefits. He's autistic. And basically, by doing that, she could have took food out of his mouth and he wouldn't be able to have whatever he needs to survive. She went after her housing. She tried to get her in trouble. Don't know the whole like legal thing with it, but she was recruiting people who knew about UK laws to try and figure out how to call and screw up her living situation. She was recruiting people to go look for UK websites to try and find revenge porn. What was the other thing? I'm blanking now. There's something else too. But basically, she had people basically try to get people to pull up on Jess in real life. She knew everything about this girl. They were best friends. And she used all this information when she pretended like she wasn't around anymore. Oh, I've been off the app, to behind the scenes seek out people who didn't like Jess and get even more information about her. And Jess would have had no idea any of this was happening if it wasn't for the people to come forward and show her all of the evidence. And it's there. So that's who they were defending. And they did know. It's been proven. Casey May, you knew. But you said Myra didn't do anything to you. And you and Jess aren't friends anymore. Therefore, you don't give a shit. Okay? And that's super funny because Jess and Sal's have been fighting. Jess isn't friends with Chewy. She didn't have an issue with him either, but she still stood up for Jess or for Sal's. It didn't matter who she was beefing with or what. That's, the right thing to do. And you guys are a bunch of hypocrites knowingly platforming someone who was an abuser and is potentially just as bad as Chewy.
Can I just come in there? Obviously, like when I first joined the community, I ended up over it like with Chewy and everybody, and me and Myra had started obviously messaging about the case, and it instantly sort of just like it just switched, and I didn't obviously know anything about Jessica, but I was like sort of becoming friends with Amy. And I think Myra had obviously caught on to that now that I look back. she was messaging me about Jessica, asking how the benefit system works in the UK. It was absolutely crazy, to the point where she was asking, like, how much do you get paid, and just crap like that. She went on to speak about Jessica's son, saying that her son was autistic, I believe she said, and that Jessica Ann doesn't work. She causes trouble. She sits online all day. She went on to tell us that Jessica was engaging in, like, quite explicit sexual stuff with Nick, and I didn't even know the first thing really about Jessica Ann, and I know when she was telling us all these things, I was getting Jessica confused with a completely different person. So when I was responding back to Myra, I was speaking about something completely different, and she was still coming back, obviously speaking on Jess. It was just crazy, and I honestly think that because she sort of knew that I was from the UK, and she knew Jessica was friends with some of the people I had been associating with, that's why she even started messaging us in the first place.
And it's not only that, Kmac. When Sals was on your live yesterday, and she was saying, well, they're having a go at me because I platform Myra, but why they having a go at Chewy? Why ain't they telling Chewy what Myra did? Oh my God, let me tell you what happened. I was in Mandyland's live one day when that thing happened with Brie and, what's her name? Cheeky. And all of that, yeah? And I was on there, and I was telling Sassy to play the live, and she played the live and everything, and it proved my point. I didn't do anything wrong. And Jessica seen me there, so Jessica came over there, and she said, oh, I seen Karen here, I just want to come over here. And she brought up all the evidence that Myra did, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of messages that I sent Jessica, that Myra sent me about Jessica. There's took me all day, Kmac. Anyway, this is what happened. Sal's turned around to Jess and said, can you just hold them messages up there a minute? Let me screenshot them. So she did. And she screenshot them. And off she popped over to Chewy's live they fell out before all of this. Sal's tried to tell Chewy and Rose. They didn't listen. They said they didn't want no trouble in there. So Sal's made a post about it, so she did know. And the next thing you know, Jessica, me, Coco, everybody have been over to Chewy and Rosie's live, tried to tell them. They told them want no trouble in there. They're not listening to us. And if we carry on, we're going to get blocked and muted. That's what happened. Isn't that right, Jessica? Am I wrong? Am I lying?
You're not lying at all. And just in response to what Casey said there, that she doesn't know all of my story, she told it in voice call early in the morning. I came at the end. That is a lie, Casey. And the people who are in your Discord know that. So I can go and see the time that Karen sent me the messages if you like. But as soon as she'd sent all of the messages through, I went onto Discord to message Gypsy Toe. Because, we all joke that she's like our TikTok lawyer. So I went to
No,
message
ma'am.
Gypsy
I came
Toe.
at the end because
Hold
I
on, I'm not
remember
done
the day that
talking,
it was,
Casey.
and I
You've
was
had plenty of
actually
time
in
to
the
talk
line
about
at
me.
fucking.
You didn't want me to come up
I was in the
yesterday when you
line
were
at
suggesting
fucking
me,
K. I was
Casey.
in the line
Let
at
me
Chick-fil-A.
speak. Jesus
Can you all
Christ.
block Casey like you blocked all of us? Or at least drop her until we're done talking?
No, you've had 3 days to speak.
Casey, I tried to
You
come up
babe.
last night and you wouldn't let me up. So don't start with that one.
Come on, you
I
guys.
asked if I could come up. So anyway, I know you want to distract from what I'm saying, but I came on Discord to message Gypsy Toe about it and send her the screenshots, and I seen that there was a voice call going on in your Discord already. So I thought, perfect, there's more people in there.
That's a lie.
Okay.
You're fucking lying.
Well,
You're fucking lying because I
I'm telling
remember.
my version of the story, Casey.
I was in the line at
How
Chick-fil-A.
can you remember when I've not even got to the point
in
where
the
I joined the
fucking
call?
line.
I'm
I'm
talking
telling
about
you
what
when you
happened
were
before I
saying
joined
it.
the call,
I was in the
Casey.
line at Chick-fil-A getting breakfast on my
Kmac,
way to
will you
fucking
please
work.
mute her so I can finish talking?
You know what? This is why I don't give a shit about you. Fuck you and fuck your issues.
Okay.
Fuck you and your issues too, Casey.
Casey May is a bold-faced liar. She was sat up on her panel, yesterday, the other night, saying that she knew what Myra did to Jess. She heard what Jess had to say. And she says that she doesn't care because she's not friends with Jess anymore. Myra didn't do anything to her, and she hadn't heard Myra's side of the story. So, come again?
And
You
what
didn't
was
know?
it? She'd not spoken to Myra up until 2 days ago. Casey, another lie you got caught in. Because even without the Discord messages
hang on,
that you're
Jess.
bragging about.
Yes, hang on.
No, let me finish, Karen. I need to get this
No
off my
double
chest.
standards. He's saying the live is being reported.
It's okay. Please tap. Please say TikTok shop or whatever it is that's supposed to save it.
Crystal set me up here to mod. One at a time. Sorry. Just coming up here to tell you one at a time.
So I joined the Discord call that was already going on, and I was like, does anybody know how I deal with revenge corn? Obviously, safe words. That's not what I said. And they was like, what's up? I was crying. I was like, well, this is what's going on. And I started sharing my screen. Throughout, Casey's going, oh my God, Myra's crazy. I never liked her. Oh, and another thing that you got caught in a lie, Casey. If you didn't know Myra, then why are you bringing up Nellie's fish fries? Because who was on those fish fries with with Nellie? Oh, wait, yeah, that would be Myra. On that call, you said you couldn't stand Myra back from the fish fry days. But I thought you didn't know who she was. I thought you'd never spoke to her, Casey. This is why people come so hard after you, and Brie and that don't see it yet. But give it time. Keep doing stuff like this. People will see you for who you are. Even let me finish my damn sentence.
Give it a year. They'll see.
I'm sorry, but that was completely disrespectful towards Jess. Everybody from whatever side you want to call it was literally muted or blocked so that Sal's could have a safe space, but Casey wasn't. I'm not trying to come at you, Kmac, but that was really disrespectful.
Right. And it's been that way. I've been unblocked by Kmac like 14 times at this point. I put a freaking tomato in the chat, and Casey May can sit up here and say F you to Jess, and Sal sat up here lying and cursing about everyone. People in the comments are vile, Tiffany and co. But I'm blocked for an emoji. But they can do whatever they want.
And another thing is, Gypsy's there. Gypsy Tour wasn't going up to attack Sal's that day when I kept letting her up. She was going up to address Myra. She was going up to out Myra. She was going up to attack Myra. It was not about Sal's, not at all. Honest to God, Kmac, it wasn't. And Jessica can tell you, because Jessica even sent me a message saying that Gypsy Toll's going over to Kmac's live to address Myra. The only reason she addressed Sal's is because Sal's wouldn't let her talk. She didn't. Her intentions was not to come up there and attack Sal's. It was none of our intentions. It was to come for Myra, and that's the God's honest truth.
Sal's, catch the replay. When I came up, you started with me. So I'm going to match your energy. Not everything's about you. It was actually warning you about platforming a SHPB user, which you say you would never do, but you did, right? So yeah, not everything's about you. You guys keep saying, well, we didn't know. How are we supposed to know? Maybe people were trying to tell you while you're just sitting up there lying, but we get blocked and muted every single time.
And the thing is, that's right, because I've just came up here because Kmac sent me a DM saying, would you and your friends like to come over here and talk about what happened to Jess, what Myra did? And I said, let me go and ask them, and I did. I went and asked them, and they was in two minds, and some of them was busy, and some of them said that they might not come, they don't know, because
I'm sorry, Karen, just real
Time out.
quick.
I have to clear this up too.
Nobody knew that she was planning your unaliving, so you can spare me with the, I've been trying to tell you for 4 months. Everyone called him out for what he did. I'm not sure what else you want besides we all said it was wrong, and some people were even apologizing to you, and you told them to go F themselves. Like the other night, you did that to Hey. You did that to Karen. You did that to Jess. What else do you want?
But no, Sals, you come up here on every panel and you fucking are literally putting our heads on the fire saying, I told you for 4 months. I told you for 4 months. And we come up here and we say, we are wrong. We're sorry. you still
But in all,
can't forgive it. You're still sitting there saying we're all this evil and it's all about Sal. Casey, you just sat up here and said that you've been hearing Jess say this for 3 fucking days. Seriously? Okay, then that means Sal's needs to shut up about it. If Jess can't speak about her stalker, then Sal's doesn't need to speak about her stalker.
Real, Sal's, do you get
This
it yet?
is so weird though. Like, what's going on?
If we paneled Chewy, do you know what would happen if we paneled Chewy, which everyone has, besides the random freaks who are okay with what he did, most normal people, functioning adults, said what he did was wrong. Imagine knowing what he did and then hanging out with him on panel and calling him a hero. You called Myra a hero and you knew what she did. What's that about?
I have a question for Aubrey. Remember when Skip's Discord was leaked? Would you everybody wanted to know who was leaking it. We were all happy whoever leaked it. It was a good thing they did. But we were all spectating and we were all wondering who was in that Discord and everything, right?
I got blamed for it multiple times, and so did Amy. So there's that.
I think when that kind of stuff happens, like, it is a true crime community where everyone's going to start questioning things and wanting to play detective. So yeah.
That's another thing. Like, you can't get mad, Sal's, because you told people not to speculate. But again, we're true crime over here. Big on the true crime.
Okay,
But
I just
true
want to
crime over
clear
here.
something up really fast. I didn't do anything slidey or wrong or anything. I had checked on Jess over the last couple of days. When I asked Jess today if after she had told me about Myra, I had said, listen, at another time, do you want to come up on the panel and discuss what Myra did to you? Because it matters, like it does. And I wanted to give her a platform where she could talk, and I didn't want her to feel like she had to come up and like talk with Sal's. I wanted to make it to where Sal's didn't have to be here if she didn't want to, which is why I was bringing it up to Sal's this afternoon saying, hey, how do you feel about this if I let them, come on over here, which I thought she would be fine with. And I didn't know everybody was available today.
I don't think
Can
you
I
did
just
anything wrong,
correct you there?
Kmac.
Because I do just want to say it how it was. Like, I understand just because of the sake of wording, I know things need to be very specific around here. You'd said on the message, can you and your friends come talk if I go live?
Yes.
And then some other stuff, and like, I want to give you all equal space, and like, it's the stuff about Myra. So it wasn't like specifically said like at another time or anything like that. It was.
That is right.
Yeah.
But I didn't
And
mean
Karen
like
was
I wasn't going to
messaged.
do it with Sal's is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
That was my main point. Like any time was fine with me. They just had to let me know. I just wasn't going to bombard Sal's. I was giving that space like Sal's alone. And then I was going to give y'all the space to be able to talk about what Myra did because it was horrible. And I think you should have your space. I think you should tell us. Like we don't know what we don't know.
Because you had Sal's up here,
because
you had
I'm a-
Sal's up here, me and Jessica wasn't coming, Isn't that true, Jessica? We decided we weren't going to
Yeah,
come.
we was
We weren't going
messaging
to
each
come.
other back and forth.
We weren't
Yes,
coming.
were.
If you
I
go
only
look at your
came because I
DMs,
was being spoken about again.
if you go and look at your DMs,
I think that was my fault
Mac, I
because I was
messaged you
bringing it
too.
up.
I messaged you too, said we're not coming.
I've been name dropped multiple times through this live, I'm not going to lie. And I get sometimes it's necessary because I was involved in certain situations like holding lives. So in that sense, fine. But over the last couple of days, it's been a thing. Like Casey was discussing me last night and I wasn't allowed to come up. That wasn't about Sal's. I wasn't coming up to even address Sal's. I was coming up to call Casey out for saying she didn't know anything and that the first time she'd ever spoke to Myra was the night before. That's why I was requesting, because that was a lie.
And this has been super, super awkward for me, guys, because I want to let everybody up. I think everybody should speak. But when it comes to this situation, I feel like Jess is a victim. I feel like Sal's is a victim. And so to protect
But
the
that can
victim.
be, they both are victims in this, and that's what we're trying to get at. Is we can't we can't sit there and say Sal's is just the victim of the year when Jess is a victim too. She was just trying to tell
agree,
y'all.
but I didn't know about
I'm not saying for you,
Jess.
Kmac, because I think your delivery and all this was actually wonderful. I'll give you that. Applaud to you. You did great for this live.
I
I've just got
hope
a
so
point,
because
all right.
I'm really worried about Sal's, and I want to make sure that she's okay.
And I'm
She's in the
worried about
chat. I
Jess
think
too,
she's
but
just fine.
Can I just say this? So
It's a lot.
Myra and Chewy and Rose have been intertwined for the last 6 or 7 months. There's a good chance Chewy and Rose know a whole lot of shit that Myra's said and done about me. Now, because Myra's my victim, is it okay for me to go get that information from Chewy and Rose and then call him my hero because he's giving me information about somebody who stalks me? No, it is not. And that is the point I was trying to make. I get it. I get what you're saying. Myra did something good here. Blue Peter badge for her. But to me, that woman is my stalker. That woman is the one who wanted to take food out my child's mouth. So
Did she know that it was Myra though? Did she know that? I'm just saying because I've heard you tell that story before a while ago about when you got stalked, and I don't remember you naming the person that did it. Because when you talked about it the other day, I was shocked when I heard it was Myra because I definitely knew it.
I know for
I can
sure.
tell you honestly.
Can I just clear something up?
Okay, you guys, I can tell you honestly, I have asked Sal's this question, and I know you don't believe it when I say this, but she did not know.
I don't think
she
Sal's
did not
did.
know. She knew things, but not everything. She was not aware. I promise you.
But I do know Casey May. She does know. She's up here lying. Casey
and
May.
Casey, oh, for
hold
sure.
on. Casey May for sure knew. I was Casey May's one of her good friends. Remember, Casey May knows who Myra is. She knows what Myra does. We've had conversations.
I love Casey, but I don't know
shit in
what she knew.
Discord.
I wasn't trying to accuse anyone of anything.
in the
I was
comments
just asking
right now,
questions.
I'm just
saying,
like,
you
in
know,
general, sorry.
Sals did know. Jess even messaged her, like, what, a couple hours before she did that big live where she was lying and defending Myra. She sent her a list of all the things that Myra did to Jess, and she didn't care. And also, you're down there saying, oh, I didn't know the specifics, but you're expecting us to have known Chewy was plotting your unaliving for 4 months?
So can I ask you guys something? Would everything typically, like, would it have been okay if, like, Myra was not platformed and her name wasn't even brought up?
Yes.
Okay.
Her name could have been brought up.
Mute, Karen.
Do you know what was wrong for me? Was when people were like, justice for Myra. Myra needs to be protected. Can you imagine Sal's reaction if somebody said that about Chewy?
No, God.
I had to say something to Sals. You just said that you told Jess about Chewy, Jess about Chewy. Okay, but
Yeah,
back.
let's
Time
do it.
out.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna do it.
Time out. Let me finish.
How do I get a restriction as soon as I get
Hold
up
on,
here?
I'm sorry, Sals. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong button.
You invited me. I'm gonna leave if
I
anybody
know,
yells.
I'm sorry.
Just let me finish. Then my question.
I was just.
I'll let everybody finish, but I have to get a chance to respond, okay?
I will let
'Cause
you respond. I always do.
Thank you. You didn't earlier.
When? I was dipping
No,
and
stop,
diving.
don't
Okay,
stop.
so it's okay. So we're gonna go one at a time,
Just
and then
talk-
like
yes.
one person's gonna say something, then Sal's gets to respond, then the next person can go, and then Sal's gets to respond. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, now I forget what I was going to
And
say.
no
anyway.
talking
Everyone else
over
go.
each other. If somebody says something you don't like, get a pen and paper and write it down, and you can address it when it's your turn. You don't have to interrupt them while they're talking. Let them say their piece. Be adults.
Thank you. Okay, go, Kai.
I forget what I was going to say now. Okay, go on.
Okay, who wants
I'll remember
to go
it
first?
later.
Paper.
No, now I remember. I remember. Sorry. Okay, Sal, you were just saying in the comments, you were trying to tell Jess all about Chewy 4 months ago. You had no actual proof it was Chewy. No black and white proof Chewy was doing this stuff until the until the Discord came out. You had time out. Let me finish. Speculations. No black and white proof that it was actually them. You had things that could have lined up that it could be them. Just like you told me about Tiffany down there when I got proof, the same proof you have with Chewy. That's what the same proof that you were showing us at the beginning, is what I'm trying to say. So you can't get mad and keep saying, well, I tried to tell these people for 4 months. When as soon as we heard something that came out that literally verified everything you said, and that he was tormenting you behind the scenes for months and all of that, I won't say most of us, because I guess there's a couple of them that didn't, but I know Jess and I were on panels with you saying this is wrong and we do not stand for this. We unfollowed him quickly. I was in his chat trying to get him to talk about it. Like, I just, as soon as we seen the concrete proof of something, we went. Jess has tried to show people proof of Myra. She's been talking about Myra for years about stalking her. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Sals.
Okay, so it wasn't what I think a lot of people, and that's fine, they're entitled to it. They're thinking that it only happened now, right? Like that recording was the problem, but that wasn't. The problem was the first time that I called him out, the first time that Jess had me on her panel, she was agreeing with me and supporting me the whole time. That is when I called it out. I don't expect anything from anybody. I don't expect anything from anybody now, but the same person that's on that call threatening to kill me was the same man who posted that homophobic post. Both of those things represent who that man is. No, you guys did not believe me. You didn't give me a chance to tell the whole truth to anyone. You harassed me every chance that I, went. Jess apparently became friends with Chewy and Rose through this whole thing. Excuse me. So no, it's not like they didn't. To me, it's this entire thing was the incident. The entire 4 months was the incident. It wasn't just this recent phone call. So I can't judge it off of what just happened afterwards. As far as Jess and knowing about her, like I said, I don't pay attention to everybody's little drama. There was a point where I didn't know who anybody else was other than like Keish and Ivy Rose knows, right? And I would see other lives, but I never really paid attention to them. Jess sent me a message. I'll have to go back and through. But what I recall is she sent me a message and said that she was on live and talking about some stuff about somebody looking into Becca Scoops. I really didn't even know who Myra was, I don't think, at that time. She asked me if I would come to the live. I don't know if she specifically said record it or I got the impression that's what she wanted me to do. So I went there and I recorded it because at that time everybody was recording lives. I remember she showed some screenshots about Becca, or I guess Myra looking into Becca. I read them. They didn't make a lot of sense to me. But I asked her to send them to me so I could, there's probably still on my page, so I could put them with the video. And that was the extent. I didn't pay a lot of attention to what it was. And even if I did at that time, I didn't know who was who and what was what. So I don't want to say I was being insensitive, but it's like if I was listening to, just that troll get up and tell a story. No offense, just that troll, but like, I don't really know who these players are. I don't know what's happening. I'm just trying to be there and document it and expose it. I thought I was doing a good thing. I know that her and Myra, but the thing that I knew for sure was her and Myra had a beef. And I get that. I get the comparison of what you guys are saying, that he is, or to her, he is, my Chewy, whatever. But what I don't understand, and she hasn't been able to answer, is why she would get up there, say her name, but it was saying her name as if that something was wrong. Because I find that very insulting, for one, not because it's Myra, but why is it wrong that anybody gave me that recording? Number one. Number two, she said in that same moment, and I didn't even finish watching the whole thing, but she said everybody was in an uproar about Bree's Discord calls, so why aren't we upset about this? Why would anybody even mention that we should be upset about this, right? Very insensitive. So I don't know, there was something else, but anyways, the whole tone, like she was even giggling, it felt very insensitive, very like, I don't know.
I can only address one thing at a time because, like,
well, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Kai.
Hold on.
Kai said a shit ton of stuff, so I'm trying to make sure I cover everything. And I know I'm getting off track, but I just want to make sure everything's covered.
You can go next, Jess. Okay.
But it's not constructive. It's not constructive for anybody to get up here and say, like, I'm not going to get up here and say, Jess, you knew that Chewy was an asshole. But I can get up here and say, I tried to tell you. You may have tried to tell me, but I'm not going to get up here and say you knew. And that's what a lot of people are doing, is they're getting up and saying that they know what the other person was feeling, what they were thinking. Like, no, you can't do that. And you can't turn around and make me a bad person, just like you think that I'm making you a bad person, right? I'm just telling you my experience. And no, I did not know. And it's two situations were not connected. That's what I don't understand. And everybody's saying that I am invalidating your abuse. That had nothing to do with that day.
it's like saying like I'm invalidating Karen's abuse. What the fuck are you talking? This has nothing to do with that day. And I just didn't understand why if we didn't focus on that day, that meant I was invalidating you. And the fact that you guys were doing that made me think that you guys were invalidating me. Because you wanted to take over what I was doing. We literally went live to address what had happened with Chewy and Rose to me. Why did it have to do anything with Myra?
All right, I'm going to try my way back to the very beginning because there was a lot there. So the question that you keep asking me, and I have tried to answer it, maybe you're just not understanding what my answer is. To me, why is it a bad thing? Because this is what Myra does. This is how Myra works her way from group to group. She records shit from her friendship group that she's currently in whilst they're still friends. And then she goes and takes that information to the next group, whoever may benefit from it, and she uses that to get in with them. Now, Casey wants to keep throwing Crime Junkie's name around, and I don't know if you speak to Crime Junkie Cells. I don't know if she's in the same Discord as you. But ask her what Myra's involvement was with mine and her situation. And then it might start to make a bit of sense what I'm saying. This is Myra's MO. And I didn't know, like, as soon as I knew this was leaked, my instant thought was Myra. Why? Because of the pattern of behaviour I'm aware of, that I've been party to, that I've seen, that I've suffered from. So in that moment, of course, you're thinking from your point of view, but I'm thinking from my point of view because this is now somebody who's personal to me. This is a situation that affects me. So when you're running around saying things like Jess is being vindictive, I feel like that's really unfair to not consider. I can consider you're running with your emotions right now, but you couldn't have thought the same for me.
Only because I thought that it just wasn't the place or time. I'm not saying that what you were saying was wrong, you were invalid, that those things didn't happen, but it just wasn't the time. Wait. It just wasn't the time. And even if you did wait, please, you don't have to pause it, but
How am I supposed to just put it in a box, tie it up, and put it to the
because
side?
that's what you do for other people. Regardless of the motivation that she had behind it, you could have messaged me or somehow gotten into contact with me and said, hey, this is Myra's MO. Just so you know, she might be up to something by sending you this. But for me, it was helpful to me. Like, there's no way that like I can be manipulated by that recording. We all know what it was. And this was they were warning me. Do you guys get that? Elena messaged me yesterday and she's like telling me about all this fucking awful shit that's happening to her. And she's like, we did all this to save your fucking life. Like, do you get it? And you being upset about what Myra's motivations are has nothing to do with me or what this situation means to me. And I'm not trying to say me, but you could have taken another time to handle that or done that privately, messaged me, told people, I don't know what her motivation is, why she would give that to her, but don't discredit it being given and me knowing about it. No, it's not. I just can't.
You also know that live was from before I'd even spoken to you, right? You know that. You've said the timeline that it was on. So you know that after that live on Keisha's, I came over and listened to you. So at that point on Keisha's, you keep throwing around, I promised these girls they'd be safe. I told everyone, please don't speculate. But you are leaving out the fact that I'd already been on Keisha's speculating before you said that. Before I ever even spoke to you.
Okay, so how did you know about the story then? How did you know about
from the Discord? The girls who are awake when I'm asleep had sent a voice note like, yes, so I was right. Chewy's a fucking psychopath. And gave a brief outline of what had happened that highlighted that your dog had been put on a profile pic. So on Keisha's, this is what I knew. You can hear me say it, actually. Your dog had been put on a profile picture and he bragged saying that it was his mum's. It was his mum's dog when he'd been asked about it. And that he said he was thinking about driving to your house every day. I didn't know about the GPS part, just that he was going to drive to your house every day. So I went over to Keisha's. At this point, she's maybe got like 14 people in. It was early for me, still nighttime for her, but early hours of the morning. So she's invited me up on panel I've gone up and she's like, do you know what's happened? I even say in the chat, I'm catching up. So I don't say I know everything or I've got the full story. I'm catching up. And I listened to that
did
call
say,
on
for a matter of
Facious.
fact, that it was Myra.
I
You
did.
didn't say, I'm not sure.
I did.
Right.
I
So
did say
why?
that. But so did the
Why?
person in the chat, Sal's. And I explained this to you in messages.
And you
I didn't
confirmed,
just pull it
but
out of my arsehole. And I've
But
I'm
told you
not
why I've
disputing, but
confirmed it.
why?
can I just
I've
Say it?
told
clarify
Why
you
did you
why
something
repeat
I
to
what
her?
you
confirmed
said?
it. What do you want
Can
from
I
me? I
help? Can I
told
help this
you.
situation for you, Jess? We
Yeah,
were in
please do,
we were
Kai.
in a Discord saying that it was Myra, and I'm pretty sure it was the CTW saying that it was more than likely Myra that gave it to you. And Jess, she's gonna
Let me guess.
she's
This is her sister's Discord? That one?
pretty sure. Which one was it?
It was
Actually,
CTW,
it's called
Kai.
Beach House now. Thank you very much.
Aw, good job.
Fucking
I've
It was
Tokyo's
just
actually
gonna
voted
change
for it
it.
to be called Boats
Kai.
and
It
Booze,
was
but,
CTW.
Kai doesn't
I
listen to
thought it was
me.
a CTW, but I wanted to be sure. It could have been Beach House or CTW. One of those two. It's the only two Discords that I really go in.
And Sal's, I just want to say, when I spoke to you the other day on Casey's panel, I did 100% believe that I heard it first from Mimi, and I have texted her, and well, not texted, but DM'd her and asked her. She still hasn't gotten back to me, and like I said, if I'm wrong, I will apologize for when I'm wrong because I know how to do that. But like I said, I believed I heard it from Mimi that day because that was the same night and even before Jess woke up.
Let me just explain something about Adrian, because I don't want to bore you all with like the story and the timeline from fucking 2024 to 2025. Like, it's a lot. But with Adrian, Myra was in our group, and Adrian had been around for a long time. She's not somebody Myra had ever bothered with. But when I held the live for Adrian, when she was coming back into the community, she was in the community, but not on TikTok. Like Nelly and Lala will remember, there was a time that she was just in Discord for a while. And when she was ready to come back to the app, once we'd all fell out with Sassy, she came up on my panel. That was the first time Myra had really spoken to her. But a few weeks later, there was an issue with like Adrian calling Pug Lady Sarah things when she was drunk. So we had a Discord call and we spoke about it. Myra sensed that discourse and that upset between us, and what did she do? She went and got really, really close to Adrian, and then found her way into Nelly and Lala's group. It's late, so I'm not wording myself properly. I'm very tired. It's been a lot of late nights, but they know what I'm trying to say. Lala and Nelly know what I'm trying to say. It was like the opportunity to find her way into the next group. And this is what Myra does. And I'm sorry, I question her motives. Even now, I don't know, Elena. I can't, you know, from what she said, fair enough. It sounds genuine. And Sal's, again, I'm so glad that you are, please let me finish.
Okay.
Please.
Go
I'm so
ahead.
glad that you're okay and that nothing has happened to you and that this psycho has not drove to your house. But that doesn't mean I'm not still worried about you, and I have said that repeatedly over the last few days. Who's to say how this man's going to react right now? And I've said when a victim leaves their abuser, the most dangerous time is when they leave because they no longer have access. I don't know what... I understand like what you're saying about the Myra situation and that you feel I could have waited. But aside from that, I don't know how I've handled this situation that's made you feel like I don't care about you or that I've been insensitive to you directly, because even when you're coming at me sideways in a message, like, I'm still out here defending you and I don't know what more I can do. I don't.
Okay, so you could have said, and I would have understood more if you said it's probably Myra and I bet she has, you know, nefarious intentions. But you didn't say that. You just said, I bet it's Myra. So to my, you know, judgment, it looked like you were saying that it was Myra and it's a bad thing. And I did say multiple times to not speculate on who it was. I didn't want to put them in danger. And whenever I said that to you, and I said it multiple times, you heard everything but that, I guess, you didn't say, oh, I didn't watch it. You know what I mean? So maybe if you said that, I didn't watch it, I could have maybe understood that at that point.
All right, Sals, I don't know if you're aware, I'm going to explain something to you. I have BPD, right?
I let you finish. Can
I
I
am
finish?
very largely ruled by my
I let
emotions.
you finish,
I
but
don't
I-
always
let's-
present myself in the moment in the best way. So, like, the way you're like, oh, if you'd have said it like this, or if you'd have said it like
you
that.
just asked what you could have done
Hindsight's an
differently.
amazing thing.
I'm telling you. You asked me, I'm telling you what you could have done differently and how I would have understood it differently and why I understood the way that I did. I'm sorry. I'm answering your question.
It's okay, everybody. It's okay. Let Sal
Hold on,
finish
Kmac.
one at a time.
I
I'm
know,
not
but
so much
we've been
asking
always
what
saying let
words, what
everyone finish,
actions
but
do you
Jess
want
hasn't
from
been
me?
able to finish it all without Sal's
Sals
cutting
has
her
had
off.
3 days.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sals
I'm
has had
sorry.
3
Go
days.
ahead.
I
I've
want
been
Jess to be able to
at
finish
3
without
days.
everyone
Okay.
cutting her off.
I understand. I
Without
understand.
like yelling at her too. Like she's not yelling at you, dude. I know you're upset.
That's not me yelling, girl. That's not me yelling.
It might be me. I don't know. Jess, go ahead.
I can't even remember. Sal, say what you want to say.
So, as I said, it wasn't just that you got up there and said Myra. And I still, I understand your hate towards her, but I just think that could have been done. You could have gone on your panel and been like, Myra's back and she's doing this. And I bet she has ulterior motives. And I wonder what she's up to now. And you could have rallied the community there. But instead, you chose a panel that we were on that, again, finally, after 4 months, people were giving me the benefit of the doubt. After 4 months, and you guys had to come in there and change it and make it about you and Myra. And I'm like, this isn't about you. This isn't about Myra. This isn't about any of that. It's about the fucked up shit that's been happening in this community for the last 4 months. And like I said, it wasn't just what you said about Myra. It was that you compared it to us, saying that the Discord call was wrong. So now it's already about hypocrisy when a man threatened my life. So I felt that was very insensitive. Then after I did ask you to retract it, you said you would. You didn't go up on panel and say, I got to let you guys know I said it was Myra and I didn't know that for sure. You got up, sounded like already teary-eyed and said, I guess I got to come up here and tell you that because that's what Sal's has told me to do. And then you read our messages.
Sals.
Do you see what I'm
Kai
saying?
was there. Kai was there, remember that, okay? I went up, bear in mind I am soft-spoken, I tried to speak twice. There was conversation going on whilst I was there. I was sat on the panel for a good 5 or 6 minutes waiting to even speak. And when I did speak, I said something. I was like, no, guys, I've got to say something here. And then I tried to speak again. And I've explained to you in messages, defending Myra, speaking for Myra in any way, shape or form goes against every single fucking fibre of my being.
And let me just say,
same with you, and you did it for 4 months. Same with
time
you.
out.
You did it
I'm
for 4
tired of
months.
hearing that she did it for 4 months. But time out. She didn't cry or anything until I asked her 3 times, Jess, are you okay? Because she said she was fine, and I knew she wasn't fine.
May I also
went on live.
We're
to
not
let
going to
them
sit
know
here.
that I was
Are we up
bullying
here
her.
laughing about you crying, Sal's?
So she went online to let people know that
You
I
were
was
in her.
mean to
No,
her
we're not doing
while
this.
I was
Wasn't
while
you in
I
her
was trying to
inbox calling her out of her
process and
fucking name because she was
Alright.
speculating because everybody in the CTW while she was sleeping saying it was Myra?
All right. Well, this is fun.
You were the one
I don't
calling
think it's
her
gonna.
out of her name.
All right,
You were the one
it's
doing
gonna
it.
get anywhere. No, it's not. It's not gonna get anywhere. I'm gonna go ahead and go. I am not invalidating you at all. I am sorry for whatever happened to you. And in a nicer way than I said it before, just you stick to you. I'm going to stick to me.
Can I ask why you said you didn't care? If you're saying you're not invalidating me, let me ask
I don't
you
believe
that.
if I ever
you did.
said I
can
didn't.
pull the clip right now,
Okay.
Sals, and I can play it.
Calm
Word
down,
for word,
Jess.
you said,
Let me speak.
no, don't tell me to calm down because this is
I'm
how
trying
you
to
speak
apologize
to people.
if I did.
Jess, hold on just a minute.
Just like you say things that you
No,
don't
she's
mean
not
whenever
even letting
you're
me finish
upset.
my sentence before she cuts me off, though. It's all right apologising. How about hear what you need to apologise for, Sals?
In the middle of talking, whenever you interrupted me.
Saying that you're going, and every time I get up on a panel, you run away. I don't get the chance to ask you these things.
Because it's
I've
unproductive.
answered your question. Can you answer mine?
Unproductive. It's unproductive. We never get anywhere. We just get upset.
Can you answer mine?
What question do you want?
Why did you say that you don't care?
If I said that, I don't think I did, but if I said that, it was out of anger and frustration. and feeling invalidated and feeling like you were being extremely insensitive, not respecting what I asked, and trying to make this about you. And I know that sounds like it's so fucking selfish of me, but again, we made the panel to discuss this issue, and you and all your friends came in and tried to make it about you. And then when you didn't succeed, you went on a panel and cried about it. Like,
but Sals, can I?
Excuse
I'm
me,
sorry
Sals.
for.
I'm
I'm
not being
sorry for.
funny, but how are you not invalidating me right now?
because I never once said that what happened to you didn't happen. I never once said that.
But you're sat here saying when you didn't get listened to, you went over on a panel and cried about it. I did not once cry on my live, I don't think. I went and started my live to show the proof that I couldn't show up here. Because to me, in that moment, excuse me just a second, why would I try and explain to Chewy and Rose and Mimi how bad Myra is when a lot of the behaviours that Myra does, Mimi justifies herself? So people over here, people I really respect, like Milfy and other people, I'm sorry, I wouldn't expect them to have Myra on a panel. Here's me thinking maybe they don't know. Oh, figures, she left.
May I also just say, like, I understand Sals thinks that Jessica could have held her own panel about the Myra situation, but, and this might just be me, but I feel like if we would have went live and held a live specifically calling out the bad behavior Myra had, we would have been called insensitive. Because
but
then it would have been
Jessica did have a live though.
what
She did have her own live, Hayley. She did.
No, I know she did, but like I'm saying, like if like they came over here first, and when all of them were going at it with Jess and them, and when Jess went live herself, like if Jess would have just strictly went live herself, she would have been called insensitive and invalidating. When the first day that after the phone call came out, Jess came right over when she had a moment and was apologizing. And then when, everybody was speculating that it was Myra, if Jess would have just went live and said everything that Myra did again, people would have been like, well, why is she bringing this up? She's being insensitive. She's trying to invalidate everything. Blah, 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 blah. Like, that's my personal feelings towards this.
I agree, hey, because I feel like whatever I've done in this situation, I've done wrong. I waited. Kmac messaged me earlier. I was like, all right, maybe I'll go. I was messaging Karen, not sure if I wanted to or not. I know life's short, Marley, I get it.
Because we didn't want to come, Kmac, because Sals was up here. Not disrespecting her. We still support Sals. Don't think we don't. We're not angry with her. Even though when I came up here and I only said, can I just say something? And she started swearing and attacking me. I can get past that. But we didn't want to come because Sals was up here telling her story after she left another live, yeah? And came over to yours. Yous lot did. We didn't want to come because we didn't want to interrupt. Because we're going to get accused of, you're making it up about yourselves now and about Myra. This is my time to talk. So we stayed away. Well, I was here, I was in the chat, but I didn't come up on panel or anything. We just stayed like that, and Jessica just stayed away.
Mm-hmm. I did. I didn't want to come in here because I know when I come in, like, I've seen it. It's like, oh, here we go again. Oh, they travel in packs. Like,
the other day, I'm sitting there.
I
understand.
honestly believe though that I think if
I think Karen thinks she's muted.
Karen, you're not muted, doll.
Okay, I think if, like, looking back in retrospect, I think that if Sal's had the information that she has, say today, about Myra, and she knew that it was going to be this dramatic around her, I'm almost positive her name would never have came up. She just would not have mentioned her at all. There was really very little reason to mention her because this wasn't about Myra. This was about Sal's.
That's
right?
actually a great. Yeah, I'm sorry, my phone crashed. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Glad you're back.
So that's a great point. Nobody had mentioned Myra up to that point. No, none of the names were ever supposed to be mentioned.
Sals, I get that, but it was a very small group with 4 people. So take me out the equation for a second. Just a reasonable question. Everybody was going to speculate.
Right, but
what if the wrong person had started being blamed?
Right, and you that's what you did. The
Well,
wrong
no, I
person.
didn't, because Myra and Elena both came to you.
No,
Like,
Elena
they've
gave me
already, Sals, they've
Jess.
already got on panel and said that they were messaging
Elena.
about how to do it and what was the best way and
Jessica.
whether they got Bayou involved or not. Like,
Elena gave me the recording. There was no question of who came to me because nobody knew that they had come to me. The only thing that anybody knew was that I had a recording. I didn't discuss what I talked to or who I talked to or that I even talked to anyone. All anybody knew was that I had a recording.
but the person you're saying, right, Chewy, who has threatened your life, he knew who was on that call. So never mind anybody on the TikTok streets. People out here can speculate all they want. Your point was the person who's dangerous. You're saying I put Myra at risk and in the line of fire.
Yes.
Well, what about the 4 girls on that chat? What if Chewy had got the wrong one and started targeting them?
That is why I said that's the only thing that keeps us safe is he won't be able to figure out which one. Because there was so many people on the call. That was our logic, and that's why I asked nobody to speculate.
There was only 4 people on the call, Sals. That's not
7.
a lot of people to
It was
speculate
7.
from.
It was 7.
But respectfully, Sal's, I've heard from other people who was in the call also. Like, one of the girls literally came out and said, I was in that call.
I just said there was 7 people on the call, and because not everybody knew that Elena gave it to me. Both of the Bayou Belle and Susie got up and said they had no idea, no clue. Only Elena knew that Elena gave it to me. That's why I said, please don't speculate. And you asked me, Jess, you said, Myra to me is like Chewy to you. And yeah, like you would do the same thing to Chewy. No, actually I wouldn't. I would never put anyone in the way of physical harm. I would never. Even if it was Chewy and I had the opportunity right now and I had a man in front of me that said, I'll go to Chewy's house right now and take care of him. No, ma'am, I wouldn't. I would never, unless you were in imminent danger, encourage somebody to have somebody else hurt them. Never. Jess, and I can't rectify what you've done. I can't. And I'm sorry if everybody can't understand that. It's not about your story. It's not about your experience. It's not about any of that. But as a whole, what you have done, I cannot make sense of it. It breaks my fucking heart. No, it breaks. And this isn't, you know what? Hold on. This isn't even about
The refusal to see it from both points of view is
I am
actually
seeing it
mind-boggling.
No,
and you're not letting me talk, but you're forgetting Kmac
because I'm still
invited me on his
talking.
panel and said you could drop.
Hold on, Jess. Hold on.
This is supposed to be my chance to talk. It is 10 past midnight for me. No disrespect, but I've been up till 4 o'clock in the morning most nights with this bullshit.
I'm happy to leave.
I'm done with it.
I did not involve any of you in this. I don't know even why any of you were involved.
It has nothing to do with any of you.
You could have handled that with Myra. Myra has nothing to do with this.
Please stop talking to me in such a condescending tone because it is starting to
Because you're not
piss me off,
understanding
Sals.
it. I'm sorry, you're not understanding it.
I am a human being and I am 32 years old. Stop talking to me like that.
Are you 52? Is that what you just said?
I said I'm 32 years old.
Oh shit, I was like, damn, you look good.
What the fuck? Wait,
I was like 52. What? It's just we're not going to get anywhere, and I just wish that we could stay on like our own corners and just stay away. No, we're not going to get anywhere.
Because you refuse to see it from any other point of view. You can't even let me get a sentence out to say to you, I understand what you're saying, but can you understand that Myra has a plan for everything. So by you giving her that chance to come in and do all of that and her like getting into the group and how can I say it, like a foot in the door, by you giving her that foot in the door, that would have escalated for me. Not straight away, it would have taken weeks, but eventually that would have escalated for me and that would have caused me a lot of problems. So of course I felt triggered. Of course I felt like I had to speak up. And I'm sorry, Sals, I can understand where you're coming from, but you just can't see it where I'm coming from.
I can see where you're coming from, but I can't.
How it's so tunnel vision for you.
You know why? Okay, I think I can see the problem. I think I know why. It's because I don't think Myra is ever going to be in our group. I've never seen her around. I haven't seen her since. I could be wrong, but
Do you
maybe
know?
that's where Sal's feels.
I didn't even get along with Myra. Me and Myra did not like each other. To be honest, I'm not even sure why. I know she talked a lot of shit about me. I've seen her be really disgusting about me. It might have even been because of I heard you talking about her, and even though I don't remember the details, you said she was a piece of shit, so I like stayed away from her. We didn't get along. And the first thing she said on the fucking call was, "Hey, I'm so sorry, like that I was, da 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 da." I don't know why we didn't get along, but we didn't. And I was just happy that she did that for me. That's all. It wasn't about I didn't factor in anything else. I was just thankful that I had that I was warned, that I was validated, that these people who were close to him understood. They saw what he was trying to do. Like I don't know why that had to happen right there. I don't know why you needed, like, what was your intention if you guys would have gotten up on the panel? What would have happened? What would have made you feel good
I was simply going to ask why you were trying to further your point about a stalker by using a stalker. And at that point, I was expecting that Kmac would probably go, "What do you mean?" And I would have explained my situation with Myra and said, "I just don't think this is the way to prove your point or to get your message across, because the person sat on this panel right now is just as bad as Chewy." That would have been it.
Okay, but she wasn't here to prove anything. But nobody was going to say anything, but they kept hold on, they kept speculating so many people. Elena was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to get up." And then Myra was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to get up," because they were so sick of other people having the finger pointed at them. They didn't want to endanger anybody else, so they endangered themselves. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Can you see that? Can you see
you didn't
that
answer
Myra
my
got on
question.
that panel?
Can you see that?
I need to address your first point because I cannot stay focused on two things at once. I will address that, but let me come to the first thing. And fucking hell, I forgot already. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Right, what was the question? Oh, wait, no. I've remembered. Sorry, hold on. When Myra addressed me on the panel, she said, and I am going to address Jessica Ann directly now. She did not say, "I'm addressing Jessica Ann because she accused me of this Discord call," or "I'm addressing Jessica Ann because of this." She started to go on a bit of a spiraled rant about me and our history. So, of course, at that point, I was like, why don't I get to respond? Like, she's okay to respond about me. It's
When did
always
we do
going to
that?
be...
On my
Pardon?
panel? Was that on
No,
yesterday?
Sal's panel. That was
Okay.
before you started your live for her.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. She addressed you?
I know. Yeah, I know. I remember Myra coming up on panel and she did say something. That was a very fucking crazy day, a heightened day, so I can't remember the specifics. I know she was on panel and she was saying things. I also know that she just had done something really amazing for me, and I wasn't about to say, "Hey, shut the fuck, get the fuck off." But I believe she said that you guys were coming at her in the comments.
Even there at that point, Sal's. Well, I wasn't. I can speak for myself. I watched the replay.
Okay, that's what I was told, is that's why she did that, is because she was being attacked in the comments.
Boston's quick. She's very quick at uploading those lives. As long as she's awake, as soon as it ends, that live's going to be up. And I watched it because, honestly, during the time of her being on panel, I wouldn't have been able to contain myself, so I didn't go in. Because it sounds if I'd have come in, I'd have requested your panel too. Like, I can't... I'm sorry, I explained this to you in messages. I can never bite my tongue about Myra, and if that makes me a bad person, then I'm sorry. But I would never, ever, 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 ever ask you to bite your tongue about Chewy. I don't care what the situation is. You want to say fuck him, then cheers. Fuck him.
You guys have said it. You and everybody has said it for the last 4 months for me to shut the fuck up about him. Are you kidding me?
Sals, it's not been 4 months. I'm going to correct that narrative. March the 13th was Mother's Day, and that was a month and a half ago. It's not been 4 months. Please stop with that.
It's July.
Yes.
March, April, May, June, July.
Girl, I forgot.
It's been almost 5 months. My bad.
Sorry, just a defense. She's been up late.
I'm sorry. That's my bad. All right, 4 months. You're right, girl. Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I do that all the time.
It's been a while. it's been a while, a few months. You can tell,
No,
right?
thank you for letting me know. Now I can say 5. Appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know.
On the 13th, you can say 5, I guess. Can I just say something real quick? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So just from the being in the chat point of view, I'm going to ask this because I know a lot of people other than me are just wondering. I totally understand wanting to keep the people in the call safe, and that's why it was edited with the voices out. Other people think that's BS, blah, blah, blah. I get it, because if I had been in that call, I would be scared for my own self to even try to talk him down, to be honest with you. So I'm not judging anybody that was in the call for what they did or didn't do. I appreciate that it was recorded and given to Sal's. The thing that I can't wrap my head around is that originally it was, we're going to keep people safe, but then 2 of those people reached out to Mimi to go on panel and speak their truth. That just does not, I don't get it.
Wait, no. Wait, no, that's not accurate. So Susie was not in the call with us. I've never spoken to her, and Bayou Belt was in the first call. She was not in the call where I actually received the recording. She had no idea I was receiving that. Bayou Belt, because I reached out to her and told her that I knew she was the one who doxed me, is why we started talking in the first place. And so she was on the call apologizing, saying, that she understood and, she's seen the things too. And she was very torn. She was very torn because she, cared about them a lot. I don't know. I don't want to speak too much for other people, but anyway, I assume well, in my opinion, what happened is, and you can kind of tell whenever you're listening to it, and I'm sorry, Bayou Bell, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but they manipulate people. And the reason why Elena, and from my understanding, Elena and everybody else backed away from Susie and Bayou Bell was because they still felt that they were wavering and they were afraid they were going to go back to Chewy and, blow up everything before we could do anything about it. I think Bayou Bell thought because I promised her I wouldn't say her name, she was probably like, well, since we're not speaking, she's probably going to come out and say that I was the one. So let me get ahead of it, first of all. And also things that he was feeding her because she was saying things that were completely not true, but trying to twist things to make it look like it was. Like he just said a couple names in the call, but and she just randomly assumed that it was me. We all know that that's not what happened. She didn't just put my name. That's what she's saying. She just randomly threw the names in the chat. That is not what happened. She also put my city. And there's other things too. I'm not going to mention just yet, but there was a lot of inaccuracies. So I almost believe, in my opinion, that most likely they were advised to go to Mimi and talk to her. And that's why Rose was in the chat, because they were trying to control the narrative with those 2 girls, in my opinion.
That is so gross.
Everybody else just thought it was as weird as I did. But Hay wanted to say something. They've been raising their hand in the chat.
So, and I can't remember what night it was, but it's been within the last couple nights. I've actually spoken to Bayou Bell and have asked her questions after I found out she was in that phone call. And she said, and Sal's, I don't know if you believe this towards her or not, but she said, they were trying to tell him to stop, but since, the call had been muted so much, you can't hear what they're saying in there. And she even told me that she was absolutely disgusted by what he had said.
Yeah, that's all accurate. I mean, I haven't heard it, and I'm not going to get it now because Myra left the app apparently. But whatever. Slayer has it, so
she'll be back. I promise you. I promise you, she will be back.
Well, like I said, these aren't about feelings of these people. There's things that are happening. Imagine if it was an investigation. Okay, who cares who's fighting with who, or it's not about that, right? I don't know. Just gonna shut the fuck up. Anyway,
No, I get it. I get what you're trying to say.
But no, as far as I know, they all said that, and that's what the 7 hours was. I know that they said that there was a lot of personal things in there. Chewy went into a lot of personal things. Their children, I think, were spoken about and possibly on the recording, and we were trying to save, from anybody knowing who else was on the call, so she cut everybody out. I did hear the 10 minutes without them being cut out. So I did hear their part, which was basically like, oh, okay. You know, it wasn't like a lot of interaction. They were just listening to him go off. But that is what I heard, what I've been told is that anytime I was a topic of conversation, they were begging him to stop. And they thought maybe they had gotten through to him. And as soon as he got off, he went on live for 4 more hours. And they knew that they had to do something. And eventually they decided that they couldn't. They were hoping that he would get it, and he just wouldn't. And at that point, they said, time is of the essence. What if this girl is actually in trouble? We have to tell her. And they told me.
Wow. Wow.
One thing I've considered, Sals, when I've been thinking about this today is I know I am very, very lucky to have a good, strong friendship group around me. And, you know, like, hey, Coco, Amy, Gypsy Toe, Jan, all the girls, I'm very lucky. And I know that when you were going through this with Chewy, you were not as lucky as that. And I know that now you've got some really good friends that rally around you and support you, and that you are in a better position now than what you were back then. And I'm glad, because I've tried to think how I would have handled the situation with Myra without any of those friends around me. And I'm telling you now, I wouldn't have. I would have bent, broken and snapped.
Well, Jess, could you
So I
imagine
can
if you were going
understand.
through that situation and every one of your friends turned against you and told you were
Okay,
wrong?
so hold on.
No, I'm asking. I'm not
I'm
not proving the
I'm
point.
not done.
asking.
I'm not done with what I'm saying.
I'm being rude. I just wanted you to
I
understand
know.
where I'm coming from.
I know. I'm telling you, I have understood. I'm very empathetic. I'm very capable of reflecting on things and trying to see it from somebody else's point of view. I'm telling you, I've spent the day doing that. I have. And how those girls have got me through. And at the time, you didn't have that. And luckily now you do. And I've got a lot of respect for some of the girls you're friends with. I don't mean to sound like a dick, but you should treasure Kmac forever, because she's been a very, very good friend to you. And I'll leave it there. But Kmac's been very good to you, and I'm glad that you've got that now. But I understand that you didn't always have that, and I understand that you feel angry that people you considered to be friends, like Key, and I don't know about myself, because you compared me to Just Troll earlier and said, like, you know, it's somebody you don't really know. So I don't know if you considered me a friend or not, but I considered you a friend. So I
Jess, that was
understand
at the
that.
time that I recorded your story about Myra. That's what you were to me. I didn't really know you, not now.
But that happened whilst we were friends. Well, what I thought was friends, after we'd spent all those panels on the gens, and, you know, like, we bonded over a bit of music. I felt like we've got quite similar music tastes, and I don't know, I thought we'd had quite a laugh. So this was after all of that. This is at the point I would have considered you a
Were
friend.
you a Jen?
No, I wasn't a Jen. Was you a Jen?
I wasn't a Jen.
Well, the Jens don't talk to me since I fell out with you and Casey, so I'm just going to leave that there. I've been wondering, I'm not going to lie.
Well, they abandoned me too for a little bit. I've seen a few of them recently, though, and I love them. I miss them.
Jens, bring yourself forward.
Listen, I said that too after all this happened. I'm like, I'm going to be heartbroken if the Jens are like turning against me. Like if whoever the
They
Jens
will
are.
never. No, they are very, very pro self.
I know. Well, I didn't
love
know
you.
though. I didn't know, and I'm like, oh God, what if they are the ones who joined the like I Hate Sal's band, and then they kind of went away, and I was like, oh my God, they do hate me.
But going back to what I was saying to you, I understand that in the moment, and actually I can kind of empathise with this more, like I can put myself in that position. When stuff was going off with Myra, some of my friends did just turn on me, and, you know, like one morning they were my friend, and then the next second they were on a panel that night going, oh yeah, Jess has got horrible skin tone, she's fat, she's ugly, she's fucking horrible. And I was like, oh, okay, friend, good to know. We were all right this morning, but cool. So I do understand how it feels to have somebody like switch to the other side in a sense, and that how, not that I did that to you, but that's how it would have felt to you, that I switched to the other side and you've kind of felt abandoned and deserted. And I can put myself in your shoes. I can understand why you're angry at me, at Key. And because I can understand that, it's felt that some of the stuff that has been said over the last couple of days has come more from a place of anger about that than necessarily what's going on now. And I'm not saying that's the case. You can correct me. But that's how I felt. And I guess I've kind of got a bit defensive over that. And I've sort of, everything you've done since I've been viewing as like an attack to me. And it's been less easy to look at it and go, okay, maybe Sal's is responding from hurt and anger. So I guess that's my point of view. Like, you know, like Kai said, everyone was speculating it was Myra, but you're angry at me. And nobody else needs to explain why they were speculating it was Myra, but I do. And I don't want to even really go here too much.
You were the only one that I heard.
I promise you many other people did.
I didn't hear that.
I do want to clarify, there were some people typing it in the comments in a few of the lives also. I saw it myself.
I haven't even been looking at most comments on most
No,
of these
I
lives.
know. I just wanted to let you know, since obviously you didn't see it, but and y'all know the CTW be watching the live saying what they want to say, so it would not shock me at all, like Kai said, if they were all in there saying who they thought it was.
I'm sorry, everybody sending me the live. Apparently Sheena's live. I don't know how serious this is or if I need to be there. I have no idea what's going on. Does anyone?
So just before you go, Sal, because I understand you want to go. I understand you want to go support Sheena, and I respect
I don't know if this has something to do with me. I don't know if this has something to do with this situation, Jess.
I'll check. Just deep breath. I'll check.
So I'm not meaning that as an attack in any way, shape or form either. I just understand that you may need to go.
No, I think it's about Audrey and her mom's situation. I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So I guess like
I'm very sorry.
There wasn't so much of a question there as like, I guess me trying to explain to you how I felt over the last few days about it, and I hope you can understand that. It's not that my point of view is accurate, but that's been where I've been coming from. And I do empathise. I can see your point of view. I can.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just really wish that we could all just move forward. We don't have to like each other, but I just don't like the ganging up, the bullying, every chat that we go in. Like a fight doesn't have to continue every single day. That's what you guys say that I do, right? But every single chat, anytime that there is a neutral space, it just keeps going. And I'm not blaming one side or the other more, but like, can we please just be adults? And whenever there's a panel and we're discussing about like human rights and getting somewhere, can we not like yell at each other and say, shut your bitch ass up?
So that live, I did that with Erica and Tiffany both, and I actually thought we'd made some good progress. I was like, well, you know, I'm glad I was able to be there for Sal's, even though she, you know, I knew you were still angry with me, but I wanted to be there for you, and you allowed me to be. So I was happy about that, and I was happy that things have been squashed with Erica and Tiffany. Like, do you know, it's a burden. It's not nice when you go into a chat in a mutual space and there's like stuff going on and your friends are arguing with their friends, and then like obviously you get involved, you see your friends being called a certain name, so like you stick up for them, and then it's a drain, it's a drag. Nobody enjoys it. Well, I guess some people do, but I fucking don't. So I was so happy when we'd fixed it, and I wasn't going to post any proof on Tiffany. I wasn't going to do that. She'd put in the chat, you leave me alone and I will leave you alone. And I was like, deal. Straight away, that's all it took. Instantly, deal from me. I come on the next day and there she is. Hashtag cancel Jessica. Like the replay thing, all of it just carried on, and I was like, so what was the point in that? I was up till like fucking 5 a.m. What was
I just wish we could all do
point?
better. I just wish we could all do better. Yeah, I know. Let's just all try to do better. I really I'm so it's not any of you guys, but I'm not feeling super comfortable. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. let's just all try to be better, be kinder to each other, be nice to each other. Like, even if we don't like each other, it doesn't always have to, like, the fight doesn't have to continue. And I'm not trying to dismiss you. I just feel really uncomfortable right now. All right, maybe if you want to, after like we decompress, we can talk again. Okay. All right, thank you, Kmac.
You're welcome. Yeah, y'all can always come back and we can always pick this conversation back up. I am going to end things if y'all are good with that because it's been a long day.
Have a good
But I
night, Kmac.
really appreciate you guys like coming forward and being honest. And I want you to know, Jessica, I see you. I see you. And I feel you. And I really think that I think things are going to be okay. They're going to get better. I really believe that.
Thank you, Kmac.
You're welcome, you guys. And I will see y'all on the next one, okay? Love you guys.
Hopefully it's calmer. Love you,
Yeah.
bye.
All right.
Okay. Bye,
See you,
guys.
though.
Go support
Bye.
Sheena.
Have a good night.